Chapter 1. Weekend Sale Supermarket Owner. One weekend sale owner. Let's turn the timeline of One Punch Man back to 5 years ago. That year, the trembling tornado was only 23 years old. That year, Mr. Saitama was only 20 years old. That year, Chugzu of Hell was only 18 years old. Our story starts with the owner of the weekend sale this year. As a hard-working post-ADS who is struggling to survive, Chen Lun, like the Million Crossing Army, was lucky to win the Crossing Award and came to the world of One Punch Man. However, this is not the era when Saitama-sensei has broken through the limiter and killed a watermelon like a watermelon with one punch. It is the era when the hero association mechanism gradually matured and the number of heroes gradually stabilized 5 years ago. However, the number of weird people did not show the slightest sign of decreasing due to the professional hunting of heroes. Instead, it became more and more intense. Unfortunately, instead of becoming a genius or a waste material like the Million Crossing Army, he became an ordinary person, neither a weirdo nor a hero, just the owner of a weekend sale. Speaking of this special sale market, it is actually slightly larger than the convenience store. Chen Lun has a new name here, the owner of Axel City. Here he has a new identity, the city owner and cashier, shopping guide and sanitation cleaner. Although this status is not ideal, and he is 1,000 miles away from his dream, Chen Lun and Axel are still very satisfied. There is no need to worry about the house to settle down here. There is already a city, the first floor is the store, and there is a small attic where you can sleep and wash yourself. There is no need to worry about the job of supporting the family. The city is its own, and the whole family is not hungry when one person eats enough. Today, Axel, as usual, opened the rolling gate, the veteran of the city for many years, and was struggling to lift the rolling gate with a rusty iron rod. And the rolling gate seemed to have not woken up, crunching with an extremely reluctant howl. When brother makes money, you can change to a new set of rolling shutters, and you can die and go to the museum, Grandpa. Finally, with milking power, he pushed the rolling shutters halfway up, and just revealed it. In this gap of less than 1 meter, a young man unexpectedly got through from outside. Brother Axel, you still open the door on time as usual. The boy has a black head and is about 20 years old. He is very delicate and he is holding a bamboo basket in his hand. Can you not be on time? On that earth, brother gets up at 6 o'clock every day, just the morning bus, otherwise, you will die if you get stuck during the rush hour. It turned out to be Saitama-kun. Come here so early today, what do you want to buy? I am here with good quality and cheap. Axel's words can be copied without thinking. Saitama is 20 years old this year. After graduating from high school, he was doing nothing at home. The financial constraints forced him to live with his fingers every day. He has a soft spot for weekend sales. Quitting his lips, it is obvious that he is very dissatisfied with the use of the term Axel, good quality and low price, and he prefers to use an antonym. As for the city of Axel, he usually only visits for one time period, that is, when it comes to weekend sales. He walked straight to the fresh food area and put the eggs into his bamboo basket. Brother Axel, do you remember the egg man who came to this street yesterday? What kind of egg man? He is obviously the egg freak. What you said is that he went to the first city on the street yesterday to threaten the city owner Jarvis and not allow the sale of eggs anymore, right? Axel was finally going to roll. The gate was pushed up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and carefully placed the rusty iron rod on the corner of the doorpost, smiling indifferently. It's just a weird person who looks like an egg. I think it breaks with one tap, and the floor is covered with egg yolks, hee. Whack. It is a unique product in the world of One Punch Man. In the words of the founder of the House of Evolution, it is a monster that has abandoned its human form and is an enemy of humans. In a simple sense, there is nothing wrong with this. Moreover, the vast majority of weirdos have stronger combat effectiveness than humans, posing a certain threat to human survival. This egg monster is said to be a person who loves eggs extremely. In order to protect eggs from being eaten by humans, he evolved from humans to become an egg monster. The appearance of the whole person has also undergone tremendous changes, like an egg standing upright with limbs. The funny appearance of the egg freak made him appear on this street on the first day, and when he threatened Jarvis not to sell eggs, it became a joke on this street, and Axel naturally heard of it. He also saw the photos taken by the philanthropist, which made him laugh all day. Thinking that it was not rolling on the ground, but the shape of two slender legs supporting a giant egg moving, he couldn't help laughing again. I say so, but, you know, I always get up earlier than you, and I always give priority to buying things at Jarvis's store, right? When it came to this, Saitama raised his head and used extremely complicated his eyes looked at Axel. Axelton felt a bit of a nuisance. Saitama's time is as precise as a biological clock, and it won't be bored to repeat the same thing. His face suddenly changed. Could it be that you have been to Javi today? Is the city of Sri Lanka? Saitama nodded. Did you see the broken eggshells in a place? Axel smiled, trying hard to make himself look optimistic. Saitama shook his head. To be precise, I saw a floor-to-ceiling glass window was forcibly knocked out an oval opening, and then the of tempered glass was all over the floor. Axel's face began to darken. Then, I looked inside through this hole. Guess what I saw? Saitama suddenly asked. WH. What? Axel had obviously begun to speak inflexible, and his complexion was even more ugly than before, and he seemed to have expected a worse result. Oh! Saitama sighed first, then took a grape from the fruit area, placed it in the palm of his hand, and finally slapped it with his palms. Suddenly, the grape was smashed, squashed, and the juice flowed. See, Jarvis's end is like this, he is already squashed. Goo! Axel swallowed dryly. I have reported this incident to the Heroes Association. However, since the trace of the egg monster cannot be traced now, I have not classified this incident as an emergency, but put it on a post list instead. It's hard to say when it will be resolved. Saitama continued. Emergency situations and post-listing situations are emergency plans formulated by the Association of Heroes based on the destruction of the weird. Once listed as an emergency, the Association of Heroes will immediately send corresponding heroes or teams of heroes to hunt based on the judgment of the strength of the weird. If Bilye is in order to post the situation, then this situation will appear on the hunting list of the Heroes Association. If a hero or a hero team is interested, you can hunt by yourself and report to the Heroes Association after completion. Receiving corresponding rewards is relatively slow in execution. Judging by the frequency of the weird people in the current era, let alone the post-listing situation, there are many times when emergency situations cannot find a sufficient number of heroes to deal with. To put it bluntly, this street is now in a state of fend for itself against this egg monster. Axel looked at the various eggs in his entire cabinet. This is the city's main source of income. Then, he glanced at the flattened grape in Saitama's hand and swallowed dryly. He didn't want to follow Jarvis's footsteps. Chapter 2, A murder caused by an egg. 2. A case caused by an egg. Saitama was content to buy the eggs he needed, because considering the egg weirdness, he bought a lot of them this time. Anyway, there is a refrigerator in the house, so it won't be bad if it is stored. 8. One Chinese network? After paying the money, he glanced at Axel with pity, then turned and left. Well, the ARPG of Saitama-kun's Man vs. Weird has not been cleared yet, and he needs to work harder these days. Axel, to be precise, is Chen Lun. When he crossed the world of One Punch Man, he had already worshipped this magical work, and of course he knew the power of the weirdo. Weirds, according to the Hero Association's hierarchical definition of their destructive ability, are Wolf-level weirdo causing a dangerous crisis. Tiger-class monsters a crisis that caused a lot of casualties. Ghost-level weirdo a crisis that leads to the suspension or destruction of the functioning of a town. Dragon-class monsters, a crisis that may lead to the destruction of several towns. God-level weirdo, a crisis that may lead to the demise of mankind. And heroes, based on the hero's combat ability value and their contribution to killing monsters, also have a level definition, which are C-level heroes, generally equivalent to low-level to mid-level wolf-level weirdos. B-level heroes, generally equivalent to high-level wolf-level weirdos to intermediate tiger-level weirdos. A-level heroes, generally equivalent to high-level tiger-level weirdos to middle-level ghost-level weirdos, and a small number of them have the ability to fight high-level ghost-level weirdos. S-rank heroes, generally equivalent to high-level ghost-level weirdos to dragon-level weirdos, and a small number of them have the strength to fight mid and high-level dragon-level weirdos. Generally speaking, weirdos are much stronger than ordinary people. If the power of the real world is used as the contrast, the average wolf-level weirs are equivalent to the combat effectiveness of soldiers to special forces. Axel looked down at his hands, wanting to cry without tears, let alone fighting with special forces. Even an ordinary soldier can beat himself up. In other words, any scumbag wolf-grade level weirdos can easily torture themselves. Obviously, that egg monster is not something that he can defeat now. How to do? Neighborhood? Don't mention it, there are 5 scumbags all around. It's like his neighbor Saitama, whose real combat power is worse than his own, and I don't know how he practiced. 5 years later, there is no such thing that he can't solve with a single punch. Policeman? Forget it, there is no such thing in this world. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the police may not be able to solve this problem. Heroes Association? Saitama called just now, but it's still worth a try. Just make the situation a little more serious. After making up his mind, Axel trotted to his desk, picked up the phone, and quickly dialed the customer service hotline of the Heroes Association. Hello, this is the Heroes Association customer hotline, what can I do for you? A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Help! Axel wailed bitterly and successfully smashed the eardrums of the opposite beauty with a penetrating sound wave, leaving her deaf for a while. Fortunately, the professionally trained service staff took 5 minutes to adjust the status and answered Axel's call again. This time, instead of putting the headset on the ear, it was carefully placed next to the pinna. There is a slight abnormality, quickly move away and keep your distance, sir, please speak slowly, and at the same time, lower the volume as much as possible. I have been attacked by an egg monster here, and a city boss has already been crushed into a meatloaf. It's terrifying. Axel's howling voice couldn't help but make other answering staff in the customer service hall look at him. The beautiful eyebrows twitched. As you mentioned, we have already registered at 5:35 this morning. Due to the current shortage of heroes and there are no active heroes near your block, plus the egg monster has been lost. It is impossible to send heroes to hunt immediately. Therefore, we have arranged a posting situation. If there is a hero revealing the list, we will go to solve it immediately. But, what if the egg weirdo comes right away? Axel said anxiously, couldn't we send a hero here to wait for the rabbit? In this way, we can set traps, isn't it easier to hunt? Sorry, no heroes can be dispatched in your neighborhood now. The beauty sighed apologetically. In this era, too many heroes are needed. In other words, in this era, it seems too easy to be a weird person. Some people, after being affected by a certain force due to the distortion of their thoughts, can become weird, and their combat effectiveness immediately skyrocketed. However, heroes are different. The vast majority of heroes are not weirdos. They gain power through their own efforts and gain the power to fight weirdos. Relatively speaking, it is more difficult to obtain, and the number of heroes is relatively small. Then what to do? Let us wait for death here. Axel roared. Actually, the beauty sighed, the egg weirdo just hopes that your block will no longer sell eggs. In fact, this requirement is enough to satisfy him, isn't it? Why take your own life? After a long while, Axel was speechless. Yes, No more eggs. However, today there will be an egg monster, tomorrow a salted fish monster, and the day after tomorrow a potato monster. Forget it, I'd better close myself. No way. It's not your own style to step back and compromise. The Heroes Association immediately dispatched heroes to station seems to be impractical, so you have to rely on yourself. Although I don't have the power to restrain chickens, what I have is brains. After all, after the heroes, many C-rank heroes use some external means to fight. Think about it. What are eggs afraid of? Correct. Fragile. Just smash his eggshell and the yolk inside will flow out. See if you are still alive? Thinking of this, and then thinking about what happened to Jarvis, Axel already had an idea and acted immediately. In the first step, a large number of iron nails facing outward were installed on the walls of the city. Don't the egg weirdo like to directly hit the wall and then crush the city boss? Okay, the nail on the wall smashed through your eggshell. In the second step, Axel got an air compressor and installed the air nails, which are the kind that specializes in nailing wood nails. Under the impact of high-pressure gas, the penetration force of the nail can penetrate several centimeters. Thick planks. In the third step, Axel ran to the scrap shop to buy a large number of rusty iron nuggets, each weighing several kilograms, which cost him several days of ration money, which made him feel distressed for a long time, but now there is no other way, life matters. In the fourth step, he prepared a pair of red gloves and a yellow cloak for himself, just like the costume of Mr. Saitama in One Punch Man, hoping to bring him magical powers. Everything is ready, just waiting for the appearance of the egg monster. It was time for lunch, but Axel had no intention of eating. He stared at the gate of the city, and touched the rusty iron blocks again in his hand, cold. At this moment, there was a horrified cry from the street, which penetrated Axel's eardrum like sound waves. The egg weirdo is here, everyone, don't boil eggs, his goal is fresh food. Egg market, hide away. Coming. Chapter 3, Say goodbye to the egg. 3. Say goodbye to the egg. Axel rushed out of his city and looked in the direction of the street. Sure enough, a giant egg 2 meters high, using 2 short legs like bamboo poles, is facing this in a funny way. Walked over. Bai Chinese language website? www. 81. Z. W. The 2 tiny eyes on the shell of Com's egg are keenly sweeping the surroundings. Once they see the egg-related situation, they will reveal an extremely cruel light. He rushed back to his city, lowered the rolling shutter, and at the same time turned on the air compressor, holding a rusty iron block in his left hand, and a gas-filled air nail gun in his right hand. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Axel cheered himself up. It seems to be the sound of my own heart beating, just like the sound of the King's engine of the S-class hero when it moves. Come on, let me smash your eggshells, let your yolks flow all over, let me make you into fried eggs. Axel shouted again, but only he alone could listen to. It is a pity that this time his breathing has become more rapid, and the sound of his heartbeat has become louder, like the duan-duan ringing like a bell. The egg monster has not yet reached the city of Axel, and is walking slowly on the street without a single person. On both sides of the street, people carefully opened the window to reveal a gap, and then secretly watched the situation on the street, but, as long as the egg weird glanced, he would immediately close the window tightly. I am an egg freak, and I hate anyone who eats eggs. Eggs are not allowed to be sold here, and no one is allowed to eat eggs. Otherwise, I will let him go to hell. The egg freak walked slowly with 2 thin legs. A face on the eggshell was roaring, his voice echoed across the street, and no one dared to refute it. For many years, have you ever considered the feeling of eggs when you eat eggs? Bastards! The egg weirdo was obviously very excited. Don't let me see anyone who is disrespectful to eggs. As the sound approached, Axel tightened the iron block and air nail gun in his hand. Finally, the footsteps in anger stopped, and he stood at the door of Axel's weekend sale. He stopped in front of the city gate of Axel. Hidden in the building, Saitama was paying close attention to this place, watching everything from the cracks in the window. Axel hasn't escaped yet. The owner of the tailor shop worried for Axel, and Jarvis's tragic situation is still vivid. It's over. Is Axel going to become the second meatloaf? The waiter at the fast food restaurant began to pray. Axel is over. This egg weirdo cannot be defeated unless the heroes of the Heroes Association provide help, but the whole city is full of weirdos, and the Heroes Association can't take care of it. Open the door! The egg geek roared, and kicked on the rolling gate. The rolling gate that had been in disrepair let out a miserable cry and sank. So powerful! Saitama-kun took a breath of air from the window. Regardless of the small leg, it has such a great power. It seems that after becoming a weird person, the whole body is born with a great change. The ability has been extremely improved. You, who are you? Axel asked in a trembling voice, although he already knew the identity of the other party. I am the egg geek. I want to enter your city to see if you are selling eggs illegally. The egg geek kicked the rolling gate again, another 38-yard footprint. There are no eggs here, you can leave without worry. Axel took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, said. You lie. The egg weird roared, shaking the whole street. No, the egg weirdo is angry. Close the windows. Don't be affected. Everyone hurriedly closed the windows, and could only pray for Axel spiritually. Brother Axel, run away, you can't be his opponent. Saitama-kun still clings to his window, staring closely at the city gate of Axel. You lie. I am connected to the egg, I can feel the wailing of those eggs in your city, I can hear them, their accusations against you. I can never forgive you. The roar of the egg weird is almost awkward. Kessel's eardrums burst. It's already inevitable. At this moment, Axel knew that there was no retreat. He gritted his teeth, pushed away from the corner of the window, and smashed a piece of iron against the egg monster with his strength. Good job, brother Axel, good spirit. Saitama-kun gave Axel a thumbs up in the crack of the window. Is this because I didn't die fast enough? The owner of the smithy sighed, if you have this time, run away quickly, idiot. The waiter of the fast food restaurant who has always liked Axel is bright, perhaps, hard steel can break the shell of the egg, in that case, maybe it will win. The eyes of the whole street fell on that piece of iron, as if it could judge Axel's life and death. At this moment, it seemed that time had stopped. Boom! It was like a brick hitting the wall, just a dull noise. I didn't see the egg shell being broken, but the iron piece bounced back and fell to the ground, and only a small white spot appeared on the egg shell. So hard! The neighbors took a breath of air conditioning. Anyone can knock an egg, but who has seen an egg that can't be broken with iron? Hey! The egg weirdo's huge egg body twisted over, looked at the window, and saw Axel who was still smashing the glass. Cunning humans, you not only inflict pain on our egg family, but also use this despicable I attacked me by means, and I am going to cut you off today. Amidst the roar, the egg weird moved his tiny legs and rushed towards Axel without a brain. Okay, just waiting for you. Axel cursed secretly in his heart. He laid out so many hardest steel nails on the wall, just waiting for the moment when the egg stranger angered. Because the city of Jarvis was forcibly broken through the wall by the egg monster, it is conceivable that this is a specific attack method of the egg monster, which happened to be used by Axel. Brother Axel, you are so mean, you have made so many steel nails on the wall. Maybe those steel nails can be nailed through eggshells. After all, the eggshell is a round object, and if it encounters a sharp object, even if it is strong, there is a possibility of breakdown. All the eyes on the street became eager again. This egg weird made everyone unable to do business, and the whole work and life couldn't continue. They longed for this egg weird to die quickly. When it was too late, the egg monster hit the wall. Just touching it, he immediately felt a little unusual, because from the outside of his body, there was a tinge of pain that shouldn't be felt, and he couldn't help stiffening his body in front of the wall. Haha, it's successful. Axel snorted in his heart, letting you be a weirdo or just an enlarged egg. When you hit a steel nail, you don't want to kneel. Taking advantage of your illness to kill you, this is the eternal truth. Axel raised the air nail gun in his hand, and squeezed the trigger frantically at the top of the eggshell of the egg freak. Wow, Big Brother Axel actually suppressed the egg weirdo. There was a light in Saotama-kun's eyes. That's amazing, it really is the man I like. The eyes of the waiter in the fast food restaurant are full of little stars of love. This kid really has two things. The boss of the blacksmith shop was talking about it. At this moment, the egg monster suddenly put his legs away, and quickly turned on the ground with the cone-shaped part of the bottom of his egg. Spin the egg. Dang dang dang. The steel nails were suddenly collapsed, and at the same time, the rotating force suddenly knocked down the walls of the city, revealing a stunned Axel. Can't run away, to be honest, you make this uncle very angry. Unexpectedly, the whole street was suddenly silent. The body of this strange egg is far from everyone's imagination, and the fighting power of this strange egg is also ridiculously high. That's it. Today next year will be Axel's death. From now on, say goodbye to the egg. Chapter 4, Wolf Limiter. 4 Wolf Level Limiter. Axel looked at the egg weird dumbfounded. August 1 Chinese WW is not equal to W. Less than or equal to 8 equals 1 less than or equal to Z greater than or equal to W equals. Less than or equal to CM. Miscalculated. When becoming a weirdo, many weirdos will gain some strange special abilities while their strength is greatly improved. The egg monster uses its own rugby shape to quickly spin at a vertex to obtain a huge rotational impact, which is much stronger than it directly collides with it. The mechanism on the wall and the air nail gun that Axel arranged in an instant are double the killer's features have all failed. All of Axel's preparations were in vain. After the wall was breached, he would be exposed to the enemy by Chikuakuo. I won't sit still. Axel roared, and the air nail gun in his hand fired again. As long as the opponent no longer uses the rotating egg, it is still possible to break the opponent's eggshell. Small bugs. The egg weird in the anger roared, his huge body stood up, and he didn't know where the power of his two thin legs came from. He actually jumped more than 2 meters high, the top of the egg. They almost hit the ceiling, egg hammer. With a roar, the egg weirdo smashed down Axel heavily, crushing him into a meatloaf like Jarvis. Axel instinctively pushed with both hands, followed closely, and an unstoppable force came from both palms, like a football that kicked a big kick, and it flew upside down with a sound of shoe going out, hit the shelf, and suddenly collapsed. There was a frantic churn in his stomach, almost pouring out the food overnight. Coincidentally, Axel slammed into the counter selling eggs. Suddenly, a large number of eggs broke, and the egg white and egg yolk flowed all over the floor. Oh, my goodness, my brothers! Seeing the egg weirdo, holding a huge head, he roared up to the sky. Since the battle has entered the interior of the city, the people on the street can't see what's going on inside. They just heard the angry roar of the egg weirdo. They pushed the window wider and stretched their heads longer, but still I can't see it, I can only hear it. It's over, the power of this egg weirdo is far from my imagination. Axel shook his head secretly in his heart, seeing the results from the comics and personally experiencing it, it was a world of difference. In the comics, the wolf-level weird is almost like the 5 scumbags, unremarkable. However, only now can I know the horror of this wolf-level weird. That's right, Zhan Wuxia, that was the Zhan Wuxia in front of Saotama-sensei after breaking through the limiter. A pair of small eyes stared at Axel among the egg yolks on the floor, the angry flame almost swallowed him, and the two thin legs of the egg monster approached step by step. Time seems to have slowed down, everything looks like slow motion. Do you want to live? Suddenly, a voice that sounded like a aureole rang in Axel's ears. Hey! Axel was startled. Apart from himself, this city is an egg freak. Who is it? Who is talking to him? Do you want to live? It was the same question again, this time the voice was clearer, and at the same time, a figure gradually appeared in front of Axel, a long purple shawl with green sleeves. Shrouded in an exquisite body, a pair of green eyes looked at Axel with a smile, holding his chest with his hands, even ignoring the egg weird behind him. Beware of the egg weirdo. Axel didn't have time to appreciate the sudden appearance of this big beauty, and quickly reminded her that behind her was an extremely dangerous wolf-level weirdo. Otherwise, if a big beauty turns into a meatloaf, it will definitely not look good. However, the strange thing is that the egg weirdo didn't seem to see the purple woman at all, and walked towards Axel still cursing, but his pace seemed very slow, just like a spacewalk. It's just that he doesn't feel it himself. Where is the problem? Axel looked at all of this in surprise, which already cared about his perception, but he knew that in the world of One Punch Man as the background, this is not what is impossible, like the ability of this world, like a certain special ability of this world. Or in other words, there has never been a landscape in the comics. God. Yes. The egg monster approached step by step, leaving Axel with no choice. Anyway, the dead horse was treated as a living horse doctor, and he agreed without saying a word. Very well, the contract is formed, the wolf level limiter, lifted. As the voice fell, the purple woman disappeared from Axel's eyes with an incomprehensible smile. At the moment that the purple woman disappeared, the time flow of the entire time and space seemed to return to normal in an instant. The egg monster lowered his head with the speed of running, and hit Axel like a cannonball. Came over, the egg crashes, I'm going to smash you into pieces. Almost conditioned, Axel supported his hands and feet on the ground. Ah! Axel exclaimed, because the effect of this support made him horrified, because he jumped from the ground to a height of more than a meter, and his head hit the silicic acid ceiling. Turned a piece. The egg geek obviously did not expect that Axel had changed so much. It could be rushed from Axel's crotch, and plunged into the pile of collapsed counters. His tiny hands and feet were slippery. Scratching in the yolk of his egg, did not get up for a long while. Falling on the ground from the air, Axel could hardly believe his eyes. Of course he knew how high he could jump normally. The purple woman seemed to say that I lifted my wolf level limiter. Axel's breathing almost stopped. It seems that this is not like a fool. At least, in terms of strength, she obtained a substantial improvement. The egg weirdo struggled on the ground, and Axel was shocked by his strength. For a while, the whole city fell silent. What's the matter? Why is it so quiet? Saitama-kun looked strangely in this direction of the city. Is Axel killed? Poor fellow. Someone regretted Axel. This egg weirdo is too powerful. When will the Heroes Association come to pick him up? At least, you want a C-ranked hero. Some people are beginning to worry about the appearance of such a weird person in this area in the future. I am afraid there will be no peace again. Up. When everyone was sorry for Axel and worried about the future, a familiar figure sprang out of the city at a different degree than usual. So fast! Saitama-kun exclaimed from the window. He almost jumped out of the window and grabbed Axel to see if it was another person. It's Axel, he's not dead yet. Is he an ape, so fast? Why didn't he see it normally? Axel's vigorous posture made people start to doubt his eyes. The neighborhood was shocked, because Axel almost rushed out of the market with a sprint champion's degree, followed by an egg yolk, which looked quite embarrassed and funny, but the egg monster's life and death just can't catch up with Axel. You stop me! The egg monster was panting and chased while roaring, but although his two short legs ran fast, they couldn't catch up with them. This Axel's degree at least reached the level of 100 meters in 11 seconds. The egg rolls. With a roar, the egg monster rolled on the ground like a ball, and the degree suddenly rose to the extreme, quickly catching up with Axel. Although Axel ran in front, he also paid close attention to the egg weird chasing behind him, and immediately jumped up when he saw it, avoiding this tumbling collision. "Hey, you can't escape now, right?" The egg monster got up from the ground, and looked at Axel standing in front of him with a grin. "Of course, because I'm going to knock you down." Axel did not run away unexpectedly, but stared at the egg weird in front of him, and clenched his red gloves. "Kill me." The egg weirdo was taken aback, and did not speak for a long while. The whole street watched all this quietly, because everyone was shocked. Axel is crazy. He actually wants to defeat this egg weirdo. Everyone knows exactly what level of Axel is. He is a master who has to take 3 steps to take a breather while carrying a can of gas. He actually said that he wanted to hit the other side without any shame. Crazy. Really crazy. It is estimated that the brain was smashed by the egg monster. The impact of the egg monster, but the existence that can crash the brick wall, it is normal to crash a brain. At this moment, the egg geek came out of the sky and laughed. This is probably the funniest thing in his life. "Take me down and rely on you? I can press out your with any shock. You simply..." His words got stuck in his throat, because Axel had rushed in front of him like lightning when he was speaking, and the red glove slammed on his shell, which was the steel the nail hits some cracks. "Hey!" The egg weirdo stopped the laugh abruptly, because he realized that some unknown force was pouring into his body. This force was very strong, like a big hand pushing himself fiercely. Open in front of him, Axel seems to be flying backwards. No, that's because he was knocked into the air by Axel. He was even more horrified. His body was as hot as a stove, like an egg broiling on a fire. The egg white and yolk in his body were swelling crazily, and his egg shell seemed to be unable to contain the expansion. The power of GABA, the first visible crack in the egg shell appeared. Click! Immediately afterwards, like a spider web, countless cracks appeared densely on the body of the egg weird. The egg whites like a boiled egg poured out from the cracks. From a distance, the whole egg weird it's like a big boiled egg covered with white tumors. Chapter 5. Blasting. 5 Blasting. With a sound of boom, the egg weirdo flew out from a distance, and then fell to the ground. A puff of white smoke was spit out from a small mouth, and the cooked egg whites were still constantly in the cracks of the whole body. Of welling up. Bai. Chinese. Net. W. www. 81, Z, W. Com. The egg weirdo was killed. Saitomakun's eyes were bigger than a copper bell, which is as incredible as the Axel weekend sale that started on Monday. One punch knocked that egg weird away for several meters. My goodness, that egg weird can be more than 2 meters high, at least 200 to 300 catties. Is this Axel's power so powerful? Waved his own hand, swinging the hammer all the year round. He has more knowledge of power than the average person. It seems that the egg weirdo is cooked. How did Axel do it? The waiter at the fast food restaurant is familiar with Axel, but she has never seen this one from Axel. Ability, is it what firearms are hidden in your hands? Axel is so amazing, this kid is hidden. Axel has the level of a C-rank hero, right? Awesome. Although the neighbors said so, no one dared to come out of the house, and no one knew whether the egg weird was really dead or a fake death. Axel put his hands on his knees, then gasped for breath. He squeezed his right fist, then raised it, placed it in front of his eyes, and looked at it strangely. There was no sign of burnt black on the red set, but just now, he clearly felt that there was the heat rushed out of his right fist, and the result was obvious that the egg weird was cooked in an instant. Although it is still unclear what happened, the crisis has finally passed. Fortunately, there have been various traps before to make this guy's eggshell loose. Otherwise, even if I punch it head on, I am afraid it will be difficult to break his eggshell. If the eggshell is not broken, this kind of heat is difficult to effectively transfer to his egg whites and egg yolks, and give him a fatal blow. Axel took a breath, took out his phone from his yellow cloak, and dialed the hero. The association's customer service hotline. The customer service hotline of the Heroes Association will register users who make requests every day, and Axel has also made requests for the threat of egg monsters earlier. Therefore, the customer service staff read Axel's information as soon as possible. Mr. Axel, we have accepted your request, and we have already listed the posting situation. If a hero reveals the list, we will immediately help you solve the crisis. What you need to do now is to wait patiently. The advent of the hero, rather than repeatedly calling our hotline. Because you do so, you will occupy one of the few customer service hotlines, so that some users in need cannot dial our hotline and put them in danger. I know you are very anxious, but you can only wait patiently now. The customer service staff is extremely troublesome for users who repeatedly call the customer service hotline and occupy the customer service hotline resources, and can only warn the other party euphemistically. The egg weirdo has been killed by me. Axel said calmly. Hey! The customer service staff on the opposite side was taken aback, and didn't believe his ears at all. Sorry, I was distracted just now, I didn't hear clearly. I said, the egg monster has been killed by me, and his body is now under my feet. Please take care of it. Axel continued to say calmly. He knew that the Heroes Association is not a hero to those, but it is also ordinary people who get rid of weird people will also be rewarded with funds. That's right, he really needs this money. This egg freak has messed up his market. There are no insurance companies in this world. Did it? The customer service staff still couldn't believe it, because there are many people in this world who cheat the Heroes Association and then cheat the reward funds. With a beep, the customer service staff received a file transfer request on the phone. From the format, it was a picture. She quickly clicked to receive, and as a result, a picture of the egg monster being cooked and lying on the ground appeared on her phone screen. Is it really killed by this Axel? He is not a hero, but an ordinary city boss. The customer service staff is also experienced. She has never seen any means to cheat rewards. After calming down, she immediately said, we will immediately send relevant staff to the site to confirm. Please keep your phone open. Once it is confirmed that it is a fact, we will provide you with a reward. Okay. Axel hung up the phone. What he is more anxious about now is to see clearly what ability he has gained after breaking through the so-called wolf level limiter. Back in his city, Axel didn't even care about the current misery of his city, but quickly got into his attic and sat there quietly. What did I get? Power? How far has the strength increased? Degree? What level is the degree almost reaching? Ability? What is that heat? Everything is like a mystery. How do you look at it? How do you master your own abilities? At this moment, he was quiet, and a strange picture appeared in front of him. At the top of the screen, there is a line with nodes. Wolf level limiter is written on the first node, and at the same time, the word wolf level limiter is lit, followed by a wire, connected to the second node. The second node it says tiger level limiter, and so on. This node is connected to the line, from the wolf level limiter to the god level limiter, but there is a node at the end, but no name is written. Moving his gaze to the bottom, there are several pictures that look like the dashboard of a car. The first screen is the power dashboard. The dashboard is like a clock marked with wolf level and tiger level, all the way to the god level, and now there is a pointer pointing to the wolf level in the position of, the pointer protrudes a little bit, but it is still very far away from the tiger level. Meaning, is my current strength at the level of wolf level? Axel frowned. This is not difficult for him to understand. Many wolf level weirdos may give their strength due to their size. It is also possible to reach the tiger level. Therefore, a wolf-level monster does not mean that all of his abilities are wolf-level. Similarly, in the position of his own degree, he just passed the wolf level, and there is still a great distance from the tiger level. The third dial is technique. This is more embarrassing, it is actually in the O position, not in the wolf level position. Meaning, is my current skill approaching 0? Axel was very angry. Isn't it because he is an otaku and rarely exercises? Is he an idiot in sports? The fourth dial is ability, but this dial is somewhat special. It is a huge dial with 10 small dials nested in it. The first dial's ability name is blasting, and the pointer also points to wolf level position. From the second subdial to the 10th subdial of the fourth dial, the names of abilities are written on it, such as manipulation, mind power, etc., but they are all grey, not like blasting. Ability is lit up. Meaning, is my ability blasting? Axel looked at this ability in horror, because he knew that the first place in the S-class hero in One Punch Man, the extremely mysterious existence, the name it's called blasting. P.S. Rush to the list, ask for recommendation votes, ask for collection, and be grateful for the support of book friends. Chapter 6. C level 208 bits. 6.net BSP. The explanation of the ability to blast the gaze. It is the ability to infuse the heat contained in the body into the opponent's body, thereby causing a violent explosion. Bai Chinese website W equals W equals W. 8 is not equal to 1 is not equal to Z less than or equal to W greater than or equal to. It's just a coincidence. Axel didn't delve into this problem, because the name is blasting. At the same time, he punched the egg and cooked the egg weird. This is more in line with the characteristics of this ability, but it hasn't reached the level described as terrifying. Now it's just a wolf level blasting. How terrifying can it be if you reach the tiger level? No, if you reach the god level. Thinking of this, Axel couldn't help but his eyes became hot. God level. That's a fan-like existence in One Punch Man. Like the one that Sykes saw with his third eye. It's like the being empowered by the Wandering Emperor. Like the one who turned into a weird man at last, and said thank you to the sky. Axel's heart couldn't help beating frantically, and after a long time, he finally calmed down. Calm down, now I'm just a wolf-level little rookie, let alone a god level, now the tiger level is infinitely far away from me. To make matters worse, he knew that this egg weird was a product of that evolutionary house, and the owner of the evolutionary house is not a fuel-efficient lamp. He needs to quickly improve his combat effectiveness, otherwise, more powerful weird people will come and find it. Own trouble. His gaze moved again, until the dial, the picture was only a short half, and the bottom was grey, I couldn't see clearly, and I didn't know what it was. Axel is studying his newly acquired abilities here, and there, the streets are already full of people, because everyone has confirmed that the egg monster is indeed dead. I can't believe it, Axel did it. I saw it. Axel smashed the eggshell of this egg freak with a punch and cooked him. You smell it, there is still a fragrance. Nonsense, I can smell the burnt smell. Hidden deep without leaking. When did this kid become so powerful? It's incredible. When did he get so powerful? I watched him lift a gas tank the other day and said with great difficulty. Yes, just the day before yesterday, he was chased by Sinortha's puppies all over the street. One punch to solve the egg monster, at least have the level of a C-rank hero, right? Awesome, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that this came from a weak chicken. The neighbors were chattering and talking, and they were all shocked by Axel's amazing performance. Everyone couldn't believe it as if they were dreaming. Axel couldn't figure out what's wrong with his picture, so he ran down from the attic, and when he left his city, he ran into Saitama-kun who rushed over. Brother Axel, you are so handsome today. Saitama-kun looked at Axel wearing red gloves and a yellow cloak, his eyes full of worship. Axel chuckled. Of course he knew in his heart that he was dressed like this and wanted to cheer himself up as Saitama-sensei, who turned on the limiter in One Punch Man, but he was given by the original version. I'm envious, it's really good fortune to fool people. Hey, fight the weirdos, help the neighborhood solve a little crisis, and then subsidize a bit of the city's expenses, it is still pretty good. Axel has a strong interest in defeating weirs. This kind of good thing is the best of both worlds, who not willing? I will be like Axel in the future, wearing red gloves and a yellow cloak to fight weird people. Saitama teacher's eyes are full of small stars. Axel's mouth twitched. Unexpectedly, he unexpectedly became the life mentor of the protagonist of One Punch Man? Cough. Is this a paradox? By the way, brother Axel, the people from the Heroes Association are here, let's go quickly. Saitama-kun took Axel's hand and quickly rushed towards the corpse of the egg monster. It's quite fast. Axel was a little helpless. This kind of post-processing staff does not need the level of heroes, only some normal clerks. Therefore, the Heroes Association does not lack this kind of personnel. What they really lack? Yes, the hero with real ability to charge the first battle. Seeing Axel in a yellow cloak, he checked the photo and pushed his glasses for a staff member in a black suit and walked over. You are Axel, from this street weekend sale shop owner. Yes, that is, I defeated the egg monster. Axel nodded and said. The staff on the opposite side took a deep look at Axel. To be honest, from his eyes, Axel saw a lot of complicated emotions. There were puzzles, doubts, shocks, and some things. Believable. We have confirmed that the egg monster has been killed by you, and this boasting situation is immediately lifted. The staff continued to explain to Axel the various procedures for the aftermath of the Heroes Association. According to your performance, the Heroes Association, the corresponding part of the fund set up by President Agni, will be used as your reward. According to our evaluation of the egg monster, it is a wolf level lower level monster and rewards 10,000 coins. 10,000 coins! The surrounding neighborhoods also exclaimed Bayerkai at the same time. Although it is not a huge sum of money, it is already a high cost to the people who live with their fingers every day on this street. Axel's heart jumped wildly. As expected, we don't understand the world of local tyrants. This Agni made a lavish move. It seems that he still has a slight surplus to compensate his losses. Suddenly, Axel became more interested in killing monsters to get rewards. It's no wonder that in the world of One Punch Man, many heroes will seek rewards from others. This reward is too rich and tempting. Axel sighed. In addition, the most important thing. The staff member's gaze fell on Axel's face. We sincerely invite you to join the Heroes Association and become a hero. Become a hero. This sound was like a bomb, exploding in the street, shocking everyone. Is it true that Axel wants to become the first hero in this street? It's amazing. Axel is about to become the protector of the streets. I agree. Axel hardly hesitated. Because of his own interests, he was able to eliminate harm for the people. In addition, the hero itself is a part-time job, and he has a lot of money to subsidize his family. Why not do it? It's a good thing with 3 birds with 1 stone. Okay, from now on, you are the 208th hero of our Heroes Association's C-level hero. Your hero name has not yet been determined. The staff obviously had been prepared and took out a badge from a briefcase. With Axel's name, profile picture, and a small electronic screen on it, showing 208-digit C-level. Tomorrow, you bring your hero card to the Heroes Association headquarters, and we will conduct hero training for you. Okay, now we are retreating. After that, the staff member loaded the corpse of the egg monster into the car and drove away. Hero. Although he is only a C-rank subordinate hero, he is also the first hero in this street, and he also solved the egg-eating crisis in this street. Brother Axel, you are our hero. Saitama-kun's eyes were full of admiration. In a dark basement, in front of a few shining computer screens. The young man wearing a pair of round glasses quietly looked at Axel on the screen. Did you kill my egg monster? Experiment number 198? By the way, the ability to cook the egg monster is very special. And, he was originally an ordinary person, why is it so short? I have gained such abilities over time, while maintaining my human form. It really made me very interested. Hey, you said, in order to thank you, should I give you a gift? A ray of light flicked across the round rim glasses, reflecting the crazy smile of the young man with some sickness. And in this dark basement, among the rows of glass tanks, there are actually strange people with weird appearances. Among them, a glass tank lifted the glass cover, and after the unknown liquid in it had flowed, a strange man who looked like a mantis was revealed. Suddenly, he opened a pair of aquamarine green. A faint cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 7, Heroes Association Headquarters. 7 Heroes Association Headquarters. To celebrate the killing of the egg monster, the plasterer said that he would help Axel deal with the part of the city that was damaged by the egg monster for free, while the hardware store owner undertook the repair work of the rolling shutter, and the furniture store said that it would send a new one. The sales counter. All this made Axel laugh from ear to ear, and in the end he swiped a big pen and took out part of his 10,000 yuan reward and asked everyone to go to the fast food restaurant to enjoy it. August 1, Chinese WW greater than or equal to W greater than or equal to 81 ZW. Com. During the dinner, everyone rushed to toast to Axel. Everyone was really happy and proud of having such a hero on the street. Hey, Max in 3rd Street always laughs at our street for no heroes, haha, now it's okay, we also have heroes. Axel really gives us a face. Also, isn't there a vest and tiger on the street? It seems to be a C-level 200 hero, who has always been a scumbag. That is, to show off in front of us all day long. Now it's fine, I also want to show off in front of them. Just forget about showing off. Recently, I have always used the identity of a hero to oppress us and take advantage of us. Although it is a hero, what is the difference between doing a deed and a gangster? Axel put down the wine glass. Of course, he is familiar with the Vest family. Among them, the Vest is the 15th in the S class. His wrist strength can easily smash a huge stone weighing tens of tons into the sky. The spacecraft in China also has a righteous heart. Of course, there are also people with low combat effectiveness and low moral character in the Vest family. For example, this Vest tiger, in order to get more attention and to be able to rewards from other heroes, he even denigrated the protagonist of One Punch Man, Saitama Sensei, but that's all about it. For the scum of this kind of hero, if I encounter it, I don't mind to teach them. However, I am afraid I can't do it with my current strength. Axel has not yet expanded to think that he is invincible. To the point, at least, a hero like the Vest Tiger has been on the battlefield, and I am afraid that his combat skills are several levels higher than his own, and his combat skills are infinitely close to zero. I think the potential of their Vest and Tiger is just that, but it has more muscles and more strength than ordinary people. Axel is different, do you see it? He has beaten the egg monster with one punch. Yes, I think Axel is an acquired genius. He has awakened some unknown ability. I think this potential will definitely reach the upper level of sea level in the future. The sea level superior, it seems to be very far away. Originally, heroes are extremely remote existences for the neighborhood, the kind of unattainable sacred existence. Even the C-rank high-ranking heroes in One Punch Man, like the rotten streets in One Punch Man, are extremely far away for them. Powerful, at least, I think that is not something ordinary people can do. Obviously, Axel today is amazing, but it hasn't reached that point. Regardless of whether you can reach the upper position of sea level, in short, you must pass the Vest Tiger first. Axel, you have to come on. The tailor shop owner who has been bullied by the Vest Tiger said expectantly, because of the relationship between making clothes. The vest and tiger has been making overlord vests with him, and he has never paid for it once. Axel nodded firmly. The day's celebration finally ended. Axel dragged his tired body back to his attic, washed and rinsed casually, and went to bed. As for the key to the city, he gave it to Saitama-kun, and he himself is going to the Heroes Association tomorrow. Saitama-kun helped him look at the store temporarily, and by the way assisted in repairing the walls, rolling shutters and shelves. Early the next morning, Saitama-kun's precise biological clock made him arrive at the city with an accuracy of 5:30. At the same time, he also brought a few manga, lying in a very position with one hand. Digging for the gold mine in his nose, flipping the comics with one hand. When he went down to the attic and saw this situation, Axel was not surprised at all. He tidied his gloves and cloak, pressed his belt, and walked out of the gap in the wall. Then he was very awe-inspiring. Flicked the cloak, justice execution. It's good to pull the wind. Saitama-kun's eyes beamed. At this time, he has not broken the limiter, and has not lost his head and some unknown feelings because of this power. Hey! Axel smiled, opened his legs, and started a long run. It is 10 kilometers from City Z to the headquarters of the Heroes Association. It takes about 20 minutes by car. And it costs about 100 currency. However, Axel is not going to go by car, he is going to run directly. In the past, he couldn't imagine it at all. With his physical strength, let alone 10 kilometers, even 1 kilometer of running was enough to make him vomit. However, since defeating the egg monster, Axel intends to train himself strictly, just like the Saitama teacher in the original book, 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squat. Then run for 10 kilometers. The current self is just that the strength, power, and ability have just reached the standard of the wolf level limiter. If you want to go up, I am afraid that only through this rigorous exercise, and in the original book, Mr. Saitama became bald and at the same time became this powerful training method is suitable for the current Axel. The amount of exercise is not particularly large, and it is not particularly difficult to do. Because as far as common sense is concerned, exercise can increase human strength. With the strength of the wolf level low position, Axel ran very easily at the beginning, but after 5 kilometers, he also started to gasp. His chest is like a bellows. Hey! After all, the strength and power of a low-level wolf rank is just a little stronger than ordinary people. Hold on, hold on! Axel cheered himself up as he ran. In the original book, Mr. Saitama once said, no matter how hard it is, no matter how hard it is, I will stick to it every day. Even if your feet are too heavy to move, stick to squats. Even if your wrist makes a strange noise, keep pushing up. Adhere to. Even if you reach your limit, stick to it. This is probably the reason why Mr. Saitama has become so powerful even though he has done some inconspicuous exercises. Ha, ha, ha. Running rhythmically, pulling a long cloak, Axel ran to the headquarters of the Heroes Association, a tower several hundred meters high. The front of the steel castle. The headquarters of the Heroes Association is a steel fortress designed and built by the S-class Hero Metal Knights. It is like a medieval European castle, but it is made of steel. At the same time, it has a very high technological content. It has a copper wall and an iron wall, which can be confronted directly. The attack of the ghost-level weirdo also has the firepower to blast the ghost-level weird frontally, and there is a cage for the ghost-level weird on the 14th floor. It can be said that this place is simply a nightmare of weird people. Chapter 8, Dotted End number 039, S hard to be worthy under the prestige. 8 It's hard to get under the prestige. The entire headquarters presents a European-style tall tower shape. Around the bottom of the tall tower, there is a steel fence of more than 20 meters high. Above the fence, there are various detection devices and automatic artillery systems. Once an abnormality is detected, the automatic artillery will be aimed at the target immediately. Bay Middle School. W less than or equal to W is not equal to W greater than or equal to 81 ZW. When comms black hole guns are aimed at the target, any low-level weird person will be scared to pee on the spot. On the face, there is a huge iron gate that is 18 meters high and 12 meters wide. Its dark appearance gives people a very heavy feeling, cold and without any trace of emotion. "Please stay," a mechanical voice said politely, but the words were full of unquestionable majesty. At the same time, above the gate, a camera adjusted its angle and aimed at Axel's face. Axel stopped and looked up at the camera. "I am the newly added hero C-Level 208 Axel, I am here to report today." After all, he put his hero card on his left chest. "Okay, please wait for the test." The voice sounded again, and at the same time, a red light was shot from the camera, which happened to shine on the hero card. With a beep, an image rises from the hero card. It is a large photograph of Axel and a profile of the character. "The information is correct. Please enter the office lobby of the Heroes Association headquarters and ask for the help of the customer service staff. They will assist you in completing the hero registration work." At the same time that the voice sounded, the door slowly opened, and the scene inside made Axelton's eyes lit up. "Step in." On the front side, there is a wide avenue that leads directly to the bottom of a conical tower. Looking up, the top of the tower seemed to be bathed in clouds. This is at least 100 floors, and it's not the height of an ordinary floor. The overall height is more than 800 meters. Axel only personally stood under this huge tower. "I feel that the majesty of this Heroes Association headquarters is like a majestic mountain, indestructible." He took a deep breath and couldn't help but spit out, "How much money does Agni, the founder of the Heroes Association, have? Yo, newcomer, come on." On the face, a hero came from the passage, with a hero card hanging on his chest, showing NETPSP. Although Axel has watched One Punch Man, but not it means that he knows every hero. What's more, this is the Hero Association 5 years before the normal timeline of One Punch Man. The heroes at this time and the heroes 5 years later may not be the same batch, let alone a NETPSP, must. Axel clenched his red gloves tightly. "Hey, I'm very motivated." The other party waved his hand, and then quickly walked out of the gate that Axel had just entered, perhaps to perform a heroic mission. Along the passage, Axel entered the first floor of the tower, which is the office hall of the Heroes Association. This floor is 50 meters high and the huge hall is tens of thousands of square meters. The heroes, staff, logistics staff, administrative staff, etc. of the Heroes Association are constantly flowing here, and everyone is in a hurry and extremely busy. On the front, there is a huge three-dimensional GIS map, which shows the structural distribution of the first floor of the headquarters. At the same time, it also shows the current location of Axel, which is where the three-dimensional GIS map is located. The first floor is basically a large service hall, which is divided into hero registration and deregistration areas, hero task reveal area, hero task return, hero task cloth, etc. In short, it is to provide heroes with various ways of doing things. There are about 600 to 700 heroes in total, and they actually use such a large space to do the work hall. I have to say that the funds for the headquarters of the Heroes Association are really sufficient. The function of the second layer makes Axel a little surprised. It is actually the training ground of the Heroes Association. Here, you can provide free training places for the heroes, not to mention the common boxing sandbags, treadmills, etc. Even the shooting range and shooting range are all available, which can be said to be a waste. The Heroes Association does these things regardless of cost. It can be said that it is a piece of merit. Axel sighed in his heart and set his eyes on the third layer. The third layer is the testing area of the Heroes Association. Heroes can test their combat effectiveness here. It is also a place to select heroes. Here, you can test the strength, degree, jumping ability, reaction ability, etc. of ordinary people who intend to become heroes. The fourth floor is actually the residence provided by the Heroes Association for Heroes. It is clearly stipulated here that heroes can have 1 week of free accommodation every month. If they want to live here for the remaining time, they need to provide corresponding funds or have corresponding of merit. The three-dimensional GIS map can currently display these 4 floors. But Axel knows that the real secret of the Heroes Association is underground, and every floor of the underground is not displayed here. After taking a look at the location of the work area, he turned around and came to the place where the hero was registered. "It's nice to serve you." The customer service staff smiled like a flower. For these people, being able to serve heroes is their supreme honor, because in this world, it would be unimaginable if there were no heroes. Therefore, in this world, the status of heroes is very high. Similarly, being able to serve heroes also makes these service personnel have a sense of pride. "I'm here to complete the registration." Axel handed in his hero card. Soon, Axel's hero registration is complete. This time, the most important thing is to bind your bank card. The Hero Association will calculate the hero's salary based on Axel's monthly performance. And the rewards for killing the weirdo are directly into his bank card. There is no need to worry about the moon and moon anymore. Axel tearfully accepted the exclusive phone number of the Heroes Association handed to him by the other party. With this phone number, he can contact the Heroes Association directly. At the same time, his hero card is also connected to the Hero Association network. The Hero Association can locate Axel at any time. At the same time, according to his position, he will distribute some monster hunting information that is close to him and at the same time ability. After completing the registration, Axel decided to go to the second floor to see. His strength is still relatively low. If he can get systematic training, I am afraid that the degree of improvement will be very fast. On the second floor, there are not many people in the current training ground. Some train their hand strength in the boxing training area, and some train their body strength in the strength training area. In the farther place, the obstacle zone was built, and there were dexterous heroes flashing and moving in it, speeding extremely fast. Eyes move. In a fixed shooting range, a hero holding a gun is constantly shooting. Next to it is a moving object shooting range, and a hero holding a crossbow is constantly shooting down the frisbee. Hero, it's not that good to be a hero. Axel sighed, because he killed the egg weirdo. Dr. Kenos of the House of Evolution would never let him go easily, and Kenos the doctor had created the existence of a dragon-level weird Azure model unicorn. He must improve himself as soon as possible to save his life. Axel's current attack method mainly comes from boxing opponents, and then uses his own blasting ability to kill the opponent. Therefore, he came to the boxing training area, found a boxing training machine, and started training his own. Fist strength. A punch of boom hit the target surface of the boxing strength training machine, and suddenly, an LCD screen next to it immediately showed the strength of Axel's punch. 88 kilograms. According to the average person, boxing strength is 5 oak. Of course, boxing power is not boxing impact. Boxing impact is the overall impact with weight. That power will vary depending on the size of the individual. For example, Bruce Lee's boxing power is G, but the difference in weight between the two is too large, resulting in a twofold difference in punching power between the two. 88 kilograms, probably half of Bruce Lee's. Axel smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he broke through the wolf limiter, he was actually slightly stronger than ordinary people. When fighting against the egg monster, if it weren't for the organs set up by Axel to loosen the egg shell, I am afraid that with this kind of punch, it would be impossible to send the blasting power into the egg monster's egg white. It takes a long time to train. Axel was not discouraged. There was no free bread in the world. Everything needed to be done by himself. He began to smash into the boxing training machine with one punch. At this moment, a voice sounded lazily, "Hee hee, 88 kilograms of fist strength can actually kill the egg weirdo, the current hero is really hard to be called under the reputation." Chapter 9. Provocative. 9. Provocation. Axel frowned. He was familiar with this voice. The Vest Tiger, the C-rank hero in the street next door, always relied on his own strength to protect the streets in the city of Axel. Taking credit, saying that it's on credit is actually the same as repaying debts. There are also fast food restaurants, blacksmith shops, clothing stores, etc., all in the name of credit, and I have owed them for more than a year. Meaning. Bai Chinese net W. I. 81ZW.com. Unexpectedly, the first day I came to the Heroes Association, I met this nasty guy. Although he was a hero, he gave Axel a feeling even more disgusting than a weirdo. Hearing the voice of the tiger in the vest, many heroes turned their heads and looked over curiously. A new hero. Looking at his appearance, his fighting style should be based on his fist strength. Such a hero has only 80 oak, which is indeed a bit low. Only this kind of punch strength defeated the egg monster. I've seen the status of the egg weirdo. It is a wolf-level mid-level weirdo. The main feature is that the egg shell is relatively hard and the power is relatively large. Judging from the characteristics of this new hero, it is really necessary to defeat the egg weirdo. An incredible thing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the surrounding heroes all stopped training and rested, and at the same time they started to chat. It's such a coincidence. Axel smiled, took off one of his gloves, and then took out a white strip from his pocket. By the way, you bought milk powder, fruits and electric fans on credit last year. A total of 2100 coins, when will you pay it back? The tiger in the vest looked stiff, and of course he knew what he had done in the street next door. Hey, of course I will pay back the money, but you still slipped a lot of time to change the subject, you haven't answered my question. Repaying debts is justified, don't you think? Axel turned to ask the surrounding heroes. Hey, yes. The hero immediately responded. Obviously, the popularity of the vest is not good, and many people seem to be uncomfortable with what he does. Hey! The tiger in the vest gritted his teeth, took out his hero card, and swiped Axel's hero card. Suddenly, 2100 coins entered Axel's pocket. Oh, it's not easy. I have been chasing this money for almost a year. If I didn't come to the Heroes Association headquarters this time, I don't know how long it will be pursued, perhaps for a lifetime. After Axel got the money, don't mind continuing to sprinkle salt on the other side's wound. Haha. There were already heroes around who laughed. With the escalation of events here, more and more heroes stopped their training and began to surround themselves. Good boy, you asked for it. The tiger in the vest let go of his distressed money first, gritted his teeth, and continued, I'm here to ask you, what is a hero? Axel pondered for a moment and put on his red gloves. Heroes are people who use their abilities to help ordinary people solve distress. There are many heroes nodding their heads. This is probably the fundamental reason for the creation of the Heroes Association, because most ordinary people have no power to fight back when facing a crisis. Heroes are needed at this time. You're right, but you forgot a little. The Vest Tiger grinned, even if you use your own ability to help ordinary people solve the crisis, but if that method is dirty, then he will not worthy to be a hero, even if he solves the distress for ordinary people. Because a hero is the incarnation of justice, everything he does must be bright and just. Although many people are unhappy with the Vest Tigers, it can be seen that his remarks still get the resonance of many heroes. That's right. Axel put one hand on his hips, and the other hand fell naturally. All of this was obviously a pavement. He was waiting for the Vest of the Tigers. Seeing that Axel had already taken the bait, the Vest Tiger was overjoyed. Then, let me ask you, how did you defeat the egg weirdo? Smash his egg shell, and then severely damage the egg white and yolk inside him. That's it. Axel shrugged and said. Break his eggshell. The vest tiger sneered, because according to the data, the hardness of the eggshell of the egg monster is extremely high, probably reaching the standard of ordinary cement, as shown by Axel just now. From the perspective of fist strength, it is an impossible task to break the egg shell. Your fist strength is 88 kilograms. It would be difficult to break a door, let alone the eggshell of an egg monster that has reached the intermediate level of the wolf level. Suddenly, all the heroes became suspicious. Maybe, he has some special ability, right? Some heroes guessed. A hero with special abilities, where would it be sea level? A hero shook his head. Generally speaking, the so-called special abilities of heroes in sea level are forged. For example, the hero Kinjian is just between the arms. A device that can breathe fire is installed in it. A true hero with special abilities will grow up a little and become a high-level hero. Be quiet, everyone. The vest tiger sneered, looked at Axel, and said to the surrounding heroes. Suddenly, the curious heroes quieted down. Axel sneered in his heart, and the tiger in the vest really looked like in the original One Punch Man. It is very capable of creating momentum and using the public opinion of the masses to strike against other heroes, so as to gain more popularity. Popularity is also part of the hero's attributes. Perhaps, many heroes do not value their popularity, such as S-class heroes, basically do not value it very much. However, many low-level heroes value this kind of popularity, because popularity can bring them some additional income, such as TV interview shows, etc., which will have additional income. And this vest tiger is one of them, eager for things like popularity. As far as I know, this egg monster was not defeated by Axel, or rather, it was not completely defeated by him. The tiger in the vest looked at Axel with burning eyes. The other heroes were taken aback. It's not impossible for the tigers in the vest to say that after defeating the weirdo, many heroes don't care whether this feat will be counted on them. Sometimes they just knock down the weird and go away, and then be given by other heroes. Picking up a cheap one is nothing new. Could it be that this Axelman picked up the bargain, and said that he defeated the egg monster by himself? This is really low moral character. As a hero, I hate other heroes with bad morals for taking their own credit. Mr. Axel, what do you say? The vest looked at Axel coldly. Axel looked at the vest tiger with a very calm expression, because he was too familiar with this guy, but asked indifferently, then what do you want? Such a rhetorical question, on the contrary, made the vest stunned. Shouldn't Axel's normal reaction be from anger to anger? This point also makes the surrounding heroes a little suspicious. After all, this is just the words of the tiger in the vest. Moreover, Axel's performance is very calm, which makes people doubt the authenticity of the incident. If you can beat me, I believe that you are really capable of defeating that egg monster. The vest tiger's eyes rolled, and he said seriously. Chapter 10. Forget about his old man. 1. Forget his old man. The hero next to him was taken aback. 8. 1. Chinese W. 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 8. 1Z, W. COM. Hero challenges are allowed in the rules of the Heroes Association. Once the challenge is successful, you can cross the ranking of that hero and be promoted to a higher position. This rule is to make the hero have a higher sense of crisis, not a hero who sits and knows to die for wages, mixes and waits for death. However, this is not critical. The key is that the tigers in the vest challenged Axel. Two heroes who are also power type use heavy punches to attack. Basically, the size of their power and the skill of using power determine the outcome. Obviously, with a boxing strength of 25 oak, the tigers are good at boxing, and they have completely abused Axel in both aspects. This is simply a challenge without suspense. I can give you 2 months to train, so as not to say that I am bullying you. The vest tiger said seriously, which sounds like he is very fair. However, in 2 months, the strength you want to train is from 8 oak to 25 oak? This is simply a myth. In addition, when Axel hit the boxing machine just now, everyone saw it really, it was just chaotic punches, and there was no tactics. At this level, 2 months later, want to play against a tiger with a vest who is good at boxing? Is this a myth, or is it a myth? Well, 2 months later, the winner will be divided. Axel said word by word. Young man. Ma Bone, the 283 C-class hero, sighed. It's easy to be fooled, and it's easy for young people to take the lead. The 295 C-level heroes without studs also nodded in agreement. Young and vigorous. C-rank 140 hero Red Scarf Fighter smiled. In his opinion, young people are like this. If they don't have a little bit of spirit, they are not young people. Besides, it is not a bad thing for a young man to fall down. It can make his character grow faster. I just became a hero, a little bit swollen. This vest is not good for the tiger character, but the strength is still good. The 85 C-level hero battery man analyzed from the side. This vest tiger is good at fishing. I was deceived by him back then. I accepted his challenge and was defeated by him. It finally took a full year to be promoted to my current rank. C-level 203 heroes the Mono Cross also sighed and said, it seems that the past is unbearable. The vest tiger has been a hero for almost a year. It has been training with the vest family. It is also supported by the vest family when doing hero tasks. Therefore, due to the apportionment of merits, its hero ranking has not risen fast, but its hero position is also relatively high, relatively stable. In addition, the systematic training with the vest family gives him a good strength. It can be said that although this guy is very annoying, you have to admit that he is rare among C-rank heroes. The strength faction. Therefore, although he is unlovable and low in rank, not many people are willing to provoke him. More importantly, the strength of the group of their vests, like the black hole of the B-class hero vest, a class hero vest vegetarian, there is also an S-class hero who is extremely powerful. The representative of Bo Pi vest. However, the young hero in front of him was obviously at a loss of strength, and he immediately hit the bar with the vest and tiger. Once you lose this hero contest, Axel's hero ranking will be replaced by the vest, and at the same time, there is a possibility of losing hero qualifications. See you in 2 months. Axel said calmly, turning around to leave. Hey, don't be too scared to come when the time comes. The vest tiger chuckled, he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. However, I have already applied for a hero challenge to the association. At this moment, there was a shock from Axel's hero card. Axel looked down and a line of information appeared on the display. Do you accept the challenge of the vest tiger? At the same time, there are 3 additional consequences below the message. 1. Once you win this heroic challenge, you will be rewarded with monthly wages from the vest and tigers of the month. 2. Once you lose this hero challenge, the hero ranking will drop by 1. At the same time, the hero ranking of the vest tigers will replace the original Axel ranking. 3. Once you lose this hero challenge, the Heroes Association will determine that the egg monsters killing achievements are not owned by Axel, and Axel's hero ranking directly drops to 388, which is the C level. The last one. At the same time, if Axel fails to kill other weirdos that month, he will immediately be disqualified as a hero. Sure enough, it's the same as the vest tiger in the original book. Axel sneered in his heart. In One Punch Man, the vest tiger is a representative of a kind of hero. This kind of hero is not thinking about how to solve it. The crisis of the weirdo uses various events to build momentum for oneself, increase popularity, and even suppress other heroes to elevate oneself. In the meteorite incident 5 years later, the crazy output of Saitama Teacher made the public's impression of Saitama Teacher extremely bad, and even the evaluation is it the bald cape that specializes in grabbing the credit of other heroes. And this move is aimed at Axel, also showing its scheming nature. The Heroes Association can be said to have closed one eye for this kind of people, and the vests are not for short-term protection. Since everyone does not care about it, then it is up to me to twist this unhealthy trend. Accept. Axel quickly pressed the OK button on his hero card. Soon, the Vest Tigers immediately received the news confirmed by Axel. At the same time, the news was sent to all NetBSP in the form of broadcast: accept the challenge of the Vest Tigers. A kitten on the tree. The Sea Level 1 hero Justice Knight, who was captured and returned to a little sister, frowned. To be honest, he didn't like the Vest Tiger. Last time, the Vest Tiger challenged the C rank 299 heroes. The final result was: it was the ranking of the Academy, and the loss of his qualifications as a hero, which made the Academy resign with great regret. However, although the ability of the Academy is not very strong, he has a righteous heart, and a hunting the weirdo creates the heart of safe and peaceful life for ordinary people. Well, this tragedy won't happen again, will it? The heroes next to him shook their heads with a wry smile. This is a foregone conclusion, but a little regretful why Axel is so easy to be fooled. The profession of being a hero is still good in the world of One Punch Man, not to mention a high salary, and a respectable position in society. In the complex eyes of the heroes, Axel quickly left the Heroes Association. He left so anxiously. Naturally he wanted to hurry up and arrange his own plan to improve his strength. He is naturally not arrogant enough to be able to defeat the tiger in the vest. What he needs now is a way to improve his combat effectiveness in 2 months. What can we do about it? The challenge is already here. If you fail, not only will you not achieve your own role in containing this unhealthy trend, but will only increase the arrogance of the other party, making the Vest and Tigers even more unscrupulously frame other heroes. This is simply the black sheep among the heroes. How to do? In 2 months, I increased my strength to 3 times, and then used the skills of strength and combat skills to live a hero with several years of experience. Difficult. It's too difficult. What to do, what to do? Axel desperately recalled every hero and detail in One Punch Man. Right. Axel's eyes lit up. Why did I forget his old man? Chapter 11. A madman who claims to be a god. 11. A madman who claims to be a god. Axel smashed both fists, took out the new Heroes Association mobile phone, and immediately dialed the Heroes Association's exclusive hero answering desk. Bai Chinese WW. W. 81, ZW. C, OM. Sea Level 208 Hero Axel, hello, what can I do for you? Now Axel does not have his own exclusive hero title. The waiter uses a sweet voice to call Axel extremely cumbersome level and rank. By the way, I want to know where the dojo of the S-class hero Bangu is. Axel asked politely. Mr. Bangu's dojo. The voice of the waiter on the other side suddenly became extremely reverent, and there was a vaguely excited and rapid breathing from the other end of the phone. The S-class heroes were like gods in the hearts of these people. The existence of is the ultimate weapon to protect this world. Mr. Bangu's dojo address location has been sent to your hero card. What else can I do for you? No, thank you. Axel hung up the communication, holding his hero card, and immediately showed a route on the monitor. Okay, let's try your luck and see the master of flowing water Broken Rock Fist. Would you like to teach me, a rookie who hasn't gotten started yet? Before the crossing, Axel was just an otaku who liked anime after 8-0. He also liked the work One Punch Man. Among them, the third place in the S-class, the old man of Bang, who was mature and steady and acted in a low-key manner, left a very deep impression on him. It's about 13 kilometers. Axel took a look at the time. The old man Bang also lived in the city where he was, and the headquarters of the Heroes Association was like an independent city, far away from the city. Established in the wilderness, but the headquarters of the Heroes Association has many roads leading to various cities. Run! Isn't the important reason why Saitama teacher is strong? No matter how hard and tired you are, you must insist on finishing the run. For a sales store owner who sits in the store all day, 13 kilometers is an astronomical figure. Axel gritted his teeth and ran, sweating all over his body, and every step he took was an ecstasy. Footprints are shocking. Arriving at the door of Banggu Dojo, he stopped, but he couldn't stop the breathing like pulling a bellows in his chest. It is deserted, but tidy, and the fallen leaves at the door are cleaned very clean. For some old wooden gates, the paint on the round door knocker has already peeled off, and the wooden gates have been pitted by the erosion of wind and rain. On the top, there is a plaque, the Flowing Water Broken Rock Fist Dojo. After staying for a full 2 minutes, letting his breathing become normal and his heartbeat gradually eased, Axel grabbed the knocker and slapped it a few times. Papa, Papa, Papa. Afterwards, standing quietly at the door waiting. After a while, the door squeaked, and a corner was opened. A short-shaved young man came out with his brows frowning. It seemed that he did not believe that someone had come to the dojo. After seeing Axel, he was sure that I heard the knock on the door correctly. Sorry, the boy opened the door, scratched his head, and walked out. Nobody usually comes to the dojo. I thought it was a mistake. It's okay, I'm here to see Senior Banggu, my name is Axel. Axel smiled, of course he knew who the person in front of him was, he was Banggu's closed disciple Kalanzi. Can you give me a message? Oh, well, you come with me, you don't need to report. Chalanzi scratched her head again, and led Axel into the dojo, closing the gate at the same time. While leading the way, he looked at Axel suspiciously. At this time, Axel seemed to have just been soaked by rain, his head stuck together, his clothes were wet, and he answered every step of the way. Footprints of the answer. It didn't rain today. Is it all sweat? Chalanzi frowned and said inwardly, how much training does it take to do this sweat? Chalanzi, who has been training Flowing Water Broken Rock Fist all the year round, certainly knows how much he needs to do this. If he practices his boxing as an example, he has to beat the Flowing Water Broken Rock Punch at least 20 times without rest. Continuous and uninterrupted crazy practice for a full 200 minutes. He couldn't help but sighed in his heart, don't say it is 200 minutes of training, even if it is an hour of this intensity training, you will be tired and unable to lift your arms. If it is really training, it would be really desperate. Entering the inside of the dojo, it is quite large now. It is 100 square meters including the wall, and the dojo inside is more than 700 square meters. It can be imagined how lively it is when the dojo is in normal operation. Axel sighed in his heart, thinking of the young man who made the whole dojo decay, the proud disciple of Banggu, the martial arts powerhouse who was so powerful in the future, and the madman who claimed to be a god. Pushing the door of the training ground open, Master, there is a young man named Axel who wants to see you. I brought him in. Oh. There seemed to be some surprise in the tone. Axel stepped in and looked at the figure in the training ground. A thin old man was standing there, his hands on his back, his body slightly rickety, and his face full of traces was covered with wind and frost. If he hadn't known his fame a long time ago, walking on the street would have thought that this was an old man who needed to make way for him to get on the bus. However, Banggu's strength, Axel knew that this was a strong one who could instantly some dragon-level weird, a high-ranking hero with S-level strength. Senior Banggu, I am Axel, I want to follow you to learn Flowing Water Crushing Rock Fist. Axel said straightforwardly. A look of surprise flashed across Banggu's calm face. Since the incident in which his proud disciple was born a few years ago, he was personally expelled. Few people have come to the dojo to express their desire to learn martial arts. The veteran eyes clearly saw that Axel had just come to the dojo after undergoing an extremely stamina training. You can tell by looking at the 2 watermarks under his feet. Axel, I seem to have heard of this name today, by the way, it's on the hero card. Bangu also saw the Hero Challenge message posted by the Heroes Association. He knew Axel 2 months later. I want to have a contest with the Vest Tiger. It seems that I want to hold the Buddha's foot temporarily to practice the flowing water broken rock fist to deal with the challenge 2 months later. I don't accept apprentices anymore, Chalanzi is my closed disciple. Bangu turned around, turned his back to Axel, and waved to the rear. Looking from behind, the rickety body looked a bit desolate and tragic at this time, with an inexplicable bleakness. Axel was startled. Of course he knew why Bangu was so desolate. Of course it was because his proud disciple, in the entire One Punch Man, claimed to be the supreme powerhouse of God. At the same time, he is also the proud disciple who expelled from the teacher's door by himself. However, this incident also made him feel discouraged, and he no longer had the heart to teach his disciples, and the dojo was considered a half-closed state. That person really broke his heart. With a sigh, Axel was not prepared to be too difficult for others. He bowed to the hero who made him extremely respected, then turned around and left. Chapter 12. Legendary Master. 12 Legendary Master. To let such a heartbroken person force himself to teach his boxing skills, it would be the cruelest thing in the world. Therefore, after Axel got the answer, he turned around resolutely and left. Bai Chinese website W equals W equals W. 8 is not equal to 1 is not equal to Z less than or equal to W greater than or equal to. There are always more solutions than difficulties when encountering difficulties. This has always been Axel's attitude when facing any problem. Yes, finding Bangu to teach one's own boxing is indeed a good way to solve the problem, but there may not be other ways. Axel racked his brains as he went out. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Chalanzi, who rushed out quickly, stopped Axel who was about to open the courtyard door and leave. Axel stopped, thinking that the other party had changed his mind, shook his head and said, "If it is difficult for a strong man, I would rather not." "No, my master wants you to go back and have something to say," Chalanzi said. Axel frowned, listening to Chalanzi's tone. It shouldn't have changed his mind. What is it? He really couldn't think of it for a while. Nodded, followed Chalanzi back to the training ground. Bangu was sitting cross-legged on the ground, pointing to a futon in front of him. Axel sat cross-legged, and Chalanzi sat cross-legged on the back of Bangu. If you don't teach you the technique of flowing water breaking rock fist, the first reason is that the old man no longer accepts disciples. There is another reason, but it is because of yourself. Bangu looked at Axel in front of him. Said. Chalanzi was taken aback and turned to look at her master curiously. Bangu is the third-ranked hero in the S class, but after practicing with him for so many years, he didn't see any difference. The whole person is like an extremely ordinary old man. He arranged the tea set, soaked a saucer of tea from the boiling iron kettle, and handed a small cup to Axel. Axel is also puzzled, but Bangu, as a martial arts master, must have his reason. I would like to hear more. From the perspective of your attire, you should be of the strength type, relying on your own impact to break through your opponents. Bangu said from Axel's attire at a glance. Axel smiled and nodded without shuddering. To be reasonable, those C-rank heroes have already seen their combat characteristics, not to mention the martial arts master Bangu. However, my flowing water broken rock fist is about breaking moves, not positive force breakthroughs. Therefore, my style of boxing is not suitable for your style. This is the second reason why I reject you if you force it. Cultivating my flowing water broken rock fist is counterproductive. Bangu whispered, from the time you walked in, I found that you practiced very hard, so if you put this effort in the opposite direction if you do, it can only make you farther and farther away from your goal. Axel was startled. Yes, in One Punch Man, that bug-like Bangu triumphant disciple, didn't he pay attention to constantly breaking moves, and breaking moves again? Axel held the cup of tea in his hand and placed it on his lips, frowning in thought. Do you need to change your combat style yourself? Not good. Own ability, blasting is obviously a skill that strengthens strength. You can inject the power of blasting into your fist and explode in an instant, greatly enhancing your combat effectiveness. This is the root of oneself. But if you don't change yourself, you don't have to change your fighting style in order to adapt to something. It's a way of fighting to break the moves and crack the opponent's moves with the softness of flowing water. With absolute strength, it may not be a way to drop 10 wisdom with absolute strength. Good fighting style. The key is to see if it suits you. Bangu took a sip of water and said lightly. Axel raised his brows, and Bangu's words made him feel suddenly open. Thanks to the predecessor's guidance, so that you can suddenly see the light. Axis bowed sincerely. I can't talk about giving directions. Bangu said with a smile. The young people nowadays are impetuous. Few people can listen to other people's suggestions like Axel. He appreciates this very much. In addition to seeing Axel's earnest effort, there is a feeling of unrefined jade in front of him, unsculpted and unpleasant. If I lose it, it is really a pity. Actually, it's not that no one can guide you. In this world, there are many strong ones, and they are strong ones who are suitable for teaching you. Axel's eyes lit up and said sincerely. Please advise. Oni sauce, bomb. Bangu said. Axel's eyes are brighter. Bangbu, of course he knows that he is the master of the dojo of Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist, an extremely mysterious boxing master, Bangu's brother. It is completely different from Bangu. What the Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist pays attention to is absolute attack power. With the Whirlwind's attack, coupled with the strong destructive power of slashing iron, it completely defeats the opponent from the front. Yes, Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist is an excellent boxing technique for you. Although there are not many performances of this set of boxing techniques among the one-punchers, Bangbu's strength is definitely not inferior to Bangu, but I have no interest in becoming a hero. Axel's heart was throbbing. Being able to become a disciple of such a master of boxing skills makes him extremely excited even thinking about it. But don't be too happy too early. Although O'Neill has been teaching his disciples, he doesn't accept it for everyone. It depends on his mood. Bangu said blankly. Axel's eyebrows twitched a few times, and every time he looked at an old man and said Oni sauce, there was always a feeling of tightness. How do you know if you don't try it? And ask Senior to help introduce it. Axel stood up and bowed, saying that Bomb is not a hero, so it is still difficult to get his address. This is no problem. Speaking of it, it's been a long time since I went to O'Neill's home to eat hot pot. Let's go, now, it's time. Bang, also a person who said nothing, stood up from the ground. With his hands on his back, Chalanzi and Axel went straight out. The dojo of Bumbu's Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist is not in this city. If it hadn't exhausted his energy, Axel would still suggest whether to run over. By driving Chalanzi, it takes an hour to get to the dojo of Bangbu. I really want to see Teacher Bomb quickly. Axel was very excited. It's not a blow to you, O'Neill has a very weird temper. I'm not sure if I will accept you as a disciple. Bangu touched his beard with his right hand. Where there is a will, it will be done. Axel firmly looked at the city in front of him, and he was about to see this legendary figure. Chapter 13, Tie Hands and Leggings. 13 Tied Hands and Leggings. P.S. Ice and Snow, 360 Handstand for recommendation tickets and collections. Compared with the dojo of Flowing Water Broken Rock Fist, the dojo of Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist is much more lively. 8. 1 Chinese. Network W less than or equal to WW equals. Less than or equal to 81 ZW. Com. The overall structure of the two is similar. They are both surrounded by a walled courtyard outside and a training ground of hundreds of square meters inside, except that there are more than a dozen martial artists who are cultivating barefoot and wearing judo uniforms. From time to time, there are shouts of drink and ha. Pour all your energy and spirit into your boxing technique, and then hit it out in one breath to knock down your opponent. A deep and strong voice came, "You are wrong, you have not done your best. You need what I do is, every punch is my own full blow." Bangu stood outside the gate of the training ground and smiled at Axel. Onichan's boxing is just like this, every punch is doing his best to concentrate his whole body strength in his own boxing. Axel thoughtfully, this is indeed different from the fist of flowing water broken rock fist. "Oh, and I sauce!" Bangu shouted into the training ground. Axelton was embarrassed and committed. Chalanzi also scratched her head, looking a little embarrassed. "Okay, everyone stop and rest." Bangbu naturally knew who was here, and instructed the disciples to rest, and then turned to the door of the training ground. "The younger brother who missed O'Neill can't wait to come over. It's great to see O'Neill in good health." Bangbu's words made Axel goosebumps again. "This is..." Bomb's gaze fell on Axel. "A young man who wants to learn from a teacher and has a promising future," Bangu said. "Teacher Bangbu, my name is Axel," as Teacher Bangu said, "I am a young man who wants to learn boxing." Axel said respectfully, and at the same time bowed, "Please Bang Teacher Buletin accepted me as a disciple." The temperament of Bangbu and Bangu are completely different. If Bangu looks like an old man who is crumbling, then Bangbu is stalking and arrogant with a straight waist. Bumbu looked Axel up and down, then looked away after a moment. "As you can see, my dojo is full." He turned sideways and showed everyone the situation of the training field behind him. His words were not an excuse. In a small 80 square meter dojo, there are more than 30 warriors. "Teacher, we're going back for dinner." "Teacher, I'm leaving too, come on time in the afternoon." "Me too." Bangbu's disciples came over to say goodbye one by one. It was time for lunch. The dojo would not prepare food for the disciples, but went back to eat separately. Bangbu nodded with his hands upside down, and a group of disciples filed out of the training ground and left the dojo to go home for dinner. "Onichan, did you hear my belly growl? Well, it's also time for dinner, and there is still enough food in the dojo." Bangbu smiled slightly. "Why don't you eat hot pot? Right on my mind." Axel's brows twitched, and he secretly said, "It really is two brothers." The hot pot boils slowly in the pot. Several people sat around the hot pot, quietly, waiting for the first person to speak. "Auni-chan, give young people more opportunities. There are not many people who want to learn martial arts." Bangbu said, "His words are indeed the attitude of the whole world towards martial arts. The training of martial arts emphasizes the training of people's strength, degree, and skills. At the same time, it also pays attention to self-cultivation. As the saying goes, martial arts, martial arts, martial arts, and Tao." Axel looked at Bangbu with extremely expectant eyes, and being able to get the guidance of this martial arts master was undoubtedly tens of thousands of times stronger than his own blind cultivation. Although Chalanzi has been in contact with Axel for a short time, she also hopes that Axel can come under Bangbu's door and practice whirlwind slashing iron fist. Bambo was silent for a moment, and his gaze fell on Axel. "Well, you can see that my dojo is overcrowded, and my energy is limited. It is difficult to teach more people, even if it is forced. Teaching is also an attitude that is irresponsible to you. However, I think your will is indeed very determined." He stood up, walked to a corner of the dojo, and then took out a few things, back to the front of the hot pot. "This is tied hands and leggings," Bangbu said. "Axel is a bit weird, what does it mean to tie hands and leggings?" Chalanzi also frowned, wondering what the uncle was thinking. Bangbu knelt on the ground, his expression on his face unchanged, quietly waiting for O'Neill to reveal the mystery. "If you can ensure that you wear these tied hands and leggings every day to run back and forth between my dojo and your home. 5 rounds a day, for a month. If you can do it, then I will accept you." As a disciple. Bang Buletin said lightly. After Bangbu's words fell, Chalanzi's face changed drastically. He who has been practicing all the year round didn't know how difficult it was. It takes about 40 minutes for a normal person to run 10 kilometers, and it takes nearly 1.5 hours for a round trip. 5 times back and forth, which is almost 8 hours. This is still without binding hands and leggings. Oh my god, this is hellish cultivation. Chalanzi couldn't help blurting out. Even Bang's face changed slightly, but he did not answer. Is there only these? Axel stood up from the ground and took the tied hands and leggings from Bumbu's hands. A bright color flashed in Bumbu's eyes, and he nodded without speaking. Well, in that case, let's calculate from now, I can't wait. Axel quickly tied his hands and leggings to his body, then turned and ran out quickly. Mr. Axel, don't you want to eat first? Chalanzi asked anxiously. No, I'm going. Axel smiled, pushed open the gate of the training ground, and ran out quickly. Oh, I ran without eating. Didn't I just say that I was very hungry? Chalanzi stirred the hot pot with the shared chopsticks and said to herself. Bangbu and Bangu glanced at each other, a strange look was revealed in their eyes, and then the two stood up at the same time and rushed out of the training ground like lightning. Ah, the hot pot is already cooked, we can start, master, master. Chalanzi raised her head, only to find that he was the only one left in the entire training ground. When Bangu and Bangbu left, he had no idea at all. Should I eat such a big pot of hot pot alone? Forget it. Let's eat together when master and uncle come back. Gilyalu. A continuous sound came from Chalanzi's belly. Chapter 14. Back then, he was so crazy. 14 He was so crazy back then. Bangu and Bangbu moved around and dashed on the roof like two ghosts. Bai Middle School? When net www? W81ZW. Com. Bangu carried his hands upside down and moved on the roof, but it was like walking in a leisurely garden, as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest sluggishness and suppleness. Bangbu is completely different. The whole person is like a gust of wind, swiftly blowing across the entire roof, but no matter how he seems to be mad, he still only maintains a half-length position ahead of Bangu. At this moment, their gazes all fell on a figure on the street, which was obviously running much slower than their speed. With wolf-level strength and speed, it is easier than ordinary people to run more than 10 kilometers. However, with this tied hands and leggings, plus 5 back and forth, it's not normal. This tied hands and leggings add up to about 20 kilograms, and it's about 12 kilometers when I come home. What I need to do now is to stick to it and stick to it. Axel thought to himself as he ran. He didn't notice that on the house next to the street, there were two figures closely following his steps. Finally ran home, sweating all over, and he stumbled into his city. Axel Kun, what's wrong with you? Did you fight with some weird man again? After seeing Axel, Saitama Kun, who was helping Axel in the shop, suddenly brightened his eyes with looked at Axel with admiration. Axel's breathing was like a cow panting. He walked to his shelf, took a bottle of mineral water, drank it all in one breath, and sat heavily on the stool with his chest up and down. Turning around and looking at it, the restoration of the current city is almost done. This group of neighbors is really awesome, Saitama-kun. I am afraid you will need your help to see the market at this time, and I will pay you a certain amount of compensation. Saitama-kun waved his hand and said that it doesn't matter, I don't have a job anyway, so I can help you see the store. Besides, there are so many snacks in your city. After speaking, Axel's gaze fell in front of Saitama-kun. There were sunflower seeds, sugar, coke. It can be seen that Saitama-kun's life is still very chic. The muscles on Axel's distressed face twitched and he was almost resting. Then, he ran out of the city and ran straight to the dojo of Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist. The second run was much more difficult than the first run. Persevere, persevere. The first trip home took about 41 minutes, and the second trip to the door of Whirlwind Zhan Taichuan took nearly 50 minutes. He sat down on the lawn next to the entrance of the dojo, took out a chocolate bar and a bottle of water from his pocket, and slowly chewed the chocolate and drank the water. He needs to replenish energy and moisture, but he didn't want to go in and report that he ran back and forth. Cultivating this kind of thing is your own will, not to accomplish this so-called task. After resting almost, got up again and ran back home. The willpower is not bad, O'Neill. Bangu stood on a wall only arm width, with his hands on his back, and crouched his body with a slight smile. It's only the first day. I haven't fully completed the task of cultivation. By the way, I'm hungry, how about you? In response to Bangbu's words, Gurulu. The second back and forth. 60 minutes. Rested for a full 3 minutes. The third back and forth. 70 minutes. Rested for 5 minutes. The fourth round trip. 80 minutes. Rested for a full 10 minute. Looking at the dark night, Axel leaned against the wall, nibbling on the chocolate bar while drinking water. I have to hold on to it later, but this chocolate bar and mineral water are a bit tricky. It's up. Axel couldn't help but ridiculed himself and patted the dust on his body. He stood up and said, "When is the salary of the Heroes Association? Otherwise, my city will go bankrupt." After that, he started the last run. In the middle of the night, he returned to his city. "Axel-kun, you are absolutely crazy." Saitama-kun, who was already sleeping on the table, wiped his eyes and looked at the wet Axel. "I thought you are fighting weirdos. Unexpectedly, you are actually cultivating." Hee. After finishing today's practice, Axel almost wanted to lie down on the spot, and didn't want to move. The whole person seemed to fall apart. Tired. Too tired. Humans have their limits. Even if you keep practicing, I'm afraid you can't improve too much. Saitama-kun buckled his nostril with his little finger. "You look like some heroes. What kind of flamethrower do you use? Guns, isn't this improving your strength faster and more directly? The real strength comes from your own strength." Axel shook his head. "Saitama-kun, thank you for helping me see the store. Go home and rest." "Hey, I'm afraid you feel bad." Saitama-kun smiled and ran away quickly. "Not good!" Axel exclaimed, ignoring the incomparable fatigue of his body. He ran to the shelf to take a look. Suddenly, the muscles on his face throbbed with cramps. "I can see that this little foundation can't support this foodie at all. In fact, he has forgotten one point. He ran 5 rounds today and ate a whole box of chocolate bars and more than 2 bottles of mineral water. If you count Saitama-kun's consumption of food, his salary from the Heroes Association and the city's income are simply not enough. How to do? Is it going to be bankrupt if you haven't achieved any results in your practice?" While taking a bath, I thought, Axel's heart was broken at this time. After taking a shower, Axel slumped on the bed and fell asleep. Too tired. Almost every cell in the body is sleeping, taking a break in a frantic hurry. Putting aside the issue of funding, the most important thing now is systematic practice and unremitting practice. In the dark, Bangu stood on the wall with his hands folded back, looking at the direction of the weekend sale quietly. At this time, he was a little lost. He thought of his proud disciple. Back then, that proud disciple was also the same. Crazy cultivation, such a tenacious will. There was an unnamed pain in Bangu's heart, and he was probably the only one who could understand this pain. "Hey!" He sighed long, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the wall in an instant and sank into the night. Chapter 15 Actually produced a sense of expectation. 15 Actually produced a sense of expectation. Cultivation, exercise, study, work. These all have a common feature. It is easy to have a short time of interest, but it is difficult to persevere for a long time. August 1st Chinese WW less than or equal to W81ZW. Com. 1 day, 2 days. 1 week, 2 weeks. Axel's practice without distracting thoughts, every day according to his own plan, will strictly complete the practice with tied hands and leggings. In the first week, he averaged about 60 minutes to complete each trip. After all, the more he ran, the slower he ran. Moreover, his rest time is generally maintained at about 3 to 4 minutes. But by the second week, he felt much more relaxed. He was able to complete each trip in an average of 50 minutes, and the rest time was reduced to 2 minutes. Unconsciously, I actually felt that the tied hands and leggings were a little lighter. Axel had been practicing almost crazy after half a month. After Chalanzi learned that Axel persisted in this state for half a month, his tongue almost fell to the ground. After being stimulated, he also began to practice crazy, but he did not persist for a day. Just gave up. He lay on the floor of his dojo, gasping for breath. Oh my God, how did that guy persist? I feel almost dying now. Bangu clasped his hands upside down, looking at his closed disciple, frowned slightly. I'll go out. Just now, the Heroes Association made a request for his hero card. In the nearby forest, there seemed to be a mosquito girl, constantly sucking the blood of nearby people and animals, so that nearby people and animals did not dare to go out. Near the forest, Bangu stood on the ground with her hands upside down, and on top of her head was a very long and glamorous mosquito girl. She licked her lips dripping with blood, and looked down at the old man on the ground. Hey, although it's a skinny old man, it's better than nothing, right? Ahaha. After that, the mosquito girl swooped down towards the ground. Because it was a flying animal, she was better than nothing. It is much faster to pick up the average wolf-level monster. Because it is a flying weirdo, even though it is a wolf-level weirdo, are the heroes not easy to deal with? Bang Gu secretly asked. Suddenly, a stone bullet shot out from his hand. Then, he turned around and turned towards his own. The dojo walked slowly. Turn your back to me, look down on me, you. Mosquito's last sentence stuck in her throat, and she saw a stone pierced her head. Her eyes instantly lost the spirit, and she fell to the ground in free fall. I was killed by a single blow. I am worthy of being an S-rank hero. This is also normal. Kenos Bosch's glasses, who were monitoring all of this on the screen, flashed a ray of light. In front of him, it was his clone number 28. The clone was holding a notebook and was explaining, Mosquito Girl number 1 is an evolution of mosquitoes and women. Although it proves that flying monsters have the degree of flying in the sky and high advantage, but after all, the strength is too bad. Do this kind of experimental subject need to give up? At the end, he raised his head and looked at Kenos. No, have you noticed that the strength of the mosquito girl has increased after taking the blood? Kenos looked at the data on the screen with scorching eyes. Oh! The clone's eyes lit up and quickly opened a data screen, really surprised. If you equip this mosquito girl with some tiny mosquitoes and let these mosquitoes help her blood, do you think that after sucking blood, her combat effectiveness can be greatly improved, and it will achieve the goal of strong evolution? Kenos chuckled. Start the experiment of Mosquito Girl 2 immediately. Yes. Clone number 28 replied. By the way, how is the adjustment of Mantis Lord? Can you attack? Kenos asked. Last month, Axel killed his egg monster experimental body and it is still vivid. This hatred, he must newspaper. The adjustment has been completed. The Mantis June number 1 experiment body, the comprehensive number 163 experiment body, is now in good condition, and its strength and power have reached the level of wolf level intermediate. Its special mantis cutting can even cut all the iron and steel. It's not to be underestimated, you can attack at any time. Clone number 28 said confidently, "It is a piece of cake to deal with this Axel, who is only 208 C-rank heroes." Yet, Kenos' gaze moved and landed on another screen. On that screen was the picture of Axel running. He was very surprised. What is the reason for this young man to practice so crazy every day? Humph, you don't know what evolution is. Evolution is the combination of humans and animals. With this, a strong combination of human wisdom and animal strength can be produced. This is the ultimate direction of human evolution. The so-called exercise and cultivation are just a joke. I must let these stupid humans understand this. Are you going to ask Mr. Bomb today for a heavier set of tied hands and leggings? Axel said to himself when he went out. In the city, Saitama-kun shuddered and almost pierced his nostril with his little finger. Crazy, this guy is absolutely crazy. As he said, he took out the handle of a game console. He started playing quickly, but after a while, the veins on his forehead violent, and the whole street shook with a roar. Jump, Mario! The city where Axel is located and the city where Teacher Bangbu is located are two cities. There is a dirt road in between. Usually, there are very few people walking. At this moment, he was running fast on this path. Stop! A figure suddenly sprang out from the nearby woods and directly stopped Axel's footsteps. Oh! Axel's eyes lit up, and a weird man who looked very like a praying mantis appeared in front of him, but his brain was covered with a glass cover. He could clearly see his brain, and said in his heart, it turned out to be the Mantis-kun of the House of Evolution. This product was punched by Mr. Saitama in One Punch Man. However, its true strength should be at a high level of wolf level, but it is now 5 years ago. Maybe the strength is at the level of wolf level intermediate. His eyes moved and landed on the opponent's two sickle-like claws. The claws flashed with white light and were extremely sharp. On the other end of the screen, Kenos is watching the battle closely. I'm very surprised, why do you pay attention to such a wolf-level battle? The 28th clone is Kenos's usual assistant. Because, this guy named Axel is very strange. Kenos' glasses flashed. Half a month ago, he was just an ordinary person and suddenly reached the level of a wolf-level monster. Level, defeating the egg monster. What is it that made him so much improved in a very short period of time? This is an unsolvable mystery. Clone number 28 held his chin in his hand and thought, but he definitely concluded the battle. Mantis number 1 is not comparable to an egg monster. Yes, the egg monster is an immature product of the House of Evolution. The most it has is the impact of the huge size. Mantis June number 1 is different. He retains 100% of the human wisdom and will no longer be like the last time the egg monster that way. I was caught in the trap of the Axel battle. What's more, Mantis June also has a hand-in-hand feature. His arms can have the ability to instantly cut 2 mm thick steel plates. This battle will be a crushing battle. It's harder than fighting. Well, then I am looking forward to it very much. Kenos seemed to smile. For him, there are as many as these experimental subjects, but the data of this kind of battle is extremely precious. These data will help him to complete the ultimate body of evolution, will be extremely great. Expect. Clone number 28 is very strange. This is just a hero of the level of a wolf-level weirdo. Why should Dr. Kenos, the owner of the House of Evolution, the creator above the dragon-level weird, unexpectedly? A sense of expectation. As for Bangwu, the S-rank hero just now, Kenos didn't have any more after watching the battle with Mosquito Girl. Too strange. Chapter 16, Dawn End number 039, T Accident. 16 Don't get into trouble. Come on. Axel looked at Lord Mantis with burning eyes. At this time, he had been practicing for half a month, and he was about to test the results of his cultivation. August 1. Chinese WW is not equal to W. Less than or equal to 81 ZW. Calm. Mantis Lord was taken aback for a moment. He did not expect that Axel did not show the slightest timidity. Instead, he looked extremely aggressive and belligerent. This was completely different from the information given by the House of Evolution. In the video recording of the battle with the egg monster, this Axel ran away all the way at the beginning, and finally used some tricks to win the battle. I originally thought that when I came out for the first time, I wanted to perform well. Then, Dr. Kenos would definitely give him more resources and modulation. When that time, his strength would definitely rise to the next level and become a tiger. Great word is not impossible. Hey, I don't know whether to live or die. Mantis sneered, a pair of mantis arm knives pointed towards the two sides, his body suddenly sank, and then suddenly rushed forward. So fast. Although he didn't have the wings of a praying mantis, he was actually very fast. After the wings are removed, the legs of the mantis are the focus of our strengthening. Using the pedaling force of the legs that are much stronger than that of humans, you can instantly increase your own speed to 1.5 times that of ordinary humans. Clone 28 while watching the actual combat screen, while holding a pad, watching the data explanation on it. Kenos propped his chin with both hands and looked at the picture with his eyes narrowed. The words of Clone 28 are indeed correct, and the picture in front of them also shows that the strengthening of Mantis June's legs is still very successful. The speed is very fast, probably at the level of a wolf level intermediate. Axel was not ready to go straight to the peak, and his body rushed to the side quickly. Hey! Mantis June's body quickly rushed past Axel. Axel frowned, because his left arm was slightly numb, and he glanced at it. In the first confrontation just now, the arm was cut open by Lord Mantis's mantis arm knife, and the blood slowly flowed. Come down. Hey, know that I'm great, my degree is not so easy to escape. Mantis June sneered and looked back at Axel. Next time there will be no such good luck, next time it is your whole arm that has been cut. Axel turned around and stared at Lord Mantis. Because of the thicker cloak, even though he scratched his arm just now, the scratch was not deep enough. It was a blessing in misfortune. In the sneer of Mantis June, his feet kicked again, and his body rushed towards Axel like a sharp arrow, and a pair of mantis arm knives quickly slashed towards Axel's arm. With the previous experience, Axel acted in advance, and while falling to the side, he used his feet to trip Mantis Gun's legs. In the case of high exercise, it is still somewhat difficult to avoid tripping legs. Sure enough, Lord Mantis didn't expect that the other party had escaped in advance, and he couldn't stop. He was tripped up by Axel's leg, and he fell to the ground and slid far away, confessing his head in the soft forest. On the mud, I took a bite of mud. Taking this opportunity, Axel hurriedly dealt with the wound on his left arm, tied his clothes tightly, and suppressed the bleeding. Puff! Lord Mantis quickly got up from the ground and spit out the mud in his mouth. He was very angry, very angry. Today, it was his first attack. He knew that Dr. Kenos of the House of Evolution was very likely to be watching his battle. He wanted to show it. However, such an embarrassing battle scene made his plan complete. Failed. How does this make him not angry? As expected, this Axel just likes to do some insidious tricks. Its true strength is not strong at all. Clone number 28 sneered, this level there is no suspense about the battle, I don't think there is any need to keep watching. Dr. Kenos didn't speak, he still stared at the screen, and didn't mean to change the screen. Originally, I would use my praying mantis arm knife today to give you a good time, but now I have changed my mind. I want to chop you up bit by bit, so that you don't want to live. Mantis June gritted his teeth. Bring the horse here. Axel took off his tied hands and leggings, and stared at Mantis Lord with scorching eyes. The defeated man who was cut by me in the first round is just the duck dead. Mantis June sneered. This time, he didn't directly rush forward, but moved forward slowly, with great strides. Calm. Axel did not move, but stood still and waited for work. Suddenly, at the moment Mantis Lord saw Axel entering his range, his feet suddenly rushed towards Axel, and at the same time, a pair of mantis arm knives swung toward Axel's neck fiercely. Axel suddenly lowered his head, and the pair of praying mantis arm knives slashed across his head. Quick! Clone number 28 saw this scene at the other end of the screen, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, Axel's degree was actually higher than the degree of the first match. Big Cut, faintly has reached the level of intermediate wolf level. Lord Mantis was also taken aback. He did not expect Axel's degree to increase so much, he just returned the tied hands and leggings. His eyes glanced at the tied hands and leggings that fell to the ground in the distance. I was surprised. Because that set of tied hands and leggings actually smashed the forest floor into 4 small holes, which shows how heavy the weight of this set of tied hands and leggings is. After unloading this load, that degree can of course be raised extremely high. Careless. But now it is too late. He lowered his head and avoided the mantis arm knife of Mantis Lord. Axel would not miss such a great opportunity. He clenched his fist with his right hand, concentrated all his power on his right fist, and then slammed fiercely on the chin of Lord Mantis. Boom! A low and dull sound. Ga! A sour bone cracking sound. It was obvious that Mantis June's jaw was cracked by Axel in an instant. The powerful impact blasted Lord Mantis's entire body off the ground. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. While Axel blasted Mantis June into the air, his left fist was not idle, and he slammed forward with a straight fist, which slammed Mantis June's chest fiercely. Lord Mantis flew upside down like a cannonball, hit the ground with a bang, and immediately plowed a long ravine on the forest floor. Mr. Mantis was actually beaten into the air. Clone number 28 suddenly exclaimed. This is an incredible thing, how can this Axel's speed suddenly become so fast? A strange light burst into Kenos' eyes suddenly. It's a little strange today, why Axel hasn't returned. On the surface, he doesn't care at all, but in fact, Bumbu, who is very careful about Axel's cultivation, secretly said in his heart, it won't be did you meet a weird person on the road? Some time ago, Banggu killed a mosquito girl in the forest. Thinking of this, my heart suddenly tightened, and his disciples didn't even show up. Bumbu had already emerged from the dojo, and swiftly ran retrograde along the road that Axel practiced every day. Don't have an accident. Bangbu thought anxiously, his steps are extremely fast, most people just have a flower in front of them, they just feel that something seems to be rolled by the wind before their eyes, and wait until they react and watch around. But I can't see anything. Chapter 17, named Blasting. 17 named Blast. These 2 punches almost used Axel's full strength, not to mention just 2 punches, but almost instantly consumed his stored power. August 1st Chinese W is not equal to WW greater than or equal to. Is not equal to 8 equals 1 less than or equal to Z greater than or equal to W greater than or equal to. C less than or equal to O greater than or equal to M. Gasping for breath, trying to adjust his breathing and rhythm. For fighting, I'm still too tender. Axel felt in his heart. If he had received systematic combat training, he would not feel a little breathless just by hitting 2 punches like this. If you are a professional fighter, you will adjust your breathing and the intensity of your force very scientifically, and you won't let yourself hit 2 punches and there will be no follow-up, which makes Axel even more looking forward to following Bomb's practice. However, in this way, it gave Lord Mantis a chance to breathe. There was severe pain in his chin and chest. Just about to yell at him, his mouth was so painful that his tears were left behind, and he didn't dare to speak at all. After finally getting up from the ground, his painful face began to cramp. Damn it! Mantis June stared at Axel with eyes, this is all you forced me. I will kill you and crush you. Amidst the roar, Lord Mantis's pair of mantis arm knives suddenly made a crisp sound. Gaba! With a sound, the praying mantis arm knife unfolded like a folding knife. It doubled its length and turned into two long knives of 1.5 meters in length. At this time, Lord Mantis was like a real mantis, wielding two 1.5 meter long knives that could cut all the steel off, flashing a terrifying cold light under the shining of the sun. Oh, I didn't expect that Mantis Lord still has this hand. The 28th clone is a little surprised. They modulate these weird people, but it does not mean that they will modulate all the abilities. This kind of ability, like the Mantis Monarch, was developed by him the day after tomorrow, and this ability immediately raised his combat effectiveness to a great level. Dr. Kenos's eyes were also bright, although these weird people were all made by him, but there are always some abilities evolved by the experimental body that will make him a little surprised. For example, Mosquito Girl's combat effectiveness will slowly increase after sucking blood. 5 years ago, he had a number 66 experiment body that escaped. That experiment body is simply an immortal body. No matter how much damage it receives, it can recover. However, the recovery time will vary depending on the size of the damage. This long knife is 1.5 meters long. When the two together, plus the width of the body, it can cover a width of 4 meters. Clone number 28 sneered. Maybe avoid it. The next confrontation will be the moment Axel is completely cut off. Just now, when Axel evaded the Mantis Lord's attack, he was also able to dodge, and his head was shaved off a little. The Mantis arm knife of the Mantis now covers a width of 4 meters, which is not the range that Axel can dodge. You must die today. Lord Mantis rushed towards Axel. A pair of Mantis arm knives flashed with dazzling white light in the sun, as if Axel was about to be cut into two in the next moment. Not good. Bangbu, who had already arrived, saw this scene from a distance, but he was too far away. Even if he was too fast, he couldn't make it. During this period of time, what Axel tried desperately was simple running, but his fighting skills were still extremely poor. It's not that Bumbu doesn't want to teach Axel. What he needs is to lay the foundation for Axel and then practice his skills. But now it seems that such a good seedling is about to be cut in half like this. Just at this time, Axel seemed particularly calm at this time. His eyes narrowed slightly, his body suddenly squatted like a tight spring, and the whole person's momentum suddenly changed in an instant. If just now, he was just like an ordinary athlete, then at this moment, he is like a bomb with the essence of being restrained and about to explode. He wants to explode the energy in an instant. Hey! Behind the screen, Kenos, who had been looking at the screen calmly, stood up with a jerk for an instant, staring at the screen with wide eyes, and breathing quickly. His words also became stammered. How did he get this ability? Clone 28 is very strange. Why Dr. Kenos has been so calm, what has he discovered, has become so excited? Ever since he was born as a clone, he had never seen Kenos so horrified. Such a C-rank subordinate hero who is only a wolf level weird level can actually make Dr. Kenos so careful and concerned. It is really puzzling for him. Also seeing this scene was Bumbu. He was originally ashamed, but his eyes became extremely bright at this time. At a glance, he could see Axel's extraordinariness at this time. The power that condensed to the apex will explode like a C4 bomb in an instant. At this moment, Axel did not evade the opponent's attack, but slammed his right fist out and went straight to the opponent's head. Hey! Mantis Lord did not expect at all. Why would Axel, who had been avoiding his attack, directly counterattack at this time? He gritted his teeth when he was already rushing, and he could only increase the strength of his Mantis arm sword to the limit, and he would lose both. That's right. Axel was just a punch, at best it was a cracked bone. And he has two knives, so he can cut him in half directly. This battle will be won. When it was too late, Axel's fist banged on Mantis Jun's chin first. An unexpected explosion of boom sounded under Mantis Jun's chin. This is not the sound of broken bones, because this sound is much louder than the sound of bones being blown out. At the same time, Lord Mantis was like a football with a big kick, flying 8 meters high, making a huge parabola and flying backwards. What's more terrifying is that Lord Mantis's head was like a grenade being forcibly squeezed into it, and it burst out abruptly. The blood was like an unscrewed faucet, spraying frantically in various heads. Parts were quickly sprinkled in the air, forming an extremely rich blood rain. Gudong! With a sound, he fell heavily to the ground and smashed a deep pit. The whole praying mantis's head exploded like a cooked watermelon. It was still in black smoke, and its body was lying motionless in the pit. Is obviously too dead to die again. In that punch, there seems to be something else. Clone number 28 exclaimed, and even his breathing began to stagnate. This special ability is not the evolution they are pursuing. If a weirdo can modulate these special abilities, it can raise the strength of the weirdo to a very high level. It's the power of blasting. The silent Dr. Kenos said for the first time. His eyes seemed to be sickly widened, his breathing was as fast as a cow panting, and his heartbeat was beating crazily at a level that his ears could hear. This Axel has not only reached the strength of a wolf-level monster in a short time, but also gained this weird power. No wonder, that egg monster would die so tragically, I finally understand now. This kid, there is still this hand, even I was hidden from it, making me worry for a long time. Bangbu clasped his hands on his back, he laughed, but he disappeared behind the tree, and then left quickly. Up here. Chapter 18, Start now. 18 Start now. Ha! After blasting the mantis monarch, his whole body seemed to have been emptied. Axel simply knelt down on the ground, a pair of gloves propped on the ground, and gasped for breath. This compares to that. Running 10 kilometers actually consumes one's own energy. August 1. Chinese W. 8. 1Z, W. Com. Tired. Too tired. But there is no way, facing a weird who is almost a wolf-level intermediate, if you don't use all your combat power in an instant, you can't beat your opponent at all. Thank you for giving me a bonus. Axel chuckled. For more than half a month, he has already begun to suffer from an economic crisis. Saitomakun's foodie is simply too much for his market, plus the chocolate bars consumed by running are simply life-killing. I took out my Hero Association mobile phone, took a photo of Mantis June 1's body, and sent it to his hero card. Soon, the picture of Mantis June was displayed on the screen. Search. Soon, the hero card was connected to the server of the Heroes Association, and the Mantis Lord was searched. Unfortunately, Lord Mantis is the first weird person to appear, and there is no record. Therefore, the evaluation of his combat effectiveness is empty. No one else saw the destructive power of Lord Mantis, so according to the Hero Association's regulations, the judgment of Lord Mantis's strength was set at the ordinary wolf level. It's okay. Axel didn't want to entangle in this aspect, and immediately confirmed the strength evaluation from the Heroes Association server. Soon, a reward of 800 coins was credited to his bank account. To be honest, from the perspective of combat effectiveness, Mantis Lord is at least the same level as the Egg Monster, but the Egg Monster has already had a lot of witnesses on the street destruction, and he has a clear judgment on his combat effectiveness, so he gave 1000 coins. Rewards. It's okay to solve the urgent need. Axel laughed at the money and checked his wounds, and there was nothing serious about it. He was also a little strange. As his body became stronger, his resilience had actually become stronger. With a move in my heart, I quickly looked at myself, and sure enough, the display interface of the dial appeared in front of my eyes. The power dial was about to reach the level of the wolf level intermediate. This made Axel a little surprised. In just half a month, the degree of improvement was so fast. Perhaps because my own base number is relatively low, so that after the promotion, the improvement will appear to be relatively large, or it may be that the effect of this kind of training is particularly good. Axel secretly said in his heart. His gaze moved and landed on the dial of the degree. The degree was only a little higher than the initial level of the wolf level. It was about half the level of the beginner to the intermediate level. The increase was less than the strength. Well, this period of running training is not aimed at absolute degrees, not sprints, and this degree of improvement is also limited. Even if the degree of improvement is only half a step, it is also very amazing. You know, this is only half past months. My gaze moved again and landed on the skill dial, which was not bad. Compared with the position of O before, I have now reached 1/3 of the elementary level. The skill is still weak, but it doesn't matter. Strength and degree are like the foundation of a house. I believe that only when the foundation is laid, my skills can soar to the sky. There seems to be destiny in the midst of it. Axel's philosophy is in line with Baum's practice philosophy, and Baum allows Axel to practice and run so frantically every day to lay a solid foundation. Oh! When his gaze moved again, Axel suddenly realized that a new dial suddenly appeared in his panel reaction. The new dial has never appeared before. Axel found that this reaction dial is the same as the previous dial, and it is also wolf level god level, but Axel's response is still relatively weak. It's basically the same as the technical dial, only 1/3 of the level of beginners. Going on, it is the dial of my own ability series. This is a large dial with a small dial. At present, there is only one blasting sub-dial, which is still at the preliminary level of the wolf level, but it is slightly out of the way. Compared with strength and so on, the improvement of this ability is much more difficult. Axel frowned. This is the same as a technique. If you don't get systematic and scientific guidance, it would be an extremely unwise choice to find it on your own. In the ability dial, there is still only blasting, and the others are still in a grey state. He retracted his inner look and glanced at the corpse on the ground. I really hope that there will be more weird people, this bonus is not enough. Axel talked to himself, put on his tied hands and leggings, and continued his running practice. Even though his physical strength has been consumed by the battle, he is not prepared to reduce his training volume. Just like what Mr. Saitama said in One Punch Man, even if it is uncomfortable and want to die, even if it is uncomfortable vomiting blood, you must insist on completing the training. Axel once again embarked on the journey of running. Over there, the House of Evolution fell silent. After the 28th clone was horrified, after listening to Axel's self-talk, his eyelids jumped. It's too arrogant. What do you think of our evolutionary house? I suggest that immediately send the steel gorilla, let he understands what is meant by rolling. After that, he took out one of his pads and was about to operate the above commands. Hold on. Kenos held the opponent's hand and shook his head. I am more interested now in how he arouses these strange abilities. Clone number 28 lit up. You mean, finding the source of this kind of power stimulus, and then modulating it into our experimental body, can greatly enhance the strength of the weirdo. A mosquito number 2 will be prepared as soon as possible. I am looking forward to how this Axel will deal with enemies in the air, and will he have new abilities again? Dr. Kenos' round-rimmed glasses flashed a cold light. Staring at the screen stubbornly, there was that kind of sick light inside. This time, when he ran to the dojo of Whirlwind slashing Iron Fist, Axel did not return immediately, but found Bumbu. Senior, I can't call it a teacher yet, I can only call it senior, and the other disciples in the dojo are familiar with this young man who has appeared frequently recently, and admire him for his crazy cultivation. I think, this pair of tied hands and leggings seems to be lighter. Do you have a heavier size one here? Of course there are heavier ones, but my suggestion is that your training volume should also be raised to a higher level. Bangbu's voice fell, and the entire training field suddenly became quiet, and all the disciples' eyes fell on these two. Personal body. So horrible. 5 rounds a day, and back and forth with a heavy load, this can be said to be hellish training. Is it necessary to increase the amount on this basis? incredible. This is simply crazy. I meant it. Axel smiled, then, let's start right away. Chapter 19, Vest Grappling. 19 Vest Grappling. Start now. The disciples of Bangbu looked at each other. Is this person crazy? This young man has been running frantically for nearly half a month, and the consumption is beyond their imagination. Bai Chinese Net WW81ZW. Some of Bangbu's disciples regard this kind of cultivation as a kind of exercise, which lasts only 1 or 2 hours a day, and it also includes dozens of minutes of rest. Another part of the disciples is more diligent, that is, about 4 hours a day. This kind of training intensity is already very high for them. However, not only did this young man train almost 3 times as much as they did, but he also did it immediately after the increase today. This is either crazy or crazy. Bangbu didn't say anything, but nodded, and asked a disciple to bring a 30 kg tied hand and leggings to Axel. Okay, I can't wait to see the effect of 30 kg. Axel is extremely looking forward to it. The training effect of 20 kg tied hands and leggings in this half month has been amazing. This 30 kg tied hands, how far can you sprint with leggings? Keep practicing. Heroes Association Headquarters. Every month, the Vest Tigers will never let go of this week's free accommodation time, and this day is the day when their Vest clan gathers, and the venue is set on the training ground on the 2nd floor of the headquarters. Venerable Vest hasn't been busy with many things recently, and he is here today. We are all together today. The Vest was in a good mood. His hero ranking had just risen to 14th, which was also an affirmation of his strength. Congratulations, big brother, said the Vests happily. Venerable Vests are their backbone. They are truly happy that he can improve his status. By the way, Vest Tiger, I heard that you challenged another hero recently. Venerable Vest nodded and waved his hand, indicating that this is just a trivial matter. There is no need for such exaggerated congratulations. And this is a public area, there is no need to be so public. Yes, I must severely punish a guy who steals the results of other people's fighting weirdos. Otherwise, it would be a bad thing for this evil spirit to spread among the heroes. The Vest Tiger said, distorting the facts. Yet, if you steal the results of other people's battles in this way, is this a hero? The brother of the tiger in the vest also nodded and said. The Vest of the Vest is in a high position. He usually does not practice diligently or fights with high-level weirdos. In fact, he does not know the character of the younger brother of the Vest clan. His idea is actually very simple, that is, if his little brother is bullied, he will definitely come forward. Are you confident to defeat him? Vest asked. Must. The Vest Tiger made an iconic action of the Vest family, uplifting his arm muscles, a bodybuilding action. Hehe, this period of time, your progress is not small. Of course, following the training of the Vest family's scientific system, it won't work if you don't want to improve. Vest Tiger's words sound like flattery, but strictly speaking they are still true. The training plans and rules formulated by the Vest are all extremely scientific. They are all his training experience and are of great help to the Vest family. I took a look. The hero named Axel has risen by 8 places today, and it just happened to be 200. The Vest vegetarian who had been silent on the side suddenly said. The Vest Tiger and the Vest Black Hole were taken aback. Raised 8 places in one day. The Vest of the Vest touched his chin, his thick arms suddenly bulged, full of explosive power. There are several ways to improve the hero ranking, helping grandma cross the street and helping the kids get kites. You can improve your points. After the points have passed the previous heroes, you can increase the ranking, but this method of improvement is very slow, because this kind of points is particularly low. If you raise 8 places at a time, it is enough to show that he achievements today. Merit, this is an assessment of heroic behavior by the Heroes Association. It's like helping ordinary people cross the road. Although it can improve points, it can't get merits. There are several merits, such as defeating weird people is the most direct deed. In addition, the creation of weapons to deal with weird people, the construction of fortresses to deal with weird people, etc., are also meritorious. And the points of merit promotion are very high, which is very helpful to the promotion of hero rankings. Like the S-rank hero Metal Knight, there is basically no record of killing monsters, but his ranking is still S-rank, because he has a great contribution to the Heroes Association and the entire humanity, such as the headquarters of the Heroes Association, that is he designed and built. Did he kill any weird person today? The Vest of the Vest asked suspiciously. If the last time you said it was stealing the results of other people's battles, you wouldn't have always been so lucky, right? Picked up another leak? He is a liar who steals the results of other people's battles. Wherever he has the strength to kill any weird person, unless it is when the weird person is about to die, he is mending the knife. The Vest Tiger said quickly. That's weird, he is a Ming family? A machine that understands? Vest asked. No, he's just a city boss. He eats all day and waits to die. The Vest Tiger said without thinking. Strange. Let alone the Vest of the Vest, other vests are also very strange. Could it be that there is a problem with the system of the Heroes Association, or is this kid a sensible relative of the Heroes Association? Forget it, anyway, improving your own strength is the root of overcoming all problems. Venerable Vest shook his head and said, in order to prevent accidents, Vest Tiger, I will teach you a trick. Great. The Vest Tiger was very pleasantly surprised. No matter whether Axel has become stronger or not, being able to get the guidance of Venerable Vest is simply the greatest wealth. This trick is called a Vest grappling, said Venerable Vest. Suddenly, he turned around and rushed towards a sandbag like a tank. At the same time, his hands suddenly hugged the giant sandbag that was over 2,000 kilograms, and concentrated his whole body strength. Pinch, the sandbag suddenly collapsed and flew, and the sky full of sand fell. Shocked. The Vests and the other heroes who practiced were stunned. What a power this is! The Vest of the Vest is worthy of being the representative of the flesh fighting school among the S-rank heroes. His strength is simply astonishing. This Vest grappling technique focuses on the combination of the strongest impact and the strongest wrist strength, and it can give an opponent an almost devastating blow in an instant. Venerable Vest said in a deep voice, this is his strongest. One of the ultimate moves. Afterwards, Venerable Vest began to explain the main points of this trick to his Vest family. Vest Tigers and others are ecstatic. This move is really too strong. Axel is nothing at all. With this move, he even wants to challenge a higher-ranking hero. Thinking of his bright future, the Tigers in the Vest were so excited. Don't want to. The battle with Axel 2 months later is not an important thing for him. Chapter 20, The Profound Meaning of Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist. 2.0 The Profound Meaning of Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist. Axel, who used 30 kilograms to tie his hands and leggings, immediately improved his running speed and the time it took, but the only thing he needed to do was persistence. August 1 Chinese text www. 81zw. Com. The Tiger in the Vest was surprised to get the advice of the Venerable Vest in the Vest. The past few days have also been crazy training. After this trick, its strength has also been greatly improved. Half a month passed quickly, and Axel was fortunate to have the reward for killing the Mantis Lord, otherwise, the day of the end of the month would be when he went bankrupt. Seeing his second hero salary arrived in the account, it's a relief, and it can be regarded as a relief. During this period, he really underestimated Saitama-kun's ability to eat goods. He read the manga while eating snacks and drinking. Picking his nose while drinking has become a portrait of Saitama-kun. Every time he sees this picture, it is when Axel feels heartache. Saitama-kun, is the city normal during this time? Axel asked while eating breakfast. Fortunately, oh, yes, I saw a slug 2 days ago. Saotama-kun made a huge circle with his hands, meaning, this one slugs are big. Axel's brows moved. Slug was just one of their folk names. In fact, it should be a slug with the ability to detect and perceive. This slug used to accompany the second-ranked monster Beast King in the House of Evolution to attack Saotama-kun's home, but after Mantis-kun was seconded by Saotama-kun, he immediately sensed that the breath of Mantis-kun had disappeared. It seems that the House of Evolution has not given up on me, but they have ghost-level weirdos. Why don't they directly send the strongest combat power to kill me, but send a slug to monitor me? Axel, it's also very strange. Maybe the House of Evolution hasn't regarded itself as the same thing now. After all, it's just a C-rank hero, and his strength is only the level of a wolf-rank monster. Feeling the crisis, Axel can only become stronger to protect himself and protect this street from the destruction of strangers. Well, today is the day when my 1-month training period expires. I really look forward to Teacher Bangbu's guidance. Axel stuffed the last piece of food into his mouth and said with great expectation. Don't be swept out. Saotama-kun digs his nose while lying on the recliner in a very position. Axel was startled. He suddenly realized that Saotama-kun seemed to have a little change. This change is very subtle. It seems to have been since the first time he killed the egg monster. What is this change? He was also a little unclear. He was quite sure of the other party's changes, but he couldn't feel it. It seems that he killed the egg freak himself, and made some invisible but tangible changes to Saotama-kun. No matter what, the most important thing today is that Teacher Bangbu accepts me as a disciple. Axel took a short break, let the food digest a little, and immediately ran to the dojo of Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist. After seeing Axel coming, Bangbu motioned the disciples to take a break. Senior Bomb, I have completed the 1-month training you requested, and now I am here to report to you. Axel was full of spirit today. The disciples around were quite embarrassed. They carried 20 kilograms of tied hands and leggings for practice for half a month, and 30 kilograms of tied hands and leggings for practice for half a month. Are they human? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it was a fact. Too crazy. What is the picture? Some disciples were puzzled. I am afraid that this level of cultivation will cause great damage to my own muscles and bones, right? A disciple was worried about the sequelae of this cultivation method. How did he persevere? Doesn't he vomit blood when he is tired? Last time I practiced for an hour, and I was so tired that I wanted to die. Someone still couldn't believe their eyes. Bangbu clasped his hands upside down, touched his chin with a goatee, and nodded blankly. What I say, naturally counts. From now on, you will be my disciple. Member. Awesome. Axel clenched his fists tightly and was recognized by Master Bomb, which was a very high affirmation of his willpower. After tidying up his cloak, he bowed and called respectfully, Master. Bomb smiled slightly, don't look at his face, but he was completely sure of Axel in his heart. First, I introduced the disciples of Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist to Axel. There are 34 disciples in total, with different strengths. But what is strange is that these people are not bad in strength, but none of them went to the Heroes Association to become a hero. According to Axel's inference, Bangbu must be at the level of an S-level hero. There are several of his disciples who are the strongest, and they are properly at the level of A-level and above heroes. Master, why don't everyone become heroes? Axel was very strange and couldn't help asking. Killing weirdos is originally a self-doing, and there is no need to become a profession for this. Bangbu shook his head, but I am not enforcement. Since you are already a hero, then continue your heroic path. This does not affect me teaching you Whirlwind and Iron Fist. The disciple understands. Starting today, I will teach you the skills of using power. Bangbu took Axel to a small room next to the training ground. This is a place for teaching skills, and the training center hall is where all the disciples communicate. Place of training. Whirlwind slashing iron fist is about killing the enemy with one blow, and with every punch he hits his strongest state. Strength and speed are his ultimate. As Bangbu said, suddenly, his right hand was raised, and suddenly he slashed towards an iron frame in front of him. Scold. It was just a soft sound. A corner of the top of the iron shelf, which was a few centimeters thick steel plate, was actually cut off by Bangbu with the palm of his hand. Hiss! Axel gasped. To be honest, he didn't see Bomb's movements clearly just now. The speed is so fast, it's just a flash in front of him, and an iron lump is already there. Fell to the ground. Have you seen it? This is to infuse all the power into a single blow, and at the same time add the palm of the gods to achieve this. This is the profound meaning of the whirlwind slashing iron fist. Bangbu retracted his palm and said. Axel was extremely shocked. The power of whirlwind slashing fist fits his own style too much. There are 5 stages in the whirlwind slashing iron fist. In the first stage, the first level iron fist breaks the wind and howl. Bangbu shouted angrily, suddenly making a fist with his right hand, and smashing it towards a tens of centimeters thick iron plate in front of him. Hey! The moment Bangbu punched the air, the breaking wind of that fist was tearing the air like a typhoon. Boom! With a loud noise, the fist slammed on the iron plate, and a deep fist mark was immediately smashed. The whirlwind slashing iron fist that breaks the wind can smash the iron plate into a fist mark, and ask, who can hold it in the flesh? Bangbu said lightly, followed closely, and he took Axel came to the back door of the dojo. The back door is a stone mountain covered with extremely hard granite. The second stage, the second level whirlwind breaks the King Kong. After saying that, Bangbu yelled, his hands like 2 sharp knives, and quickly stroked the granite, because the degree is too fast, and Axel's eyesight is fundamental. I can't see clearly, I just saw hundreds of afterimages flying in the air. Bangbu finally stopped his hands, and in front of him, the 10 cubic meters of granite still maintained its original shape. After a while, the granite suddenly burst into pieces, turning into countless thumb-sized particles. In the air. Practice to the extreme, you can easily crush diamonds. Break the diamonds. Axel gasped. This diamond is the hardest rock. Actually said that it can be easily crushed. Chapter 21, Posting Status. 21 Posting Status. P.S. Rushing to the list, it seems like 20 days for novel uploading, this is the last chance to make the list, please collect and recommend. August 1st Chinese. WW less than or equal to W81ZW. Com. Of course, Axel would not think that the second stage of the whirlwind slashing iron fist would be able to smash diamonds, unless it had achieved a cultivation base of bomb. Ordinary people's second phase of the whirlwind slashing iron fist, I am afraid it is just breaking ordinary rocks. The third stage. Bangbu thought for a while, forget it, I can't find any props that can be used for testing for the time being, so be it. In short, you slowly build a solid stage by stage. Practice. What Bangbu said was correct, and now speaking of those high-level whirlwind slashing iron fists, for Axel, it is too far away, and focusing on the present is the key. Start with the first stage, the iron fist breaking the wind and howl. Bangbu brought Axel back to the training room, and began to point out the profound meaning of Axel's set of boxing techniques. The first step is breathing and rhythm. The first step that Bangbu explained was the most basic breathing, the rhythm between the use of strength, etc. After all, Axel's foundation is really bad. To put it bluntly, he is now a blank sheet of paper. However, white paper is also an advantage. In this way, there are no bad habits in cultivation, and it is easier to shape. While listening to Bomb's explanation, Axel kept nodding his head. He is still far away from practicing the real whirlwind iron fist. The breathing and rhythm of running, simple straight punches, uppercuts, and swing punches. It is the focus of Axel's current practice. It is a long process to become a whirlwind slashing iron fist. Axel understood this truth, and was not in a hurry. Time is limited. The best way is to practice basic boxing while running. However, this will reduce the degree of running. Baum said. Axel needs nearly 10 hours of running every day, plus the time for the practice of the upper boxing method is indeed too stressful. I understand this. Every day after lunch, I come to the training room and I will give instructions on your basic boxing skills. The rest of the time is still running. Great. Cultivation is important, but food is also a very important part. Bangbu said suddenly. Axel was stunned. In One Punch Man, when Saitama teacher introduced his powerful secret, he also mentioned the problem of food. Nutrition is indispensable. This is my food plan for you. Baum handed Axel a piece of paper, which was obviously already prepared. Axel felt warmth in his heart. On the surface, Baum looked cold, but he was actually a very enthusiastic old man. In fact, these training plans and food plans might have been prepared long ago. After taking the food plan, Axel's face suddenly went dark. This food seems to be the rhythm of bankruptcy. I am afraid that bankruptcy will not be able to do it. Anyway, he nodded and solemnly put the food plan into his arms. Then I started to learn the most basic moves from Bangbu at a glance. The moves are very simple and don't take long to learn. They are ordinary straight punches, uppercuts, and swing punches, but the rhythm of breathing is different. This is not boxing in the boxing arena. Generally speaking, you stand still and then punch in all kinds of punches. In the usual fighting, it is boxing in sports battles, so that it has both the rhythm of your breathing and the accuracy of punching. There are higher requirements. Running, breathing, punching, and doing it separately are all extremely simple, but together, you need excellent coordination. At the beginning, Axel either breathed out of tempo, or punched and caused his running balance to deteriorate, and almost fell, or running caused him to punch unsatisfactorily. After a few days, the situation gradually improved, and the three different movements became coordinated. A week later, Axel was able to master this technique proficiently, while running and punching, while breathing coordinated. When you open the dial, you will see that Axel's reaction dial has improved very quickly, and it has quickly moved closer to the level of the wolf level elementary level. This is also the improvement he obtained after continuous training, and the reaction data is also extremely obvious for the improvement of combat effectiveness. For example, if the opponent stabs you with a sword and your reaction is fast enough, that is, if the reflection arc is short enough, you can counterattack and evade in a shorter period of time, and change direction to increase your combat effectiveness. These are all easy to say, but the money spent in accordance with the food plan made by Bangbu for half a month is far from Axel's imagination, plus Saitama-kun's level of foodie has not yet survived the showdown with the Vest Tiger bankruptcy early. Half a month before the next hero's salary, Axel's vault declared a crisis. No way, if this continues, I will starve to death before I become a god. Axel wailed. How to do? Suddenly, Axel remembered the status of the Association of Heroes postings. Generally speaking, this status of postings is something that is not urgent. In other words, the ranking of the weirdo is not particularly well defined. The situation allows the hero to judge for himself whether to attack. Made up my mind. Axel explained the situation to teacher Bangbu, and Bangbu also said that he could understand it. At the same time, actual combat is also of great help to his own improvement. This improvement will be a flexible use of basic boxing. Quickly came to the headquarters of the Heroes Association. Coincidentally, it happened to be on the first floor of the headquarters that I encountered the Vest Tiger who wandered around the headquarters all the year round. Hey, Did you come to admit defeat in advance? Vest tigers have learned vest grappling for a long time. At this time, they are already full of confidence, let alone facing Axel, who thinks he is a defeater. If you think about it now, I don't mind accepting it. Axel smiled slightly. Humph, it's been less than half a month, just keep your mouth hard. In the impression of the vest tiger, Axel's mouth never fell under the wind, even he often uses his tongue to guide others' opinions. Some of the veterans are also going to bow down. He looked at Axel coldly. Cherish this half a month, this is the last half of your time to become a hero. I may not know if I will continue to be a hero, but if your rank is lowered, it won't change, just wait and cry. Axel knew that the vest tigers highly value the rank of this hero. It is equal to the combination of his popularity, salary, and status. How can he be disregarded? Hey, I hope you don't cry at that time. The vest tiger sneered, and turned to the second floor to train. He determined to train the vest to the first stage, then defeated Axel and continued to challenge other heroes. And he already has his own favorite goal. Withdrawing his gaze from the vest of the tiger, Axel walked to the area where the list was posted. Unexpectedly, there are quite a lot of people here, and it seems that there are many heroes who will pay attention. Just as he was about to take a look at what was posted on the list, a few C-rank heroes walked straight towards him. Chapter 22, Long Tongue Weird. 22 Long Tongue Weird. C-Level 200 Hero Axel, one of them asked. 8. 1 Chinese W. WW81ZW. Com. Axel nodded, wondering what the other party wanted to do with him. What's the matter? Introduce myself first, said one of the 4 heroes. My name is Skunk Kid Gas Mask, C rank 141. I am a cowboy hero with a gas mask. My family has skunks and can use ropes to catch weird people. Sure enough, the Skunk Kid Gas Mask is wearing a gas mask, and the exact appearance is not clear at all. Axel also understands that many heroes below grade A like some exotic costumes to attract the attention of the people, which is said to increase their popularity and gain more attention. He is a hero of 8 cemeteries, 174 C-level, good at fighting with various weapons, such as stun guns, RB knives, strange drugs, and other multi-armed battles. Axel nodded at him. Behind the 8th cemetery, there was a huge box on his back, and he didn't know what was in it. Depending on the situation, it should be a variety of things suitable for combat. According to Axel's calculations, although this hero has a relatively low rank, his actual combat effectiveness, or auxiliary effect, may be relatively high. He is an armed clerk, 111 C class. In fact, he is a middle-aged bald hero in armor. He has fired his job as an office worker in order to realize his dream. He is a hero who has made his own armor and fought with his pension. A worthy strong man, said the skunk boy with a gas mask with a smile. The head of the armed staff smiled and didn't say much, but he could see that his face was very proud. The last one is also the big beauty among us, the skunk kid said with a gas mask with a smile, and behind him stood a girl wearing only a vest, the strong of the Vest clan, C-level 110, Vest girl. Don't look at her, very thin, her wrist strength is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Axel's eyes lit up, and his eyes fell on the girl in a black vest. Chi ears are short. Tight vest. Big black eyes. Brown healthy complexion. Due to the long-term system and good training, it is good enough to explode. No, my wrist strength is still very average, like Venerable Vest, who can pick up tons of heavy objects with one hand. When I said Venerable Vest, the Vest girl's eyes suddenly showed respect. Of course Axel knew the Vest girl, she was considered a very different kind of existence among the Vest clan. While admiring the Vest, he also disliked other Vests. Generally speaking, it is difficult to see her at the gathering of the Vest clan. If the Vest of the Vest had also participated in the recent gathering, she would probably not show up. Fortunately, everyone, but what can you do for me? Axel is very happy to know so many heroes in one day, and he respects every hero who sincerely solves problems for the people. We have selected a post-listing situation, but this situation requires at least 5 C-rank heroes to form a group to be able to resolve it. The Skunk Kid Gas Mask said. Axel only understood at this time that the other party was looking for his own reason. There are regulations in the Association of Heroes. The Association of Heroes will make a preliminary judgment of the degree of danger for the situation of posting, and will stipulate at least what kind of heroes are needed to solve the situation of posting. This is also for the safety of heroes. Once it is determined that 5 people are needed, the Heroes Association will not sign the permit if 5 people are not collected. That is to say, even if you solve the posting situation without authorization, you will not be rewarded by the Heroes Association, unless the crisis was solved without knowing it. It just so happens that I also need experience, so that 5 people can team up to kill the weird people. For the first time I attack, it is not suitable for things, okay? Before the attack, let me speak first. It is like this kind of crisis that requires several heroes to solve. Generally speaking, it is more dangerous. Please think about it before you decide. The Skunk Kid Gas Mask is this action. Because of this, he asked everyone for their opinions as soon as possible. No comment. Think clearly. Being a hero won't have distractions. I have decided. After hearing 4 affirmative answers, the Skunk Kid Gas Mask smiled very satisfied. Secondly, it is the issue of the system of reward distribution. Generally speaking, the judgment should be based on the size of the credit, and it has nothing to do with the rank of the hero. Look everyone, do you have any comments? No opinion. The girl in the vest said first, the ability to solve the crisis is of course related to the merits in the battle, and what does it have to do with what rank? Axel also nodded. Among the one-punchers, there are many heroes whose strengths and ranks do not match. This rank is just a vague standard for positioning the hero's strength. Others had no objection, but the 8 cemetery suddenly asked, if I don't directly participate in the battle, but use various drugs to assist, won't it be credited? Axel was stunned, and he could see that these people were almost all conducting team hero activities for the first time, and some rules had not yet been formulated. From the perspective of his previous gameplay, if it is a multiplayer game, there is usually a carry, that is, the main attacker, and there will be assistance, which is to use his own skills to help the team win, such as using drugs to make the weird paralysis is sometimes even greater than the direct attack on the weird. The Skunk Kid Gas Mask obviously understands this truth, of course it will count as credit. If you can put the weirdo into a sleep state, then we won't win without fighting? In this case, 80% of the credit can be counted as your. Then, it's a deal. 8 Cemetery's eyes were burning. He understood that even if his medicine was to be effective, other heroes needed to create opportunities. It was already a lot to get 80% of the credit. It is much better to put the ugly words first in order to avoid quarrels after meritorious deeds. This is much better. Axel does not object to this approach. If the cooperation is more pleasant, he still wants to have a second time, a third time, because he is really short of bonuses. After the agreement was made, they immediately unveiled this posting status. Soon, the Heroes Association released the same information to the hero cards of the 5 hero teams. Post list situation. The long-tongued monster that attacked the village near the forest. The long-tongued monster was so fond of lizards and eventually became a weird person somewhat similar to lizards. A vicious weird who frequents villages near forests and forces women to mate with them. State of affairs task. Kill or control the long-tongued monster. Level of situation. According to the scene of the victims and the description of the situation described by the survivors, the long-tongued monster looked like a lizard. It was huge, powerful, and fast. It had an extremely long tongue and could attack humans at will. The location of the incident. Forest of the Mist. Level of situation. 4 B-level, 1 B-level hero or 5 C-level heroes can be solved. Chapter 23, Set off. 23 out. Although the skunk kid's gas mask has never eaten pork, he has seen pigs run. As the leader of this small team, formulating a plan and emergency plan is an important means to reduce casualties and increase the success rate of the mission. August 1 Chinese text www. 81ZW. Com. Therefore, he immediately formulated a battle plan. He took out a cardboard and began to describe the battle formation and strategy on it. In this team, there are a total of 3 combatants in the front row, namely Axel, the girl in the vest, and the armed clerk. The armed clerk pays more attention to defense. To put it bluntly, it is a meat shield. Kessel and the girl in the vest are strength-type close-range attackers. The armed clerk is in the front row to attract the attention of the long-tongue monster. Pay attention, what you need is not to fight him head-on. All you need is to attract attention. Although the skunk kid gas mask knows that the armed clerk has one thing: suit armor, but he didn't think that armor purchased only with salary could withstand the attack of the long-tongue monster. After all, it was just a NEDPSP, the armed staff elder nodded honestly, and his salary was only 1 million a month. It's just a coin. This suit is called armor, but it's actually just a layer of iron equipment. With the strange power of a weirdo, it hits directly on it, and it will definitely deform. Then, the skunk kid gas mask set his sights on Axel and the girl in the vest. The skunk kid gas mask already has an idea in his mind. To be honest, both of them are close-fitting. But, close to the weirdo? With all due respect, let alone C-rank heroes, even among B-rank heroes, there are few who dare to fight monsters directly. What's more, it is such a huge lizard-type weird person, whose power is definitely not comparable to ordinary humans. You too. The skunk kid's gas mask frowned, and thought for a while. The main purpose is to arm the chief of staff to attract attention, and then you two sneak attack when the long tongue is focused on him. A few times. What you should pay attention to is that you must not try to attack more than once. With your physical and attack power, it is like tickling for such a weird person, and it has little effect. Once the attention of the tongue is concentrated for you, it will also make yourself extremely dangerous. Generally speaking, it is to fight gorillas. If nothing happens, just sneak a few attacks and pay attention to your own safety. Judging from the skunk boy gas mask battle plan, if the long-tongue monster is calculated based on 100 blood, then what Axel and the vest girl need is probably to consume each other's 10 blood to be considered a success. Okay. The girl in the vest doesn't have much experience in fighting with weirdos, but the weirdos she meets are very powerful, and the most important thing is to ensure her safety as much as possible. Moreover, the long-tongue monster is in the introduction. Because of its great strength, large size, and physical combat, it is really an unwise choice. Axel's brows moved slightly, and he did not agree or disagree. We haven't seen the actual combat effectiveness of the long-tongue monster, so let's adapt to the situation. If the combat effectiveness is insufficient, I think I need to give it enough damage. The skunk boy's gas mask frowned. It's good to act on the fly, but the premise is to ensure your own safety. You must listen to my instructions, and you are not allowed to do unplanned things without my orders. Okay. Axel nodded. The execution of a team is very important. Since the captain has formulated a battle plan, he must act according to his plan first, but after all, everyone has no experience, so accidents cannot be ruled out. Therefore, he decided to be more careful. The girl in the vest waited for the hero to look at each other. This Axel looks a bit arrogant, but he is a C-rank 200 hero. Does he still want to fight with a giant weird? How is this different from looking for death? Do you think you are the venerable vest, Silver Fangs, right? Although everyone thought this way, they didn't say it. After all, saying this would hurt morale and other people's self-esteem. Well, since you all have no opinion, then I will continue to introduce the plan. And, the following will be our focus, the Skunk Kid gas mask continued. After the formation has the front row, the next step is it's time for our main attacker to play. 8 Cemetery smiled, and said with a smug, I still need me at this time. To put it bluntly, as long as I have sufficient time and preparation, it is not a problem at all to have a long tongue. In his view, other people are just a foil. From the bottom of his heart, he believes that the credit he is about to get should be at least more than half. Otherwise, with the destructive power of these people, the long-tongued monster may stand there and let them be unbeatable. He could not help but secretly said, isn't it just chasing with me? I eat meat, you drink soup. When the time comes, grab my merits. I don't agree. The Skunk Kid gas mask and the 8 Graveyard are old acquaintances, and he nodded and said, the 8 Graveyard is good at fighting with various weapons. The main damage to the long-tongued monster depends on him. And I am next to him to ensure his safety. My skunk gas can drive away opponents in times of crisis. He still knows his friends very well, not to mention the strong offensive ability of the 8 tombs. Once he is approached, he is also very vulnerable. And he has 2 ways of fighting. One is to use ropes to trap weird people, and the other is to use skunk gas. If we use ropes, we can deal with small weird people in general. To deal with such huge weird people, it is just to use oneself. Play as a hammer throw for the opponent. A plan was made, and everyone was given a position. The 5 people sorted out their equipment and ate a meal before heading out to the place where the long-tongued weird often haunted. The headquarters of the Heroes Association will provide the heroes with the means of transportation for the task of posting the status of the list. This time, in view of the disaster of the weirdo, a pickup truck is equipped. I drove, the co-pilot in the 8 Cemetery, you guys in the back of the car. The skunk boy gas mask said. Isn't it the lady first? Axel frowned. Although this skunk kid gas mask meant that everyone in the team was equal, it still vaguely placed him and the 8 Cemetery in a better position. Madam? No, this can't be said by common sense. We are all heroes. The girl in the vest is a strong person who exercises physique all year round. It cannot be compared with the women in ordinary society. The skunk boy gas mask shook his head and said. 2. It's okay. The girl in the vest jumped into the pickup truck. For these heroes, these are trivial things. She doesn't care about them at all. In comparison, how to solve the long-tongued monsters safely is the most important thing. Important. As the most important combat power for this battle, I need to get a good rest. Besides, I am not a flesh-blood. I think the strength of the body is much worse for you. Right. 8 Cemetery sat in the position of the co-pilot. The skunk kid gas mask nodded and moved the car. Axel and the armed clerk also jumped into the car and leaned against the fence of the car body. Sit down. The pickup emitted a puff of black smoke, and it rushed on the dirt road with some bumps. It is getting late, and the vehicle must arrive at the village as soon as possible to find out the movement of the monster, otherwise, once it enters the night, it will be difficult to handle. Because most weirdos inherit the attributes of animal ears and eyesight, and at night, they have a more sensitive sense than humans. Chapter 24, Have new discoveries. 24 There is a new reality. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the group finally arrived at the recently harassed village. Bai Chinese website www greater than or equal to less than or equal to 81 ZW. Calm. How to be quiet. After long-term training, Axel's senses have also been improved to a certain extent, he reminded with a frown. The girl in the vest is also a flesh fighter, and her 5 sense abilities are also relatively strong. After Axel reminded her, she suddenly became a little weird. This is a village with hundreds of families. It stands to reason that it should be very busy. But in the field, it was empty. The house is also quiet. No pedestrian can be seen on the road. Unusual. The skunk boy's gas mask frowned, and he cast an approving look at Axel. I have to say that Axel's insight is great. When hunting monsters, this kind of insight can often allow the team to avoid some dangers, or raise warnings in times of crisis, which is quite helpful to the team. In that case, let's get out of the car and see the situation. The skunk boy's gas mask stopped the car, and Axel took the lead to jump out of the back of the car and walk quickly to the side of the field. The vegetable garden here is full of weeds. It seems that it has not been cleaned for a while. There is a possibility that the owner of the vegetable garden has been away from here for a long time. Axel said, according to the information of the Heroes Association, Long Tongue, it has been nearly a week since the monster appeared, but due to the remote location, there are fewer heroes active here. Therefore, no hero has been appointed to solve this crisis. He glanced at other vegetable gardens nearby, basically the same. Then quickly rushed to the outside of one of the houses, and glanced inside through the glass. The things inside are still more conventional, but there are also a lot of things falling on the ground. Daily necessities like clothes. Are there still dishes and chopsticks on the table? At least this shows that the family left in a hurry, and it seemed that they planned to leave for a long time and took some clothes. I ran to the second house again, and this one was even worse. Even the door was not closed, and there was a layer of dust on the table, and the unfinished meals were actually growing green. This is so strange. No one was seen, and it seemed that he had evacuated in a hurry a few days ago. Is it because of the threat of Long Tongue? I simply gave up my home. Axel frowned, but it is very unreasonable that if these people leave, they should take away their valuables and go to other places. Where to live? How can it basically take away some daily necessities? It's like traveling, like coming back after a while. Can you not run around? The skunk boy gas mask yelled at Axel with some dissatisfaction. Axel stopped the investigation, and he was basically certain that the personnel here had already been evacuated. As for the fear of Long Tongue or other reasons, he didn't know. This makes it difficult for them to hunt Long Tongue monsters, because now they don't know the exact location of the opponent, and they don't know how to lure the opponent out. Follow my instructions and arrangements. If you run around like this and encounter threats, what should we do if we have no time to rescue? We are a team and need to act collectively. The skunk kid gas mask is very for Axel's unauthorized actions. It is dissatisfaction. Axel nodded, and said nothing. The skunk kid's gas mask is right, but Axel is not without his own consideration. From his own judgment, the Long Tongue is not here, because here and now, there are no humans here, but Long Tongues. Naturally, there is no reason to stay here. Moreover, according to the introduction, this Long Tongue monster is simply a pervert, eager to find humans to mate. This kind of empty place should not be his hunting place. The skunk boy's gas mask frowned, and it seemed that Axel was nodding right, but what kind of absent-minded appearance, and where did he seem to be following his command? It's just a C-rank hero with more than 200. It's just a make-up to pull it over today. It's so arrogant that it doesn't put me in the eye. The skunk boy gas mask was angry and coughed. All the things below the action must be approved by me, because now we have entered the active area of the Long Tongue monster. A little carelessness may put ourselves into a crisis, and at the same time, it may also drag down other players. Remember, this is one as a collective action, everything must be strictly obeyed my command. No problem. Axel said hastily, the mistake he first admitted. Okay, Axel and the girl in the vest, and the other 3 of us in a group. Check in the village. The most important thing is to find some to see if there are any living people. In the eyes of the skunk kid gas mask, this village must have been looted by that weird man. Living. Axel's heart moved. There was no sign of fighting here, and the villagers seemed to have evacuated safely now. Divide into 2 groups and spread out. Axel and the girl in the vest looked at the room one by one. Anyone? Pushing a door open, there was no response. Anyone? Still empty. Both people checked both sides of the village. No one, said the girl in the vest. The walk was relatively hurried, but there was no trace of fighting, indicating that the evacuation may have been organized in an organized manner, and it may have been waiting for news from the Heroes Association. Once the long-tongued monsters are eliminated, they may return. Axel the analysis said, it's just that, I'm afraid they didn't expect that this problem has not been resolved after more than a week. No wonder. There are so many weird people in this world, and most of their strength is grouped, and the Heroes Association is also somewhat unable to take care of all aspects. The girl in the vest felt that there was some truth to what Axel said, so, where do you say they are now? What she cares more about is the current situation of these villagers, and the second thing is to defeat the long-tongued monsters so that he will no longer harm people. According to my inference, they should be not far from here, and it must be a place that can accommodate hundreds of people. Therefore, such a place is not difficult to find. Axel continued to analyze, and the villagers would definitely not, they are too far away from here. Once the crisis is resolved, they will return immediately. Moreover, according to Axel's inference, these villagers will probably send out scouts to check the situation in the village every day, if it is resolved by the Heroes Association. News of the crisis will be returned immediately to inform everyone of their return. What you said makes sense, let's talk to the skunk kid gas mask. The girl in the vest said with shining eyes. Axel nodded, but shook his head in his heart. From his point of view, the skunk kid gas mask might not agree with him. At this moment, a communication came from the skunk boy's gas mask. Axel quickly picked up his Heroes Association mobile phone and pressed to answer. Suddenly, the skunk boy's antivirus was reported on their team's exclusive channel. The voice of the mask, the mobile phone at this time is like a walkie-talkie, which can be heard by people in this poor way, just like a video conference. We have a new reality, you and the girl in the tank top quickly come over. Chapter 25, dotted end number 039, S trickier than imagined. 25 tougher than imagined. Hearing this, Axel and the girl in the vest looked at each other, and hurried to the position of the skunk boy gas mask in accordance with the automatic positioning system of the Heroes Association mobile phone. August 1 Chinese www. 81ZW.com. The village road is not far away, and it will meet in a few minutes, except that there is a young man in his 20s beside the skunk boy gas mask. This person is a villager, said the skunk boy gas mask. Okay, we are all here, you can briefly introduce the situation of the long tongue. Okay, the people who saw that they were all heroes of the Heroes Association were shocked. The villagers waited for more than a week, aren't they just waiting for this moment? My name is Acre, and I am a villager in this area. Say the important point. The skunk kid gas mask added. It's not early. According to his idea, this matter must be resolved before sunset. Otherwise, we can only wait for tomorrow. Acre smiled awkwardly and introduced his name. It is normal, but forget it, these are trivialities. Recently, we have a long tongue here. You can focus on the characteristics of that long tongue monster, for example, what kind of fighting style is it good at? The skunk kid gas mask interrupted Acre's words again. Axel frowned, and the skunk kid gas mask was a little anxious. As a leader, he should be able to hold his breath. I don't know how to fight. Because I didn't see the monster attacking humans with my own eyes. Acre shook his head, which disappointed the skunk kid gas mask. The so-called confidant knows the enemy, and the most important thing is to know. The fighting style of long-tongued monsters will bring great convenience to their battles. There are so many people in your village, someone will always see it. Axel said suddenly. Acre nodded. Compared with the aggressiveness of the skunk boy gas mask, Acre nodded. Compared with the aggressiveness of the skunk kid's gas mask, he was more intimate, and he was less stressed when speaking. When the long-tongued monster attacked the village, several households had seen the long-tongued monster with their own eyes, and even simply fought. Aker said. Where are they? The skunk kid gas mask asked anxiously. That's the case. The residents here have already fled from their homes because of the fear of long tongues. They hid collectively in a nearby church. They waited for the Heroes Association to resolve the crisis before returning. In the church, all the villagers embraced each other. Tuan, this makes you feel more secure. And the villagers who have seen Long Tongue are also among them. Take us there quickly. The skunk kid gas mask can't wait. However, I came back today to get daily necessities. We have been in the church for more than a week, and the daily necessities have been used up. Aker said the reason for his presence in the village today. Today we solved the long-tongue monster, won't you be able to go back? Let's go, we drove the car. The skunk kid gas mask said involuntarily, and quickly pulled Aker towards the pickup. Let's go, let's follow. After half an hour, the group of people finally rushed to the church. In this small church, there were hundreds of people crowded, all with anxious faces on their faces, some with their heads down, some lying on the ground. Quiet, in short, the whole church is lifeless and extremely unoptimistic. The heroes of the Heroes Association have come to rescue us. Aker shouted with excitement as soon as he entered the church. What? Someone immediately jumped up like a spring. They had waited for this day for too long. Great! The Heroes Association has finally come to save us. Awesome, and 5 heroes. Everyone was extremely excited, their morale rose a lot, everyone's face was filled with expectation, and they immediately gathered around. Suddenly, the otherwise lifeless church suddenly exploded and became noisy. The skunk kid gas mask frowned, and now time is the most important thing for him. Sit in your place first, don't mess up, listen to me. When his voice fell, the whole church suddenly became extremely quiet, because at this time the skunk kid gas mask and other heroes were their saviors. Which of you have ever seen a monster with a long tongue, or even fought with him? Please describe the characteristics of the monster with a long tongue to us. The skunk kid gas mask straight into the subject. Axel added, it would be better if we could find the location of the attack and show us a little more intuitively. I know. I also know that I was attacked by him. Several villagers hurriedly squeezed over. Don't worry, you say it first. The skunk kid gas mask pointed to one of the young men and said. You were attacked in the village, right? Axel asked suddenly. Yes, the young man replied. Are there casualties? The young man nodded, with a painful look on his face. Then, take us back to take a look at the place where you were attacked. This will make it more vivid. Axel suggested. The skunk boy gas mask and others did not object, so they took the victims into the pickup truck and hurried back to the village. The reason for the long tongue to attack us is ridiculous. One of the young men led everyone to the farmland near the forest. He actually asked to mate with the women in the village. The corners of Axelton's mouth twitched, and many of the weird thoughts of the weird people are very strange, and this looks true. Of course we didn't agree. He became angry on the spot, and then began to attack us frantically. The young man led the crowd to the location where he was attacked. Look, this is where he attacked us at the time. Axel raised his eyebrows, and he couldn't help but gasp. The scene can be said to be a mess. A pine tree hugged by one person fell straight down. Axel checked the cut. It was not very flat. It can be seen that it was forcibly hit by something. It is conceivable that this thing has a lot of power. It may be his tongue or tail or even his claws that can cause such cutting ability. Axel secretly said in his heart. His tongue is very long, and it is very strong, such a tree was directly shot off. The young man's statement quickly confirmed this. His frontal power is very strong, you see, this stone was directly smashed by him. The young man then pointed to a huge fragmented stone on the ground and said. His claws are also very powerful, look here. Following the young man's gaze, everyone saw another stone. There was a claw mark on the stone, and it was a few centimeters deep. The stone was like tofu, which was cut apart by the nail of the claw. Suddenly, heroes such as Skunk Kid's gas mask gasped in air, which shows that this monster is extremely powerful, not to mention that the claws are extremely sharp, and the tongue is even more destructive. I am afraid that this long-tongued monster has a fighting power above the intermediate wolf level. This fighting power is much higher than the evaluation given by the Heroes Association. It seems that things are much trickier than imagined. Chapter 26. Metamorphosis of Long Tongue. 26 Perverted Long-Tongued Monster. Under the leadership of several other young people, Axel and others looked at the other attack locations. Basically, the situation was the same as the first one, fully reflecting the characteristics of long-tongued monsters' strong power, sharp claws, and heavy shots. From this point of view, at least, the attack ability of long-tongued monster is extremely strong. Bai Chinese W less than or equal to WW. 81ZW com. How to do? How many helpers to go back to? Unrealistic. The destructive power of this long-tongued monster is strong, we can avoid its edge and hit it lazily. In this way, it will be even more necessary for the three of you Axel to contain it. The Skunk Kid gas mask said. Axel nodded, this kind of destructive power can't stand anyone. I have a good idea. 8 Cemetery, which has been silent, said suddenly. After speaking, he glanced at the girl in the vest. Brother, at this time, don't hide it. The Skunk Kid gas mask hurriedly said. Axel and others also focused their attention on each other. As for the villagers, after the introduction, they immediately slid back to the church. No matter whether these heroes can solve the problem, they should ensure their own safety first. The blame is so powerful, and it may be affected by the aftermath of the battle. Everyone knows that the long-tongued monster is a metamorphosis at all. He wants to match the female sex. Then, if we provide a bait, it will be fine. Moreover, it happens that we have a bait. 8 Cemetery. He cast his gaze on the girl in the vest, looked at her eyes, did not continue to speak, and there was no need to speak any more. No. Axel said flatly before the vest girl could speak. People do something or not, let alone a hero who intends to save the people from a sea of weird people? The ground color of the 8 tombs sank, you have also seen just now. According to the definition of a word by the Heroes Association, this long-tongued monster can even be said to be a tiger-level word from the point of view of destructive power. My suggestion is to let the way for our team to win at the slightest cost. He laughed a few times. If you want to die faster, I don't mind if you go to the trouble of the tongue monster head-on. Axel just wanted to continue talking, but the girl in the vest over there took a step forward and stood in front of Axel. I agree with this strategy. The task of killing the long tongue is left to you. 8 Cemetery. No problem. 8 Cemetery is still very confident in its destructive power. Axel lowered his head and glanced at the girl in the vest, did not speak, his fists tightened involuntarily. Hero. What exactly is it? Is it a career to kill weird people by any means? There is no time to think about these issues, the Skunk Kid gas mask is already in the formation. Choosing a place where long-tongued monsters often haunt, the girl in the vest stood on the spot. The 8 tombs was hiding behind a huge boulder, and the skunk boy gas mask was prepared with potions, ready to attract the long-tongued monsters. At the same time, he was also responsible for protecting the 8 cemeteries. Axel and the armed staff chief crouched in the woods on both sides of the vest, the left and the right. Be careful. Axel made a mouth gesture at the vest girl. The girl in the vest smiled and nodded. Over there, the skunk boy gas mask began to release medicinal gas, and as soon as the wind blew, it floated into the forest. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. The 8 cemetery stared at the vicinity of the girl in the vest, and the skunk kid gas mask took care of the movements of the two of them. Axel raised his 5 senses to the limit, not letting go of any movement. Something is coming. Axel suddenly reminded in a very soft voice on the Heroes Association mobile phone. The people who used the girl in the vest were taken aback for a moment, and they didn't know what Axel used to gain insight. This monster with a long tongue is said to be more than 3 meters tall, and he should be very heavy. It stands to reason that the vibration to the ground when running is enough for us to notice, but now there is no movement at all. Is this kid fooling us? The skunk boy gas mask said quietly, strangely. The 8th cemetery next to him sneered, "This is my first hunting, do you want to show? This is also a normal thing." The skunk kid gas mask nodded in agreement. "Be quiet. It's very quiet." After Axel reminded everyone, it was still very quiet here. Will it come? 8th cemetery frowned. If this method can't attract the appearance of long tongue, it will be difficult. The skunk kid's gas mask also frowned. It's too early now. In more than an hour, the sun may be set to go down, and they must retreat. At this moment, suddenly, a tongue appeared silently behind a tree. Yes, it was a blood-red tongue, several meters in length. The tongue sprang out extremely quickly, and it went around behind the girl in the vest like lightning, and with only a light roll, it curled up the waist of the girl in the vest. At this time, the two of the 8th cemetery and the skunk kid gas mask had not yet reacted, and looked at the spot in a daze. The same was true for the armed clerk. Only Axel, who had been feeling the surrounding movement, suddenly sprang out of the woods, and without a word, hit the long tongue with a punch. Boom! The long tongue bends like a tight spring, and then bounces Axel's fist away. However, due to Axel's fist, the force of the girl in the vest with the tongue being wrapped around it suddenly relaxed, letting go of his waist, and suddenly getting out of trouble. "It's the long tongue!" the girl in the vest exclaimed. The slimy tongue made her extremely sick. After she got out of the control of the long tongue, she ran forward lifelessly a few steps. "Who is it?" The long-tongued monster showed his figure from behind the tree. Just now, using his lizard characteristics, he approached here almost silently, but he never expected that he was just stepping on the leaves. Axel's little movement was actually noticed. "Kill the perverted person!" Axel sneered. "And me, you long-tongued monster, we are here to fight against you today." The armed clerk also jumped out. "Damn long tongue, it's disgusting, I must kill you." The girl in the vest gratefully glanced at Axel, and then glared at long tongue. If it hadn't been for Axel's rescue, it would be unthinkable today. The long tongue snorted coldly, "Just because you little C-rank heroes want to deal with me? Dreaming." At this time, the 8th cemetery and the skunk boy gas mask reacted and quickly prepared to attack. Well, the other party didn't seem to notice the existence of the two in the 8th cemetery. All attention was focused on Axel and the girl in the vest. One was the man he wanted to kill very much, women who want to mate. The long tongue looked at it. The girl in the tank top who had exploded due to long-term training suddenly left a long-lasting mouth on her long tongue, "Kill you two who are in the way, and then, with my dear the girl has a baby." After that, he took the lead to rush towards Axel. Chapter 27. Torn to pieces by me. 27 Torn to pieces by me. The results of Axel's previous training were immediately reflected. He hurriedly avoided to the side, and the long-tongued monster rushed past him like a tank. August 1 Chinese Web www. 8.1z, w. com. Long-tongued monster, look at how good I am. The armed clerk rushed from behind, and the iron glove slammed into the long-tongued monster's back. However, the long-tongued monster was like eyes on the back, and the thick and thin tail of one person was raised up, and it was slammed on the armor of the armed clerk. Suddenly, the armed clerk flew away like a cannonball. With a bang, a big tree was broken, and then he lay on the ground without moving for a while. His proud armor was actually drawn into a deep dent. Fortunately, this armor would cause his ribs to be snapped just because of the thump of the tail. However, because of this, Axel and others have successfully attracted the attention of Longtongue and created a good sniper time for the 8 Cemetery. It's been a long time waiting for this time. 8 Cemetery roared in his heart. He had been waiting for a team member who was not near the Longtongue monster, and then the perspective of the Longtongue monster was not the time to face him. And now is the good time. The Longtongue is now facing the 8 graveyard, looking at Axel, and Axel is behind the Longtongue, perfectly avoiding the attack range of the 8 graveyard, without causing damage. Accidental injury. The guns in the hands of the 8 Cemetery burst out of flames, and a bullet roared out of the barrel, and went straight to the heart of the Longtongue monster. When the bullet rushed out of the gun, the girl in the vest almost held her breath and watched, and the skunk kid gas mask almost forgot to breathe. This is a very critical shot. It is in a situation where the opponent is unprepared. Next, if this time does not work, then the next battle will be very difficult. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. Everyone's eyes are focused on here, waiting for the result of this shot. In fact, time is just a moment, but on the scene it is like a long river of time flowing slowly. Snapped. Bingo! The skunk kid gas mask was about to cheer, even if the person in front of him was a weird person. Once the back of his heart was penetrated, it would be almost severely injured to him. Don't give him a chance, keep shooting. The 8 Cemetery didn't need a skunk kid gas mask, and sniped opponents in the dark. Taking advantage of the enemy's pain to add to the worse, he was best at fighting. The guns in his hand quickly spit out the tongue, tilting a shuttle of bullets out. Suddenly, the back of the Longtongue monster was lit like dry firewood, and the smoke billowed, making it difficult to see the situation. However, without precaution, being attacked by firearms of this level, needless to say, the back of the Longtongue monster must have been smashed. What a powerful firearm! The girl in the vest couldn't help but sigh. When the hero level is lower, the power of this firearm is indeed much stronger than that of exercising the physical body. With just this hand alone, if the 8 graveyard attacked him, he would definitely not be able to avoid being beaten into a sieve. Awesome! Axel sighed inwardly. The firearms in these 8 cemeteries are nothing but ordinary firearms. They can cause such powerful damage. It is conceivable that they are like Devil Transformer Janosch and Metal Knight. How terrifying is such a hero's power! Taking advantage of this time, Axel hurried to the head of the armed clerk to check his injuries. Fortunately, he was only fainted by the impact. Due to the protection of the armor, his injury was not serious, but, basically, it has lost its combat effectiveness. But at this time, an angry roar resounded in the smoke. Roar! In an instant, the long-tongued monster rushed out of the smoke and ran wildly towards the 8 graveyard. He's not dead. 8 Cemetery's heart trembled. His bullets have been exhausted at the moment. There is no time to change the bullets. The opponent's speed is extremely fast. The skunk kid gas mask was also stunned for a while. He couldn't think of it. It was okay to be hit at such a vital point in the back. The girl with the sharp-eyed vest appeared from the back. It turned out that the reason why this long-tongued monster did not die was because he was actually a lizard monster and inherited the characteristics of a lizard scale armor. It was the densely dense scales on his back that helped him withstand the almost fatal gunshot wound. Therefore, although the bullets hit his back, they only penetrated his scales that were several millimeters thick. His muscle tissue was only broken to a depth of less than 1 centimeter, and his internal organs were not injured at all. Don't look at the mess behind the long-tongued monster. The flesh and blood are turned over. It seems to be hurt, but it does not hurt the internal organs. It is not a fatal injury at all. He not only possesses extremely strong power and speed, but also has a strong tongue and tail. Unexpectedly, he also has this scaled armor to protect himself, even if he is compared to a tiger-level weirdo. The girl in the vest was shocked. With a cry, this long-tongued monster compares the description in the Hero Guild Intelligence, and the conclusions obtained by a few people from investigating the scene just now. The difference is not the same. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a tiger-level word at all. Judging from the past experience of the Heroes Association, an elementary tiger-level monster needs at least a B-level mid to high-level hero to deal with. If it is a C-level hero, it must also be a mid to high 5-person team. Obviously, the Axel team is slightly thinner. It's too late to say, then fast. Did not wait for the vest girl to rescue. The long-tongued monster over there has rushed in front of the 2 of the 8 graveyards. The skunk kid gas mask quickly released the skunk gas, and at the same time he put his rope around the neck of the tongue monster. Hey! The long-tongued monster was almost stunned by the smell that made him disgusting to his bones. He quickly held his breath, but at this moment, the rope was accurately trapped. His neck. Small bugs. With a roar, the long-tongued monster grabbed the rope, like throwing a hammer, and threw the skunk kid gas mask, which was no more than 12 pounds in size, into the air. At the same time, the long tongue swept across the 8 cemetery that was still changing bombs, and fell to the ground far away. There was no movement for a while, life and death unknown. Like the 2 of them at the 8 cemetery, they are proficient in using foreign objects to improve their combat effectiveness. Their physical fitness is not even a bit weaker than that of Axel and others. Therefore, they fainted after a slight collision. Humph! I want to tear you all to pieces one by one. The long-tongued monster felt the hot pain behind him, and roared in anger. He walked to the side of the skunk kid gas mask, grabbed his head, and cut him, dragging to the side of the 8 cemetery, then also grabbed the head of the 8 cemetery and carried it in front of the girl in the vest and Axel. The angry roar made the birds in the forest startled. Did you see it? Your companions will be torn apart by me in front of you. Chapter 28. Iron Fist breaks the wind and howls. 28. Iron Fist breaks the wind and howls. Longtongue violently threw the skunk kid gas mask and the 8 graveyard on the ground in front of him. After being hit, the 2 woke up in shock. Seeing this situation, their hearts were completely dead. Unexpectedly, the carefully planned hunt today. It turned out to be a group annihilation. However, taking a hero as a career, I also thought about one day I would give it curry, so although my heart was sad, there was no fear. 8. 1 Chinese Web W equals W less than or equal to W less than or equal to 81 ZW. Com. At this time, the girl in the vest gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. Suddenly, the girl in the vest rushed to the long-tongued monster, which surprised the long-tongued monster. Vest impact. The girl in the vest roared, and the whole person was lifted to the extreme in an instant. The muscles of the arms that looked like ordinary suddenly bulged, full of explosive power. With a bang, he hugged the huge tail of the long-tongued monster fiercely, and the whole body's strength was concentrated on the arm. Unexpectedly, in an instant, the 3-meter-high long-tongued monster was thrown off the ground. What a powerful force! The armed clerk lay halfway on the ground and gasped. Unexpectedly, the girl in the vest threw the monster in the air. You must know that the monster is more than 3 meters tall and weighs enough 500 caddies. How strong is this vest girl's wrist? Sure enough, among the C-rank heroes, flesh fighters are all true strength factions. Quickly, I can't delay him for too long, you run away. The girl in the vest knew that although she used a trick to temporarily control the long-tongued monster, this control will not last for a few seconds. I can only create time to escape for my companions, and I. The 8 cemetery and the skunk kid gas mask were also horrified by the power displayed by the girl in the vest. After hearing the words of the girl in the vest, they immediately reacted, immediately got up from the ground and ran toward the pickup direction lifelessly. Now it seems that the opponent's long-tongued monster is the biggest mistake of the team. If you stay and die together, it is better to be able to run away at the cost of the vest girl's sacrifice. Such a powerful weirdo cannot be dealt with by a C-rank hero at all. It is better to report the situation to the Heroes Association and let them send a hero above B rank to deal with it. The two people in the 8th cemetery ran wildly, and the target of the long tongue was locked on the girl in the vest, and he didn't care whether the two escaped or not. "Hey, beauty, you are like this, which arouses my desire to have a baby with you. Hope. You are really a mother with excellent genes." The long tongue strange laughed, and the long tongue licked lips, slanted eyes looking at the girl in the vest, the pupils are full of evil light. The girl in the vest suddenly trembled in her heart, but she had already figured it out. It is impossible for her to succumb to the humiliation of the other party. If she unfortunately falls into the devil's claws, then she has one last hand, that is to bite her tongue. Even if it is dead, it is impossible to be insulted by long tongue. The armed clerk was unable to move, and the 8th cemetery and the skunk boy gas mask were fleeing frantically. "Where is Axel?" Suddenly, the young man's face flashed across the vest girl's heart. Strange, why didn't he escape? Her gaze swept across the back of the long-tongued monster. When she saw the figure of Axel rushing over, the first feeling in her heart was extremely warm. When the 8 graveyard and the skunk boy gas masks used the space they created to escape, there were still partners and brothers staying with them, and a warm current flowed in their hearts. Following the second feeling is stupid. I stayed here to allow other companions to escape, but why didn't this Axel cherish this opportunity to escape and rushed over? Although this spirit is very commendable, what is the difference between this and a funeral? Fool! The girl in the vest sweated anxiously. In this way, wouldn't her sacrifice be meaningless? But that's not right. How can Axel get so fast? In the blink of an eye, Axel rushed to the back of Long Tongue. Whirlwind slashing iron fist. With a loud shout, Axel lowered his weight, his feet were slightly bent, his right fist was held and stopped at his waist, a whirlwind unexpectedly revolved around his body, blowing his yellow cloak. Hula-la thumped straight, his eyes fixed on the back of the monster tongue. At this time, he was just like a mountain torrent waiting for it, containing extremely terrifying power. God's divine bow. The armed staff chief who was lying on the ground exclaimed. At this moment, Axel seemed to be full of explosive power, like the divine bow of the gods that day, bending to the limit. All power is contained in this blow. It's up to you. The long-tongued monster roared, splashing in his mouth. Even the bullet can't hurt me, relying on you as a C-rank trash hero. In this world, no hero is rubbish. Axel said coldly, and suddenly shouted, Iron Fist, break! Wind! Howl! His body rose to the ground, releasing the force that had been suppressing it in an instant. Suddenly, he jumped a few meters high, and the iron fist of his right hand slammed into the back of Long-Tongue Monster. As soon as it was shot out, there was a whistling of breaking wind, just like the wind blowing through the unclosed windows in the winter, and there was a very sharp whistling sound. The first stage of the whirlwind cut Iron Fist breaks the wind and howls. The powerful force seemed to tear the air apart, producing a very sharp and ear-piercing wind howl, hence the name Bro Feng Xiao. Hearing the exclamation of the girl in the vest, the chief of the armed clerk, and the sharp wind screaming, the 8 graveyard and the skunk boy gas mask stopped and looked back in the direction of Long Tongue. At this time, Axel was full of explosive fists, and slammed on the back of Long Tongue Monster with a harsh whistle. Boom! It was just a very dull soft sound. The eyes of the 8 graveyard and the skunk boy's gas mask suddenly dimmed again, originally with some expectations, maybe Axel can explode the small universe to kill each other, but from the voice just now, you can hear the power of this punch. It's not big. The thunder is heavy and the rain is small. The momentum is good, but I didn't expect it to be superficial. The two glanced at each other, quickly turned around and continued to run forward. At this moment, strange things happened. The long-tongued monster, who had been madly roaring and roaring, stood quietly on the ground. He lowered his head, his eyes no longer turned, staring at the ground dumbly, as if his soul had been caught for a moment. Taken away, it seems to have become a statue. The girl in the vest looked at all this in surprise, and quickly got out of the attack range of the long-tongued monster and approached Axel. Asked Incredible, "What did you do?" "Kill him," Axel said firmly. Chapter 29. Redefine the level. 29. Redefine the equal order. Kill him? What a joke. Bai Chinese website WW is not equal to W equals 8 equals 1 greater than or equal to Z is not equal to W greater than or equal to C less than or equal to O greater than or equal to M. This is the guy whose bullets in the 8 cemeteries can't cause fatal injuries. His scales have given him great protection, and his strength is as strong as 1,000 jinn. This is not a weird person they can deal with at all. But, at this time, Axel actually said without shame that he killed him. At this moment, the face of the monster with long tongue twisted, as if screwed together in extreme pain. He couldn't help but raised his head. With a horrible cry of awe, black was actually spit out from his mouth. Thick smoke. How could this happen? The girl in the vest exclaimed, feeling like something burning in the belly of the monster with a long tongue. What's the matter with this long-tongued monster? The armed clerk finally got up from the ground and watched this scene incredibly. The face of the tongue monster was constantly twisting his body in extreme pain, and his chest gradually became bulging, as if some power was slowly accumulating in it, and then he was about to break out. It's too late to say, then fast. Suddenly, his chest cavity could no longer withstand the force in his abdomen. It burst open with a boom, his lungs collapsed, his ribs broke and exploded, and the blood bounced in the air like a rain of blood. If you look from the front of the tongue monster, a black hole the size of a wash basin has opened in his chest, and the muscle tissue, ribs, and lungs on his chest have been burned to a blackened surface, as if they had been burned by fire. And behind him, there is a small hole the size of a fist mark, and his entire body is penetrated by an unknown force. The body that lost control suddenly fell down, smashing the ground out of a small pit. Even with one punch, this long-tongued monster was penetrated. Moreover, some kind of fire power was poured into his body, exploding his chest. The girl in the vest gasped, and the power was real. It's horrible, it's like putting a bomb in the enemy's body and detonating it by pressing the button. Fall back to the ground from the air. Axel propped on his knees, gasping for breath. Iron Fist breaking the wind and howling is the first stage of whirlwind slashing Iron Fist, but there are also high and low points in the same stage. The sound of the wind howl is the absolute standard for judging the strength of the fist. The sound of the wind howl is like the explosion of a sound fighter breaking through the sound barrier. It is only the noise and resonance produced by the wind howl. You can shatter the stones. The current Axel can only produce the sound of wind howl, and the way he needs to go is far. Hey! Axel took a deep breath and looked at the long-tongued monster on the ground. It should be dead. This time, thanks to the bullets from the 8 graveyard, the scales on the back of the long-tongued monster were smashed, otherwise, his fist and blasting power would not penetrate into the body of the long-tongued monster, causing such powerful damage to the opponent. However, he was also happy in his heart. The practice of this period of time finally yielded results, because although the scales were broken, they were still very hard, but under his whirlwind slashing Iron Fist, they were still successful. Smash! I have to say that the destructive power of an ordinary punch is far from the destructive power of this whirlwind slashing Iron Fist. Axel, you really don't show up. The girl in the vest has a great affection for Axel, not only because the opponent killed the long-tongued monster, but also because the opponent was at the most critical time. Did not abandon himself and leave, although that approach seemed a bit stupid, and it was not a wise choice. But human beings are emotional animals after all, and a warm current in their hearts is constantly flowing. Are you all okay? Axel smiled, and didn't take this to heart. This is just a wolf-level weirdo, not a great feat. I'm fine. The girl in the vest was not attacked. I'm fine too. The armed clerk took off his armor. The armor had sunk on his chest. Wearing it on his body would make him inconvenient to move. Okay. Axel nodded, took out the Heroes Association's cell phone, and dialed the Skunk Kid gas mask call. Where are you? The Skunk Kid gas mask thought that Axel had also escaped, and asked quickly, let's pick you up. Longtongue has been killed by us, come back with you and the 8 graveyard. Axel said calmly, and said, we are killed. From his point of view, everyone has his own credit. Is the result of everyone's cooperation. Did it? The Skunk Kid gas mask hardly believed his ears. You say it again. 8 Cemetery asked anxiously in the co-pilot. We killed the Longtongue. Axel added again. After hanging up the communication, the skunk boy gas mask creaked and stopped the car and looked at the ground of the 8 tombs. After a long while, he said, is this something weird? The girl in the vest creates an opportunity for us to escape, how can it kill that monster? You are right, I feel, are there other heroes here? Possible. Let's go back quickly. In this battle, we also have our own credit. We can't let them take all the credit. The Skunk Kid gas mask quickly turned the steering wheel and rushed towards the enemy who was fighting. It only took a moment to reach the destination. On sight, only Axel, the girl in the vest, and the armed clerk were 3 people, and no other heroes were seen. A high-ranking hero killed the Longtongue monster and then left. The skunk boy gas mask said, looking around. Other heroes. The girl in the vest shook her head, no one else was there. Then how did this monster with Longtongue die? The Skunk Kid gas mask couldn't believe his eyes. This monster with extremely sturdy body was penetrated through his chest. It was the result of Axel's punch. The chief of the armed clerk, an honest man, added. Ah! The 2 of the 8 cemetery were so surprised that their tongues were sticking out, and they looked at Axel dumbfounded. I can't say that. First, the bullet from the 8 cemetery destroyed the back scales of the Longtongue monster, and then the girl in the vest attracted the attention of the Longtongue monster, and I had a chance to find this flaw. With my fist, in the weakest part of his back, he was given a fatal punch. Our team of 5 people, everyone did what they should do, one less person cannot do. Axel shook his head and denied the statement of the armed staff chief. He is such a person. If there is a problem, the responsibility is to bear it. There is credit for everyone. 8 cemetery eyes lit up, and no more words. Seeing this situation, what he worries most is that Axel takes all the credit for himself. The Hero Association defines the Longtongue monster as a wolf level intermediate. However, we can see in our actual battles that he is at least at the level of the wolf level high level pinnacle. Therefore, this kind of reward cannot be defined by the Hero Association. As a standard, for this, I have sent the video of our battle to the Heroes Association, and the association will re-evaluate the evaluation of this strange man. Axel continued. The skunk kid's gas mask opened his mouth, but he didn't speak. What he could not expect was that Axel's heart was so delicate that he actually recorded the battle process. With the video of the battle process, bullets could not penetrate. The back of the Longtongue monster is enough to determine that the Longtongue monster is far more than the wolf level intermediate level. It is believed that the redefinition of the Heroes Association will soon come down. If the battle is not filmed, it is very difficult to explain to the Heroes Association. After all, the corpse of the Longtongue will not explain it to them. Chapter 30, The Reason Why God Wants to Destroy Mankind? 3. The reason why God wants to destroy mankind? Okay, you. The girl in the vest gave Axel a punch in the chest and laughed. August 1st? Chinese? W greater than or equal to W is not equal to W less than or equal to. Greater than or equal to 8 less than or equal to 1 equals Z equals W com. Hey, Axel is so careful. Moreover, he was very brave just now and didn't run away. The armed clerk said here and quickly shut up. He suddenly realized that the two people who were the first to escape were also here. Doesn't this mean complimenting Axel while slapping those two people in the face? But he didn't do it intentionally. The two of the 8 cemetery lowered their heads, a little ashamed. However, the two of them were also holding a breath. According to the situation at the time, who knew that Axel was so strong? If you can't kill this long-tongued monster, staying there is a funeral, isn't it? Also, this Axel is too scheming. He deliberately concealed his own strength and made the two of them embarrassed. This is simply premeditated. The more I think about it, the more angry. However, the two of them didn't think about it. When they came, Axel suggested a countermeasure to deal with this kind of emergency. Unfortunately, the two of them rejected it at the time. The efficiency of the Hero Association is still very high. Although their heroes are relatively small, there are still more logistics and administrative personnel. After receiving Axel's video, they immediately re-evaluated the strength of the long tongue. Soon the wolf level high-level peak weirdo was positioned, and this reward was soon announced to the channel of Axel and his team. 60,000 coins. It is actually 6 times the reward of the egg monster. After receiving this news, Axel was also astonished. At this time, his economic crisis could be eased. Thinking of this, Axel couldn't help but want to roar to the sky. Well, since we have killed this monster, let's talk about how to distribute the rewards this time. The main damage to the monster is the 8 graveyard and Axel. Therefore, I propose that the two of them should be allocated the most. Next is the remaining 3 people. I guarantee the safety of the 8 cemetery. The armed clerk also attracted the attention of the long-tongued monster at the beginning, and the armor was also damaged to a certain extent. In addition to attracting attention, the girl in the vest finally got more attention. It's the long-tongued monster who gave up his life and forgot to die, and also created a chance for Axel to attack. Therefore, I think the remaining 3 of us have the same credit. Skunk Kid Gas Mask as the team leader started the distribution of rewards. Axel frowned. Everyone said that there was no problem, except that the Skunk Kid Gas Mask had a slightly higher evaluation of him, because in this battle, his duty was to protect the 8 cemetery. But in fact, he didn't do it at all. Moreover, due to his negligence and carelessness, he did not preset traps around him and the 8 cemetery. Therefore, although he said he was protecting the 8 cemetery, all he did could not guarantee the safety of the 8 cemetery. Said to be negligent. I have no objection. The girl in the vest nodded and said. Me too. The armed clerk also said, he just feels very distressed about his armor, which he bought from the savings he once went to work. Well, in this case, then, the 8 cemeteries and Axel each received 15,000 coins, and the other 3 people 10,000 coins. The Skunk Kid Gas Mask quickly distributed the rewards of the Heroes Association to everyone's account. In addition, the quarter and 1/6 merit distribution method is also given back to the Heroes Association, and the Heroes Association will soon readjust the rank of each hero. Several people worked together to move the corpse of the Longtongue into the pickup, and at the same time drove to the church, and informed the villagers of the good news about the killing of the Longtongue. When the villagers heard that the Longtongue had been killed, they all ran out. Some people hated the corpse for throwing stones and kicks. It's too early. We invite you to stay for dinner to thank you for your fearless spirit. A village chief in his 60s came over and said sincerely. The skunk boy gas mask turned his head and looked at everyone. Everyone nodded. After a day of rushing and fighting, everyone was already very tired. It is a good idea to take a proper rest and set off tomorrow. Night. The bonfire was lit. On the sandy ground by the small river, light a bonfire to barbecue the river fish and dance happily. On behalf of the people in the village chief took a wine glass and walked to the bonfire of Axel and others. Thank you so much for your heroic behavior this time. If it weren't for your arrival, we still don't know how long it will be in the church. Polite, we are all heroes, this is what we should do. The skunk kid gas mask is obviously very good at dealing with this kind of scene, and he doesn't lose his grace while talking and laughing. In contrast, Axel and others are relatively munar and not suitable for this kind of wine shop. The village chief drank the wine in his hand, and then said with a smile, "Haha, this long tongue is so powerful, just a single tongue can knock down a tree, just a collision, it can break a stone, where is this weird? This is a monster at all. This long-tongued monster is indeed amazing." The skunk kid gas mask nodded and said, "This time, several of us have suffered minor injuries to varying degrees. This is the case in this world. Almost every hero will save himself from a simple minor injury. After they deal with it, there is basically no major problem. Haha, it was just a minor injury, and I solved the long-tongued monster. You really deserve to be a hero," said the village chief with a laugh. The skunk kid gas mask smiled and nodded, where, we still have a long way to go." Axel didn't feel much, he knew his own strength very well, and he had his own self-knowledge for the praise of others. In many cases, if you hear other people's praise, you think that you are powerful, and that kind of praise will immediately become a terrible flattery. Where are some great heroes? I have seen them. They are all C-rank heroes. Moreover, this weird person is better than us, but in the eyes of some heroes, it is nothing but rubbish. 5 heroes go to fight like this a weird person who was injured and almost couldn't solve it. Tisk tisk, it's really good. Another villager at the campfire whispered. Yes, it's too delicious. A villager echoed in a low voice. That is, I came here for more than a week. Let us eat instant noodles at the church for more than a week. It's too much. Another villager said very angrily. According to my opinion, not only do not invite them to eat or drink, but also punish them, such heroes, it is better not to. There was wind at night. Although the words were very light, they passed into the ears of Axel and others. Axel frowned and said nothing. Back then, Saitama-sensei, who crushed the meteorite and saved the entire city, was also spewed out by the people? Could this be the reason why the so-called gods in this world want to exterminate mankind? Chapter 31, The Reason to be a Hero. 31 Reasons to be a Hero. Shut up! The old village chief yelled angrily. At this time, his face was flushed, his hands were shaking constantly, and his breathing became extremely rapid. Bai Chinese network W is not equal to W greater than or equal to W greater than or equal to. Greater than or equal to 8 is not equal to 1 is not equal to Z equals W. Greater than or equal to C greater than or equal to OM. Each of them is the hero of our village. The old village chief emphasized his tone with a very affirmative voice. Our village, we must erect a monument for them, so that future generations will remember it forever. Axel was startled, he did not expect that the old village chief would say so. The few villagers didn't say anything, and all bowed their heads. Obviously, the old village chief had unshakable authority in the whole village, but judging from their manners, they were not convinced. Look, the old village chief said angrily. He picked up the armor of the armed clerk. His armor became dented by the impact of the weirdo. Just imagine, if this weirdo rushed towards you, you are already the bone is broken and the tendon is broken. But they are heroes, isn't this what they should do? A villager who had just spoken raised his head and retorted. Yeah, they should do it. In their view, heroes are people who deal with weird people and hunt weird people as their profession. Whether it is wounded by a weird person, or even killed, it should be because this is your profession. How sad! If a soldier is injured and disabled in order to defend his country, he returns to his hometown and greets him, not praise, not cheer, but slander. Why should he be a little stronger, so that he will not be hurt? Why he is slandered by marksmanship? You can kill all enemies without getting hurt. The old village chief said, crying as he burst into tears, he almost roared with the voice in his chest, you said, those who are for the country, what a sadness will be in the hearts of soldiers fighting for the people." The voice of the old village chief fell, and the whole scene became silent, only the crackling sound of the bonfire, but it seemed even quieter. People who don't know how to be grateful, but just blindly criticize others, they are not welcome here. This cocktail party belongs to the grateful people and their grateful heroes. Others, you can go. The old village chief is true today. He was angry, and his breathing was like a bellows pulling. Grandpa. The grandson of the old village chief quickly helped his grandfather. For the first time he saw his grandfather so angry, fearing that he would get angry, and quickly stroked his back. The old village chief's style was very tough. He pushed his grandson away and coldly glanced at the few people who had just spoken badly. "Do you want me to invite you out?" Those few people were startled, one by one, bowed their heads, stood up, and ran away like oil on the soles of their feet. Without those people, the atmosphere of the bonfire party suddenly became warm again. The villagers stood up one by one, walked to Axel and others sincerely, and toasted and blessed them. The party lasted until late at night. At the end, the old village chief got drunk for the first time in many years. With the help of his grandson, he left with a big laugh while talking about having another drink. It was cold at night. The night is very deep. However, Axel still has no sleep. In the courtyard of the house arranged by the village chief, lean on a railing and look out at the moon in the sky and the stars sprinkled in the sky like gems. He lowered his head and looked at his clenched fist. "What's the matter? Our hero can't sleep anymore." A playful voice sounded, and at the same time, a little head reached Axel's eyes. His eyes were black and shiny in the dark, not a girl in a vest. "Who will it be?" "Ha, isn't it the same for you?" Axel took a glass of boiled water from the other party and took a sip. "Hey, I guess, you couldn't sleep because of the words of the villagers at the bonfire party today." The girl in the vest is not careless, but in fact, like all women, the mind is extremely delicate and very delicate. Insight. Axel was taken aback, but he didn't expect that the other party was really right. "Then why didn't you fall asleep?" Axel retorted with a smile. "It is late at night, and during the day, several people fight very hard. At this time, they should be very tired and need to rest." "Because of you," the girl in the vest blurted out. Axel was taken aback again. "Thank you for saving me today," the girl in the vest said sincerely. "It should be." Axel didn't regard today's things as his hero saving the beauty, that is what he must do. He leaned on the wooden railing with one hand and was silent while drinking water. Obviously, he was still thinking about today's problems. The girl in the vest smiled. "I think being a hero should not care too much about the views of the people. How to be a hero is your own path and your own choice. Don't interfere with your path and progress just because of the evaluation of others." Select. Axel's heart moved. To be honest, although they formed a team, and everyone had experienced a life and death together, to be honest, a few people did not know each other very well. Axel's view of Vest Girl's understanding is only limited to the understanding in the comics. By the way, why did you become a hero? Everyone has his own reason to become a hero. Saitama-sensei became a hero because of his interest. Gino's is because the teacher wants to be a hero, he just follows the teacher's footsteps. Tornado has become a hero because he blasted a sentence 18 years ago. Fubuki became a hero because he didn't want to be sheltered by his sister, but wanted to prove himself. Everyone has a reason to be a hero. The girl in the vest seemed to be led by Axel, and flew to a certain time. She took a sip of water. "Back then, I was just a white-collar worker who had nothing to worry about, but one day I was attacked by a shrimp monster. When I was helpless, Venerable Vest came to the rescue. He killed the monster with just one blow. Since then, I have joined the Vest clan, and I have been attacked by Venerable Vest. After giving instructions, his strength has also been improved, and he has become a C-rank hero. He wants to use his power to solve the crisis for more people like me. So that's the case. Actually, I am the same. At first, an egg monster threatened our entire street. After defeating him, I suddenly realized that I can defeat more weird people with my own power and protect ordinary people from threats. That's it. That's it. Axel also said. Is it a coincidence? Forget it. Fate. Yes, it is. Chapter 32. Recruit. 32 Recruitment. Here, Axel can't sleep at night, and over there, Dr. Kenos of the House of Evolution is also not asleep. In front of him, Clone 28 is still reporting the battle situation and various data of the Long Tongue. On the several screens in front of him, the battle scenes between Axel and the Long Tongue were replayed continuously, especially the Punch Broken Wind Howl played countless times. August 1st. Chinese website www.8.1zw.com. Unexpectedly, the growth of this guy is so amazing, he actually killed our wolf-level high-end weird experimental body. It has caused great losses to our evolutionary house, and it damages the majesty of our evolutionary house. I propose to send a powerful tiger-level weirdo to kill him. Clone number 28 proposed. During this period of time, Axel killed 3 of his experimental subjects in a row, which made him quite distressed. As for the mosquito girl, he is no longer ready to use it, and goes directly to a powerful tiger-level monster. Humph! A high-level wolf-level weird man who has been concocted for such a long time has passed, and still has not improved his strength. It can be said that there is no room for evolution at all. Such an experimental body will die if it dies. Kenos said coldly, and immediately, Clone 28 fell silent. You have to remember that everything we do has only one purpose, that is, to find the ultimate evolutionary direction of living things. Dr. Kenos folded his hands on his chin, the data on the screen flashed continuously on the lens of his, and the light in his eyes did not stop. Look, we have collected this Axel data again. It is really amazing, a little. The death of the experimental subject is really worth it in exchange for such amazing data. Clone 28 held its breath. Each experimental body can be said to be the essence of the House of Evolution. They were handcrafted by them and spent a lot of manpower and material resources. However, in Kenos's eyes, is it better to get everything like this from Axel? Getting data on the body is even more important. By the way, how is the situation with Mosquito Girl? Dr. Kenos looked back, and he was very satisfied with the data collection this time. The Mosquito Girl is in the jungle now. She is very smart. She has been using her larvae to the blood of the beasts in the jungle to give back to herself. According to my current judgment, her strength has reached the level of the intermediate wolf level. She is the owner of the ability to fly, and its real combat power is probably comparable to a wolf-level high-end. Clone number 28 said with certainty. Continue to let her evolve. Dr. Kenos said. Don't let her attack Axel. Even now, Clone 28 still wants to kill Axel and kills so many precious experimental subjects. How can he not feel distressed? I know you want to kill Axel. Dr. Kenos said suddenly. Clone number 28 suddenly stopped breathing, but he was a clone of Kenos after all, and it was normal to be aware of what he thought in his mind. But, I can tell you, if the current mosquitoes go to Axel for trouble, it is basically a dead end. How is it possible? Clone 28 exclaimed. The next day, the heroes drove a pickup, pulled the body of the monster, and left the village under the enthusiastic farewell of the villagers. It's really enthusiastic. The skunk kid gas mask said with a smile while driving. Behind the pickup, besides the corpses of a few people and the monster, there are some souvenirs given to them by the villagers. This trip is indeed a worthwhile trip. 8 Cemetery licked his tongue. The Heroes Association's contribution to each hero has been put down, and Axel once again advanced 4 places and became the 196th C-rank hero. Basically, everyone else has a 1 to 2 rank promotion. It's weird. The Heroes Association's evaluation of Axel's merits seems to be relatively high. He has been promoted by 4 places, while the others are basically 2 places. And I, only promoted by 1 place. The promotion, the skunk boy gas mask frowned. It seems that when assessing the merits of the Heroes Association, it still values the hero who killed the weirdo last. The 8 graveyard is also a little depressed. In his opinion, if he hadn't smashed the back scales of the long-tongue monster, how could Seer kill the long-tongue monster? However, in terms of bonuses, they were released according to the way I allocated them. The skunk boy gas mask said, in general, this kind of fighting method is good. A team takes care of each other, which can make us hunt weird people even more. It is safe. Although there are not many bonuses and the merits are not high, this is the safest way. Although the 8 Cemetery, which has always regarded himself highly, is very upset with this statement, he has to admit that the skunk kid gas mask is not wrong. Back to the Heroes Association headquarters, the body of the long-tongue monster was first submitted to the relevant staff of the association. At this point, Axel is also a little strange, why the Heroes Association is interested in the corpses of some weird people and weird people. Afterwards, Axel and others came to the resting place provided by the Heroes Association headquarters for the heroes. As the leader of this time, the skunk kid gas mask took the lead and said, "This time our team action has many twists and turns, but from the results, it should be very successful. With the strength of the 5 of us, actually killed the weird person at the wolf level high-level pinnacle, this can shock a bunch of people's tongues." Axel frowned. As the saying goes, he knows himself and knows his opponents forever. This time, the lack of evaluation and preparation for Longtongue makes the battle so difficult. However, in many battles, it is difficult to know the combat characteristics of the weirdos from the beginning, and most of the time, they are acting on the fly. However, in this battle, the arrogance of the 8 Cemetery and the skunk boy's inability to listen to other people's suggestions were all factors that caused this hard fight. Compared with the excitement of the skunk kid gas mask, Axel feels that his views are too optimistic. There is still a lot of experience in this battle. My proposal is that our team will continue to maintain it, and hope that it can do better next time the list is unveiled. The skunk kid gas mask suggested, and his eyes fell on the 8 Cemetery for the first time. I agree that this is the best way. We can make us more familiar with each other through battles again and again, and make our battles safer, and our merits and bonuses will gradually increase. A strategy that has the best of both worlds. 8 Cemetery hurriedly said. You're right, this is the strength of the team. The skunk kid gas mask said, and then he turned to look at Axel. Axel, how about you? This time Axel's performance is very strong. As a hero who can control the line of sight in the front, and can play a certain amount of output, he is naturally the first target of his recruitment. Chapter 33, Dr. Kusno. 33 Dr. Kusno. I refuse. August 1st. Chinese WW, W. 81, Z, W.com. Axel blurted out without even thinking about it. Suddenly, the 8 Cemetery and the skunk boy gas mask were stunned on the spot. What they didn't expect was that Axel would actually refuse their invitation. Why? The skunk boy gas mask was speechless for a long time, and finally squeezed out a word. I have a different philosophy from yours. As the saying goes, the Tao is different. So, I can't continue to be a team with you. The moment Axel gave up the vest girl in the skunk kid gas mask, it is judged that he and he are two passers-by. A regiment commander easily abandoned his regiment members during the battle and took the lead to escape, so there is no need for such regiments to follow. At any time, as a team leader, you should lead by example, let yourself be broken, and let the team members escape first. Or, the whole group stayed behind, and the weird guys have come to life and death. This is the philosophy of Axel. Idea. The skunk kid gas mask looked dumbfounded. What idea? It's just a group to fight a weirdo. Is there any idea? Is your reason a bit too showy? Just don't want to form a group, why bother to find such a boring reason? 8 Cemetery was very upset, being robbed of Axel's head power. It only raised himself by 2 ranks, which already made him very unhappy. Axel chuckled, he was unwilling to argue, wasting his words, got up and left. Then, Vest Girl, what about you? The skunk kid gas mask asked anxiously. It is very desirable to have such a member who is willing to sacrifice himself. I, of course, was with Axel. He didn't participate, of course I won't participate either. The girl in the vest quickly got up and caught up with Axel. Seeing the girl in the vest followed up, Axel didn't stop it. For such a good girl, there should be a better team waiting for her, instead of being put in front by the skunk kid gas mask team as a meat shield. What about you, the armed clerk? The skunk boy's gas mask was ashamed, and he didn't expect it to be such an ending. I'm sorry. The armed clerk stood up, bowed, and then quickly caught up with Axel. Damn, it seems that I want to hug my thighs. The skunk boy gas mask was extremely angry and slammed the teacup in front of him heavily on the table. Thighs? Hey, just rely on him? He just touched my light. 8 Cemetery said very angrily. Furthermore, it was too much to take away all the members of the group. By the way, I always thought his name was so familiar, and suddenly I remembered one thing. Oh. It seems to have heard that the Vest Tiger will challenge him. What reason? It is said that a relatively dirty method was used to rob others of the merits of killing weird people. Humph, that's the case. It seems right that we didn't form a group with him. However, judging from the situation of his battle this time, he is indeed capable. However, because of his strength, he wants to fight against the Vest Tigers of the Vest family. It is still a bit too tender. Regardless of his low rank, this Vest Tiger is mainly because he has too little merit, but the strength is nothing to say. Recently, he listened more. Said that he received personal guidance from Venerable Vest, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Oh my god, the S-rank hero personally gave instructions. Tusk, someday, I will be able to get such guidance, how great it would be. Hey, the ranking of the Heroes Association is not a true manifestation of strength. Some heroes' combat effectiveness is much stronger than their own ranking. For heroes like the Vest Tigers, the true strength should be at the top level of C. This challenge, I think it's a good deal. Yes, let's see how bad he is then. Yes, the popularity of the Hero Challenge is not low. It is carried out at the headquarters of the Heroes Association. Many heroes will watch it. The TV station will also broadcast it live. Once you win, you will gain a lot of popularity. Popularity means all kinds of benefits. This is why the Vest Tiger is so obsessed with challenges. At the same time, it challenges heroes and there are too few hunting monsters, resulting in a low overall merit and a low ranking of heroes. However, its strength is recognized among C-rank heroes. How about a few of us continue to form a group? The girl in the vest suggested. This group is not to limit the members, but to form an organization, just like the Vest family. When encountering the post-listing situation at that time, you can post information in the team, and the heroes who want to participate can form a hunting group. If there is no post on the list, you can continue to carry out your own hero activities at ordinary times, and the team will not interfere at all. Axel's eyes lit up. This is completely different from the idea of the Skunk Kids gas mask team. They are purely trying to swipe the status of posting on the list, in order to continuously improve the hero rankings, achievements, and rewards. The proposal of the girl in the vest is actually to bring a group of trusted heroes together, and everyone will act together when they are in trouble or when they want to hunt weird people. A good idea. Axel nodded, having enough trust with each other to entrust his own back to members of the group, so that group hunting is the fairest and the relationship is the most stable. What is the base city of the team? Trust. However, I recently had a hero challenge. I plan to strengthen training for a week and prepare for the battle. Axel continued. The girl in the vest turned her eyes. You are talking about the challenge with the vest and tiger, right? Axel shrugged. Would you not be embarrassed? No, the vests are not all upright heroes like the vests, but there are also heroes like the vests, who are thinking about raising the ranks of crooked ways all the time. No, to be precise, he is not worthy of the name of a hero. The girl in the vest shook her head. I will definitely come to cheer for you when the time comes. However, although his character is not good, his strength is very strong. I have seen your broken wind roar, but to be honest, you still have to be careful. Be careful. I will. It can be seen that the girl in the vest is very serious, which is enough to show that the vest is strong enough. The girl in the vest turned and left. Toot. Axel's Heroes Association cell phone rang. It turned out to be a poll guy of a team channel. Its function is like a QQ group. It was established by a girl in a vest, named Abe Wu. With a smile, I clicked agree, and the armed staff chief over there also received it, and also clicked agree. My strength is not strong, I'm afraid it will drag you down in the future. The armed clerk's expression was a little gloomy. I think your thinking can be changed a bit. Axel stopped. You saw yesterday that the fighting power of the 8th cemetery is strong because of the firearms in his hands. You can design a set of armor yourself. The original intention was good, but you were a clerk before, not a professional. My suggestion is that you find a professional designer to design an armor with a firepower system. For money, so many years of heroic activities, coupled with my professional savings, there are some, but who is going to design for me? The armed clerk frowned in distress. Dr. Kusno, have you heard of this name? A cyborg? Or an expert in mechanics, maybe you can improve your combat effectiveness after you find him. Axel has only heard of who Dr. Snow is only, but he has no way of knowing where the opponent is. Chapter 34, Organization. 34 Organization. Dr. Kusno. The armed clerk's eyes lit up, and he touched his head thoughtfully. I know a Dr. Kusno, but he is not a member of the Heroes Association, but a member of the organization? August 1 Chinese www. 81z, w.com. Organization. Axel's breathing was stagnant. Of course he knew the special group organization. The mace who didn't want to go to work used the equipment of organization to run rampant for a while. According to incomplete statistics, he had a total of consecutive interviews. Failure, 140 times, number of interviewers knocked down, 81, number of offices destroyed, 100 or more. Well, the above is just a slight complaint, but this organization is indeed an extremely mysterious group that is tested by manufacturing equipment. Needless to say, if the Mecha faction gets the organization device, it will be of great help to the improvement of its own strength. But the strange thing is, why does this little-known armed chief of staff in One Punch Man know the organization? Seeing Axel's some doubts, the armed staff chief explained, the organization is not an evil group. They are a team of high-level scientists who are committed to using mechanical power to change human life and the environment. They are a group of respectable scientists. Axel nodded. He didn't comment too much on this. He and the organization didn't overlap too much, and he didn't understand it. If you are familiar with their people, you can give it a try. Axel suggested. Familiarity is not counted, but the organization is currently doing human experiments for them, and you can get the activities of the experimental device. It seems that I need to try it. The armed staff chief was eager to try. Pay attention to safety and good luck. Axel said, Dr. Kusno, Metal Knight, Tong Di, it seems that they all come from that organization. Are they friends or enemies? For the time being, the organization will not pose a threat to itself. The most important thing now is to resolve the decadent competition within the Heroes Association and the aggressiveness of the House of Evolution. Strengthening is the only way to overcome difficulties. Now that he has arrived at the headquarters of the Heroes Association, Axel will stay here for 1 week, training and resting on the second floor. Every hero has the right to rest for 1 week in the hero headquarters for free. Unfortunately, Vest Tiger's older brother Vest Black Hole is also trained here. Leaning on a weightlifting machine, the black hole in the vest looked at Axel with a smile. Why, do you want to hug you when you come? Oh? Are you worrying about your brother? Axel smiled faintly, and hit a punch machine with a punch. Hey, I know that you seemed to hug the thigh of a team yesterday and killed a weird man named Long Tongue. You got a lot of feats. Now it looks like you are a little bloated. The black hole in the vest sneered. Yes. Your strength, perhaps, you still have a little chance a month ago, but I want to tell you that in the past month, the Vest Tiger has been instructed many times by Venerable Vest. Your strength can be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. A complete failure, we will also expose your dirty and ugly face that steals the merits of others. Axel suddenly stopped the bombardment of the boxing machine, turned to look at the black hole in the vest, and asked suddenly, "Do you know why I accept your challenge?" Hey! The black hole of the vest was a little confused when asked. You are changing the subject, you can't refute me at all, right? The Heroes Association has been established for so many years, the system has indeed been perfected, but it still has its own loopholes. Such as the Hero Challenge, on the surface, it is to inspire competition between heroes and prevent heroes from sitting. Don't think about making progress in your own merit book. Axel stared at the black hole of the vest. However, many corrupt heroes took advantage of this. Let the Hero Challenge become their way to increase popularity and enhance their merits. Means. In order to achieve their goals and increase their popularity, these heroes even slander the heroes he wants to challenge, turning this kind of challenge with a good original intention into a means for them to win profits. It can be said that these people are simply members of the Heroes Association. The moths in China, the tiger in the vest are one of them, and my only purpose in accepting the challenge is to defeat this decay with my own hands. In the original work, after Saitama teacher destroyed the meteorite, he was slandered by the vest, the black hole of the vest, and the people. Mr. Bang was also present at the time. His idea was simple. He had long known that there was such a thing in the Heroes Association. This kind of decay exists, but he believes that giving up is also a way of coping, and you can even stop facing the decay of the Hero Association industry. It can be said that he left it alone to this situation, mainly because he was too much affected by the rebellion incident of his proud disciple. However, it reflects the attitude of the entire association of heroes to this decadence that is, with one eye closed. The reason for this situation is to start with the purpose of the creation of the Heroes Association, that is, hunting monsters. As long as the damage caused by the monsters to the world can be reduced, everything else is secondary. Therefore, in the Association of Heroes, it can be said that there is a mixture of fish and dragons. Personally, defeat this decay. As a C-rank hero, Axel actually said such words. The black hole of the vest was stunned for a long time. After a long time, he finally reacted. He looked at Axel and laughed so hard that tears fell out of his smile, and he couldn't straighten up his waist. It's ridiculous. You think you are a S-class hero? No, even S-rank heroes can't change this situation. What's more, you are an unknown NEDPSP, the worm shakes the tree, it's ridiculous. The black hole in the vest has a stomachache with a laugh. Wait, it's the next one. Axel slammed a punch suddenly, shaking the boxing machine tremblingly. Am I next? The black hole of the vest has completely subdued Axel's arrogance. He has followed the Vest family for more than 10 years and can be said to be the absolute representative of the B level. Humph, that is, the duck has a hard mouth and is too lazy to spend a lot of words with you. When the 1-month period comes, it will be the day when you will be in your original form. Axel did not continue to respond to him, and opened his mouth to take a sip of vegetable juice, recalled the formula of the whirlwind slashing iron fist, and started the bombardment machine with 1 punch and 1 punch. Hey, I'm still training strength. In terms of absolute strength, no hero can compete with the Vest family. You will undoubtedly lose this game. The Vest black hole saw Axel training strength and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Chapter 35, Unlicensed Night. 35 Undocumented Nights. The first stage. 8. 1 Chinese network. W. 81. Z. W. Com. Iron Fist broke the wind and howled. Shred the air with fist force, producing a terrifying wind-breaking whistle. With a soft crack, Axel's fist cut through the air and slammed on the boxing machine, with a terrifying bang. That boxing machine was also hammering. It trembled underneath. In the constant bombardment of the boxing machine, the blast from the boxing machine immediately concealed the sound of Axel's fist rushing through the air, and the whole training room kept saying bang, bang. Sound. In a flash, 2 hours of uninterrupted training passed. Just about to take a break, a bottle of drink was handed over next to him. Looking back, she turned out to be a girl in a vest. She raised her brows and shook the other bottle of drink in her hand. It's such a crazy practice when I come back, too hard, right? Axel took the drink from the girl in the vest and put it on a table next to it. Actually, when I train, I have a vegetable juice made by myself, which is helpful for my practice. After that, he took out the vegetable juice customized by his bumbu and took a sip. Thank you for your drink. Oh? It helps to train. The girl in the vest lit up. Axel took out the diet plan from his pocket. He once asked Mr. Baum about this diet plan. The teacher allowed Axel to inform others, which was not extremely confidential. Let me see, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, as well as drinks during cultivation. However, these ingredients seem to be not simple. If they are strictly implemented for a month, it may cost a lot of money. Yet. Axel took a sip of vegetable juice and nodded, isn't it? He has a bitterness to tell. This diet plan almost broke him without saying it, and there is another one named Help Him See the Store. In fact, the market's level foodies are empty. Alas, the past is really unbearable. No, it should be, sad tears flowed into my belly. In a way, I go hunting weird people, on the one hand, to gain merit, on the other hand, I also need this bonus to purchase these ingredients. Axel said helplessly. Well, say it when you need it, I still have some savings. The girl in the vest said generously. The other party was kind. Although Axel would not really borrow money from the other party, he still thanked the other party sincerely, nodded, then raised his brows. Thank you for your kindness, but when the time comes, don't be scared by the numbers. It's just you. Hey, you have the ability. The girl in the vest also raised her eyebrows. The two looked at each other for a moment, then laughed heartily at the same time. The laughter from their side immediately attracted the attention of other cultivators. Isn't that a vest girl? Yes, isn't the vest tiger of the Vest clan going to challenge that Axel right away? How come they will be together? In fact, not everyone in the Vest family has one heart. Yes, the Vests are not all kind. Shhh, quietly, you want to die. There are more than 20 people in the Vest clan who become heroes. You can't die with 1 punch per person. I hope the Vest tiger will have a fiasco. Yes, among the Vests, like the Vests and tigers, they are simply cancerous. Basically, they never go hunting for weirdos. They always challenge other heroes to maintain the ranking of C-rank heroes. What do we become heroes for? It's not to defeat those weird people. This vest is good for tigers. With the strength of the vest family, to oppress other heroes, it's simply not as good as a pig and a dog. Yes, I still remember that the last time I was challenged by the vest tigers, the ranking dropped. That time I was injured and I lay in the hospital for a month. According to the rules of the Heroes Association, if I didn't kill the weird for a month, I would deprived of the name of the hero, but I am in a special situation, but it also lowered my ranking again. Oh, but the tiger in the vest is not good at character, the strength is leveraged, and, have you seen recently, the vest of the vest has always appeared here, personally guide him, so that his strength will double. Oh, Vestable Vest is a good hero, but he can't see the malignant tumor in his vest clan at all. Hate, this Axel seems to be a stepping stone to the vest tiger again. Oh, accept your fate. Ugh. Many of the C-rank heroes in the Heroes Association have sharp eyes, but the reputation of the Vest clan is also dare not to speak. The battle between the Vest Tigers and Axel is also extremely pessimistic. It seems that Axel is the next victim. Axel also listened to the surrounding voices. It seemed that the malignant tumors among the Vests over the years were not a minority of heroes, which strengthened his belief in crushing the opponent. Time, day by day. Finally came the day of the end of the month, and the end of each month is the day of Hero Challenge stipulated by the Heroes Association. In addition to the Hero Challenge of Axel, there is one person who wants to challenge a C-level and one undocumented knight on this day. If she succeeds in defeating the undocumented knight, then she will become a Class B hero. The unlicensed rider was the first to appear. He wore a round safety helmet on his head, a pair of goggles on his eyes, and he was wearing cheap soft leather armor. He was riding on his bicycle that had followed him for many years. Bright debut! Immediately afterwards, opposite him, a hero was also boarded. Surprisingly, this was a female hero, Lily of the 3-section cudgel. She is marked with a lily flower on top of her head, using a 3-section stick as her combat tool, a black uniform, which looks very weak on the surface, and currently ranks second in the C class. Now, challenging the undocumented knight is not to fight for the first ranking, but to step into the B-level hero. As long as I become a Class B hero today, I can join the Fubuki group. Lily of the 3-section stick squeezed her 3-section stick tightly. Fuxia group is a small group of B-level heroes formed after Hell Fuxia graduated from school, named Fuxia Group, commanded by Hell Fuxia, and the group members jointly organize hunting monsters. Because of her beautiful appearance, tough behavior, and the ability to be far from B-level, she has gained extremely high popularity, and Lily of the 3-section stick is one of her fans. It is her dream to become a Fuxia group. Looking at the undocumented knight, Axel took a deep breath. Undocumented knight, a truly respectable hero. Chapter 36, Vest Vest. 36 Vest Vest. How offended? August 1 Chinese network W less than or equal to W is not equal to W. Greater than or equal to 8 greater than or equal to 1 ZW.com Lily of the 3-section stick said apologetically. If it can be avoided, she actually does not want to challenge the C-level. One hero undocumented knight. It's okay, I hope you can succeed. The undocumented rider got off the bike and said with a smile. Lily of the 3-section stick was startled. She didn't expect the other party to care so much about winning or losing in this battle, but wished her success. Bring it on. 10 minutes later, the undocumented knight was defeated and wiped the stain on the corner of his mouth. You are really strong. Acceptance. Lily of the 3-section stick was excited when she thought of joining the Chugzio group. Unexpectedly, another one became a B-level hero. This Lily looks very thin, but she can't imagine her strength is still very strong. Yes, the use of the 3-section stick in that hand is absolutely superb. When Lily of the 3-section stick came down from the stage, she received enthusiastic applause from the heroes. The fight was really wonderful. A student who was only 15 or 6 years old who had just graduated from school was able to use the 3-section stick superbly. What is even more frightening is that its strength is also extremely strong, and it is completely invisible to be a thin girl. The undocumented knight pursed his mouth. This is not the first time he has been defeated. He has become accustomed to making a C-rank hero into a B-rank hero. He also knows that many C-rank heroes look down on him. But it doesn't matter. He has his own heroic concept, has his own responsibilities, and does what he thinks of heroic deeds every day. That's enough. Riding on his bicycle, slowly drove towards the stage. The whole game was extremely quiet, and the heroes looked at this young man who had stayed on the C-rank hero for a full year. There are rumors that many of his achievements are actually picking up the achievements of others. A hero whispered, "This strength, when I reach the 2nd place in C level, I will also challenge him, hehe." The Heroes Association has advanced hero levels for heroes, for example, C level advanced to level B, or B level advanced to level A, etc. There are several ways, one of which is to reach the 2nd place of this level, and then challenge the first hero. If you win, you can advance to the next big level. Isn't it? A hero agreed. At this moment, Axel stood up from the stage and applauded. In his mind, the undocumented knight is an out-and-out hero. If Saitama-sensei is a hero with the ultimate strength, then the undocumented knight is an ordinary hero with the ultimate weakness. Class heroes are heroes, and ordinary heroes are also heroes. In other words, isn't the undocumented knight us in reality, and Saitama-sensei us in ideal? When the undocumented knight faced the Deep Sea King, he hugged the opponent with almost negligible strength, and then shouted loudly, "This is not a question of not winning, but I must stand here to fight with you." At that time, Axel was already in tears. It is the realm of a hero that an ordinary person can reach. Is Axel's most revered hero. In the entire challenge platform, only Axel stood there quietly, applauding with a very serious expression. The undocumented knight raised his head and glanced at Axel in the stands. He was taken aback for a moment. His first feeling was that he was laughing at his sorrow, but when he saw Axel's serious expression, he was stunned again. Yes, because he saw a wave of reverence from that look in his eyes. Smiled and waved, the undocumented knight rode down on his bicycle. It wasn't until the undocumented knight disappeared from the challenge platform that Axel sat down again, waiting for the arrangement of the Heroes Association staff, because the next game was that he was going to the stage and the Vest and the Tigers. Although Axel's game is not an advanced battle for a C-level hero to enter a B-level hero, it is actually more popular than Lily, who is a 3-0. Many C-rank heroes were once defeated by the Vest Tigers. They look forward to a fiasco for the Vest Tigers. However, according to the information they have obtained, this possibility is infinitely close to zero. The strength skyrocketed. One by one heroes began to walk into the challenge stand, ready to watch the second challenge, more and more heroes on the stand. The Vests have also entered the challenge hall. The Vests, Country Rock, Vest Jungle, Vest Bite, Vest Racers, Vest Hats, Vest Swimmers, Vest Masks, Vest Black Holes, etc. are all participating. The Vest Girl is also here, but she seems I don't like to be with this group of people. I sit a little far away from them. Look, it's Venerable Vest. The C-class hero Hummin suddenly exclaimed. Following the direction of Hummin's fingers, everyone saw a man who was so strong that he was about to explode slowly into the challenge hall. He was short and black, wearing a black vest and a pair of jeans. Underneath the seemingly ordinary appearance, it contains extremely explosive power. When you stretch out your hands and lift your legs, it is like squeezing the air. Just the momentum that comes out makes many low-level heroes feel. There was an invisible pressure that made them breathless. Really are the 15 leaders of the S-level Vest clan Vest. It's really him. I heard that with one hand, he can pick up a huge stone weighing tens of tons. Is it so powerful just by wrist strength? Is this still human? Seeing the vest of the vest, the heroes gasped one by one, as if they had seen an ancient giant descending, and even breathing became a little difficult, as if there was a big rock on the chest. Is the aura too strong? The vest smiled, naturally reducing his aura, making the pressure of many heroes present a little easier. Some heroes with relatively low strength even took a sigh of relief. The whole figure seemed to have been emptied of strength, and he could not move after leaning on the chair for a long time. Venerable Vest nodded to the Vest Tiger who came in with him. Come on, don't fall into the prestige of our Vest clan. Hey, absolutely not, the Vests are the absolute powerhouses of flesh and blood. Vest Tiger is confident, he clenched his fist, his muscles suddenly swelled. Venerable Vest nodded. During this period of Hell-style training, he has also seen the strength of the Vest Tiger soar. Not to mention that he can walk sideways among the C-rank heroes, even among the B-rank heroes. There is also a place. What Axel, it was just a handy catch. Axel took a deep breath and was about to step down and enter the challenge field. At this moment, the heroes were in a commotion again, even more enthusiastic than when the Vest came in just now. Chapter 37, Unknown Black Hole. 37 Unknown Black Hole. Who is coming? Even Venerable Vest turned his head in surprise and looked at the entrance of the challenge field. August 1 Chinese W less than or equal to WW equals 8 is not equal to 1 greater than or equal to Z greater than or equal to W. Less than or equal to C greater than or equal to OM. An old man, with a short and upturned head, 2 beards, his hands on his back, crouched and slowly walked in from the entrance. Who would it be if it wasn't Bangu? It's Bangu, the third hero of the S-class, the martial arts master named Silver Fang. The C-class hero Humxia exclaimed, looking at Bangu walking slowly with his extremely admiring eyes. It's true. Tisk tisk, S-rank hero. Among heroes, S-rank heroes are all top-notch existences. That is the honor all heroes yearn for. How I hope I can become such a powerful and respectable hero in the future. There was a hero's incomparable yearning, and he hurriedly revered. Oh! Vest was a little surprised. There are only 16 S-rank heroes. On weekdays, they stay in their own field, rarely go to the headquarters of the Heroes Association, and Bangu has been in his dojo. Fewer activities. What is the wind today that actually blows his old man over? It's also a flesh pusher school. The Vest takes the root of strength, while Bangu takes the root of skill. However, this seemingly dry old man is like a trench in the ocean, making people look at it. Impenetrable, bottomless. Senior, why are you here? The Vest hurried over and said with a smile. Oh, I'm close to the headquarters anyway, so I'll come over and take a look. Bangu responded with a smile, his gaze fell on Axel, he nodded slightly, and then retracted his gaze. The challenge of the juniors, you have to offer more valuable opinions. Vestable Vest nodded in response. It's old, it's useless, I can't make any constructive comments, let's go, don't affect their game. Bangu said. Because of his arrival, the entire challenge field became boiling, which caused the staff who hosted the challenge to stop their work and waited politely. If you continue to talk like this, I don't know when this challenge will be delayed. Finally, the noise finally stopped, everyone sat in their seats, the Vest of the Vest sat with the Vest clan, and Bangu sat next to him. On the challenge field, Axel and the Vest Tiger stood on both sides, with the staff member of the Heroes Association in the middle. Our principle is to stop when you click, and you can concede halfway. After conceding defeat, the other party cannot continue to attack. It is not allowed to deliberately attack vital parts. The staff explained the details of the challenge to the two. Again, do you understand everything? Hey, I understand. The tiger in the vest looked at Axel with provocative eyes. This game was already in the bag. Understood. Axel nodded. The challenge officially started under an order from the staff. Axel and the Vest Tigers walked to both sides of the challenge field respectively, with a distance of 50 meters between the two sides. "Hey, I'm going to knock you down with one blow!" The Vest roared proudly. The roar fell, and he took a full stop to the ground, and suddenly, like an unmatched force falling, crushed the ground he had stepped on. "What a strong power!" The C-class hero Humxia exclaimed. "This hand alone is enough to show that the Vest of the Tiger's squat power is over 100 kilograms. Among the C-rank heroes, in the flesh fight, it can be crushed at will." "Awesome!" The C-rank hero with a thick hood also exclaimed. "His body is extremely fat. He is over 350 catties. He also wins by strength. Of course, he knows the power of this squat. With this kind of squat power, you can create extremely fast speed and strong forward impact for yourself in a short time, so that the opponent is either inevitable or impossible to guard against." The tiger in the vest weighs 252 kilograms, but his squat strength actually exceeds 1000 kilograms. The impact of this squat is already outstanding among the C-class heroes. The black hole of the B-class hero Vest smiled. With a cry, "I was very proud of my brother's performance." Venerable Vest also nodded. During this period of time, the special training for Vest Tigers has been effective. Don't look at this as a simple squat, but it is the basic skill of the Vest clan's Vest power, and it's all about it. The original motivation for fighting skills. It can be said that if this original motivation is not strong enough, then the following Vest grapples will not be able to really wield their power. Oh! Bangu's eyes also showed admiration. Venerable Vest squinted his eyes to see Bangu's expression, and he couldn't help feeling quite proud. Axel looked at the other party's burst of momentum and spirit, and couldn't help being dignified. He took a deep breath and sank his center of gravity slightly, his left hand emptied forward, and his right hand was held in front of his chest. Compared with the powerful aura that the tigers of the vest had exploded from the beginning, Axel's lowered center of gravity squat suddenly disappointed many heroes present, shaking their heads and sighing. The so-called expert stretches out his hand to know if there is, and then knows if there is. At first glance at the posture at the beginning, the outcome after this is already inseparable. The girl in the vest frowned. Although she knew that Axel was not easy, she sweated for him in her hands. "Hey!" The vest saw Axel's posture. Not only was he not as pessimistic as other heroes, but rather converged from his pride just now, but a little dignified. On the other side, Bangu nodded with a smile, and touched his kid's beard. If the Vest Tiger is the sun that bloomed from the very beginning, then Axel is a black hole in the universe that has absorbed power but has not yet released it. A sun is clearly hanging in front of your eyes, and you can see how much heat it has. However, a black hole is hanging in front of you, and it is dark. You have no way of knowing what is in the black hole and how much power it can have. Unknown. It is the most terrible. No matter how powerful you are, if you are in sight, it won't be terrible. It's too late to say, then fast. The tiger in the vest was immersed in his performance, with a terrifying roar. After he had accumulated enough strength, he suddenly charged towards Axel, like a humanoid tank, pushing everything in front of him. Level, crush, vest tank. The tiger in the vest kicked up a wisp of dust, but in an instant it was tens of meters closer, and Axel could even feel the breath of the tiger in the vest as being crushed by a tank. Fast speed! The C-class hero Hummin exclaimed at the speed displayed by the vest tiger. Using the power of squatting just now, this short distance, the vest tiger ran at least 100 meters in 9 seconds. It's even faster to pick up the trapeze bolt on Earth. What a powerful force, have you seen it? Every time he pedals on the ground, he kicks the dirt away. I estimate that his collision force this time is at least 7 jin. The sea-level hero Cross Key is also praised. This force is enough to knock a door flying instantly, let alone a person. I don't see, this vest tiger's special training this month has actually improved so much. It seems that the Axel on the opposite side will be killed in a second. The friend of the cross key is also the morning suit of a sea-level hero. The suspenders also nodded and said. Chapter 38. Is this man a monster? 38. Is this person a monster? Did you see, my brother, it's really like a chariot. The black hole of the vest yelled, and the other heroes of the vest clan also showed joy. The heroes in the clan can be so strong, which makes them to the face wins glory. Bai Chinese Web W greater than or equal to W less than or equal to W less than or equal to greater than or equal to 81 greater than or equal to ZW is not equal to greater than or equal to C greater than or equal to O is not equal to M is not equal to. The worries on the girl in the vest have become heavier. What she didn't expect was that the tiger in the vest had increased to 1.5 times its previous strength during this short 1-month training. She deserved to be the venerable vest. Actually, in such a short time, the vest and tigers can be improved by such a large margin. Sure enough, it is the representative of the power type of the flesh. Every move and every style is to infuse the power into the soul. Bang Gu praised. Of course. The vest clenched his fists, and suddenly the muscles bulged. It's too late to say, then fast. Relying on its own degree advantage, the vest tiger appeared in front of Axel in an instant. Axel kept his weight down slightly, his gaze firmly locked on the tiger in the vest opposite, his right fist was clenched to the limit, and then he swung forward very simply. What does he want to do? Are you crazy, boxing against the rushing vest tiger? Oh my god, he actually used a face-to-face confrontation method. I'm sure that this shock is enough to break Axel's arm. The girl in the vest was anxious, her two hands were tightly clenched, she had forgotten everything at this moment, her eyes were tightly locked on the challenge field, her mouth opened involuntarily, and she even forgot to breathe. As Axel's fist was thrown, an extremely small cyclone formed in front of his red glove. This cyclone became faster and faster as Axel's fist rushed forward. Violent, in the end, it turned into a small whirlwind that enveloped the entire glove, like a cone-shaped, white transparent cover visible to the naked eye. This constantly growing force of spinning force even the dust on the ground suspended under the influence. Cyclone. Venerable Vest suddenly widened his lazy eyes, and his pupils were locked on Axel's fist. Although separated by hundreds of meters, he was able to feeling that a terrifying force is gathering on the glove with a rotating force. He almost gritted his teeth, and squeezed out these words word by word from between his teeth, "It's whirlwind slashing iron fist, absolutely can't be wrong." Moreover, he has entered the room and clearly understands the whirlwind of whirlwind slashing iron fist, the profound meaning. Venerable Vest of course knows which martial arts master this whirlwind slashing fist is, and he also knows the relationship between Bangu and Bangbu. Now he finally understands why Bangu appeared here, and his eyes fell on it. Bangu's face wanted some answers. Bangu's original calm face suddenly became bright, touched his goatee, and nodded, "Oh, hee, yes, yes. Fool, it's hard to fight hard." The girl in the vest couldn't help but yelled. In her opinion, it was no different from going to death by herself. Could it be the white cyclone before his fist? What's the use of this stuff? However, she has nothing to do with her anxious return. She suddenly realized that although her contact with Axel was very short-lived, she didn't know since when her concern for Axel was so real. Comparing strength, this is the most stupid way to fight against the Vest and Tiger. A man asserted. "Hey, my brother, just waiting for you to fight hard." The black hole in the vest sneered. He knows the strength of his brother best. However, this collision, it is estimated that Axel will be in the hospital for a month. This is good. Axel not only lost his hero career, but also lost a large amount of medical expenses. This is regarded as a humiliation for Axel's begging of vest and tiger white strips at the time. It's too late to say, then fast. It was just a momentary matter. Axel's cyclone slammed into the fists of the pair of fists formed by the vest chariot of the vest. Boom! The explosion sounded like a bombardment, deafening, and shocked the heroes present. The tiger in the vest, which originally came from the impact like a chariot, seemed to hit an iron wall. The inertia came to an abrupt end. He and Axel held them in a stalemate in an almost resonant manner. The bodies of the two people floated up at the same time, and an unknown force made them hover in the air. "What's the matter?" a man exclaimed. He didn't see Axel's inverted flight that he had asserted, instead there was an incredible levitating. "What did you give birth?" The black hole of the vest was also dumbfounded. The girl in the vest was almost blindfolded. But there was neither cheering nor sarcasm, nor exclamation. The scene was very quiet, and a little unusual. She couldn't help but open her fingers a little. Squinted his eyes, secretly looked into the field, and couldn't help being stunned. The black hole in the vest squinted his eyes and said to himself, "There is only one possibility for this situation, and that is that the forces are evenly matched. The two sides float up due to the force of the impact. When this force becomes a reaction force, they will bounce quickly." Bangu didn't speak, but squinted his eyes and watched slowly. After an instant, as the vest black hole said, Axel and the vest tiger flew out with extreme relative deviation. Puff! The tiger in the vest flew out for more than a meter, stepped on the ground, squatted, and finally stopped his inertia of flying backwards. "Huh-huh!" Axel snorted, and he took a few steps backwards before stopping the decline. The attack of the vest tiger was actually prevented by Axel. The heroes in the whole game were extremely quiet. This was really beyond their expectations. It can be said that their brains have not yet reacted. I was immersed in the shocking force and power confrontation just now. In just 2 short months, the strength can be increased from 8 oak to several hundred kg. Is this Axel a monster? Or is it true that teacher Bangbu's boxing skills are already magical? The eyes of the black hole in the vest fell on Bangu again. Since this is the headquarters of the Heroes Association, Bangbu is not a hero, so he cannot enter. Therefore, let his younger brother, Bangulet, the third-ranked hero of the watching the battle is also appropriate. Chapter 39, Long Xiao. 39 Long Xiao. Compared with those spectators, the vest and tiger as the party involved, his heart was even more shocked. He clearly knew that 2 months ago, Axel's power was only 88 kilograms of punch. However, he clearly felt that from Axel's fist, at least 35 oak of power had been transferred, and the cyclone was extremely weird, like a whirling blade cutting his fist. While receiving the impact, he will also suffer a pain like cutting meat. How did Axel do it? It's so weird. In 2 months, he has improved his boxing power by nearly 300 kg. This will shock people. Even if they are S-rank heroes like their vest, I am afraid they did not have such great feats when they were young. Incredible. Perhaps, what abnormal means did this guy use? I don't know what tricks you used, and you were able to guard against this trick of mine, but I want to tell you, you are just a fluke. Bai Chinese website www. 81zw. Com people cannot be every time. All lucky. The vest said fiercely. Axel slowly retracted his fist and nodded, "You are right, people, it is impossible to be so lucky every time. So, I am ready to do my best." "What?" the hero Belkai present exclaimed. "What a joke. Just now, Axel prevented the vest tiger's trick vest chariot without using his full strength? This is probably because Axel is not forgiving and wants to gain some momentum?" Thinking of this key, everyone understood it in their hearts. The girl in the vest finally took a sigh of relief. Her body that could not help standing up was finally sitting on the stool with a hip, and touching her forehead, the bangs were all stuck together, and the palms of her hands were also sweaty. This guy is really worrying. Hey, you just can't fight well, why don't you fight with him? Even the girl in the vest thinks that Axel is just trying to overwhelm the other party in momentum, not it is true that there is no strength. At this moment, Axel bent down and made a few strokes on his legs. Everyone's eyes fell on Axel's hands. It seemed that he was untying the rope of something. Following that, Axel did the same on the other foot. Soon, Axel. The two things were pulled up with a rope, and then dropped on the ground with a bang sound, and at the same time, the dust on the ground rose. It's leggings. Moreover, the weight is not light. Oh, a man exclaimed again. It turned out that after a long time, Axel had been fighting with 0.2 kilograms of leggings. Shocked. The black hole of the vest was dumbfounded, and an extremely ominous feeling flashed in his heart suddenly. His Adam's apple moved, and he didn't say a word for a while. As the opponent, the tiger in the vest opened his mouth wide, looking at Axel as if looking at an alien. Axel stood up straight, looked at the vest and smiled, and moved his right hand on his left again. With a bang, another tied hand fell to the ground, causing a cloud of smoke. My God, he has tied hands besides leggings. Oh, a man couldn't sit still anymore, and stood up while exclaiming. It was really shocking. From the weight point of view, it is estimated that each one is nearly 10 oak. With a bang, the last tied hand fell to the ground. Axel collected the 4 tied hands and leggings, and put them aside. Oh my God, these are at least 3 oak. In other words, he was fighting with the vest and tiger with a weight of 3 oak. The C-rank hero thick hood official also couldn't help standing up. Did you look at the flowers? The C-rank hero cross key wiped his eyes, and then stood up and looked at the challenge arena again. The heroes stood up. They couldn't believe it. 2 months ago, they were ordinary C-rank heroes with only 88 kilograms of punching power. At this time, their power was actually terrifying to this point. They stood up unconsciously and wanted to see them more realistically. Many of them were relatively short, so they had to lift their feet and watch them in the challenge field. The scene was really shocking. Axel unexpectedly ran into a close match with the Vest Tiger's trick Vest Chariot with a load of 3 oak. It seems that this challenge has become more and more confusing. Originally, a lot of people were optimistic about Axel. I was very polite just now and asked you to attack first. So, this time, it's my turn to attack, right? Axel smiled slightly, stretched out his arms, kicked, very relaxed, and let go. After tying his hands and leggings, I felt like I was about to fly. The vest reverberated from the shock, his eyes narrowed, and he sneered, "It seems that you have made a lot of progress, but I want to tell you that you must still be a loser." Oh, isn't it? Axel's center of gravity has begun to lower, and the cyclone at this time not only appeared on his fist, but also appeared on his legs. Humph, I was instructed by Venerable Vest and learned the lore, Vest grappling. Unwilling to show weakness, the Vest Tiger again squatted violently and stepped on the ground with a crack. He looked up. Axel in the distance was a bit hideous. "You should thank me, I let you see today, what is real power. I mean it too." Axel yelled violently, and the cyclone feet suddenly stepped on the ground. Suddenly, the power of the 2 cyclones was like 2 rotating nails, following them. His feet plunged into the ground fiercely, and at the same time, he gave Axel a terrifying thrust, pushing Axel's body forward like a rocket. At the same time, the energy accumulation of the Vest Tiger is also completed. He put his hands on his chest and made a posture like grappling others. At the same time, he was facing Axel at a speed of nearly 100 meters and 7 seconds. You collided, and the powerful force stirred up the fierce wind, and blew up a layer of dust on the ground. Look carefully at my unique skill, Vest grappling. The whirlwind cut the iron fist, break. Wind. Howl. With Axel's roar, his right fist was fiercely accompanied by the thrust given by the foot, and then smashed out. The fist of the right fist was merciless, the air was torn apart, and there was a blast of wind whistling. The sound of the fierce wind roar is like a hungry wolf on a deep mountain cliff and howling up to the sky, and like the violent wind sweeping across the deep mountain canyon, it is more like the dragon roar of the blue dragon flying into the sky. Chapter 40. What a strong punch! For oh, what a strong punch! On the challenge stage, the dust is flying. August 1st Chinese Network W81ZW. The tiger in the vest really rushed towards Axel like a tiger. The powerful force rolled up the unparalleled wind, the sand and gravel along the way were like crazy being drawn into the air. Looking from a distance, this vest the tiger rushed like a salon, with great momentum and horror. Vest cheating is worthy of being a proud killer of venerable vest. OMOM Xia sighed. With this momentum alone, I am afraid that few heroes would dare to take it head on. The power of this vest to grapple is better than that of the vest chariot just now. If that blow was like a chariot charging, then this blow will be crushed by the tank. The C-class hero Cross Key is extremely solemn, said. Venerable Vest smiled slightly. This vest grappling is a combination of collision and grappling. The power of this collision is one of them. There is also a grappling hidden behind the back. It can be said that its power is definitely not what you see now. It's so simple, it will surprise you. It's not just that. The surrounding heroes gasped. It seemed that this was just a vest grappling approach, but is there such a terrifying power to start? That is really amazing. Relative to the aggressiveness of the vest tiger, Bangu set his sights on Axel. Axel was still like the first blow, without a charge attack, but maintained his original posture and fisted in place. Boom out! This Axel is not bad. A man was also deeply moved. He was suddenly very inferior. Why are these C-rank heroes so powerful? Look, that Axel is just accumulating energy, and a cyclone has formed around his body. Well, that cyclone is too terrifying. Even the ground under his feet can't stand this force and becomes cracked. Even the cracked broken stones are sucked into the air by the force of the cyclone. That's not all, look at his right fist, the cyclone is getting bigger and bigger at the top of the right fist. Isn't it? It was just a little bigger than the glove, and now he is about to cover his upper body. Oh my god, is this still a C-tier hero battle? The heroes were horrified. In order to see more clearly, almost the whole audience stood up, craned their necks, and looked into the field. They didn't even dare to blink their eyes, for fear that they missed the most critical shot with just one blink. It's too late to say, then fast. The vest of the tiger has been extremely close to Axel, his hands are like reversing iron tongs, clamped to Axel's neck. It's over, vest grappling, death grappling. Axel looked at the tiger in the vest, and he could even feel the terrifying power of the iron elbows of the tiger in the vest. His pupils instantly condensed into the size of a pinhole, and he held it tightly. His iron fist slammed into the center of the elbows. Iron fist breaks the wind and howls the first grade, blast. The scene is just a moment. The two elbows of the vest tiger smashed down fiercely, but they hit an invisible air wave. The air wave was a whirlwind formed by Axel's fists, like an arc-shaped vault. When there was a pressure, an upward rebound suddenly pushed it back. With a muffled sound of OM, the forward inertia of the tiger in the vest unexpectedly stopped. Affected by the lifting force of the cyclone, his feet actually started to lift off the ground, and they were getting higher and higher, like it's just floating. What's even stranger is that the tiger in the vest and the cyclone caused a very strong resonance. The high-frequency vibration made his head almost explode, and the golden lights in front of him were shaking and his flesh was dizzy. On the other hand, the huge cyclone in front of Axel's fist only sunk into a palm-sized area, and this area is still recovering to the naked eye. No, Vest Tiger, retreat! Venerable Vest was shocked. He who had been sitting there with his chest clasped in a leisurely manner suddenly stood up, and then shouted at the vest tiger. Retreat! At this time, the tiger in the vest was a little confused, and his brain was blank. He was just wondering why his strong impact couldn't work. What was the situation now? He looked confused. However, Axel's trick did not give him time to think. The moment the cyclone restored the vault, a force like a violent wind pushed against the vest tiger, and a terrifying roar was heard. The blue dragon rushed to the sky amidst its roar, ga. At the same time, the blasting heat is also poured into it, just like the ignition before the rocket is fired, but this time it is not the rocket, but the vest tiger. The vest tiger is almost faster than it rushes over 1 the times of the time flew upside down. When the vest of the tiger flew out, he stared at Axel with a stunned mouth. The surrounding voices gradually became silent, and the surrounding environment gradually became white, like a white cloth covering the surrounding scenery. Covered in general, what's even more terrifying is that a red fist swept from the horizon, carrying a white fire along the way. The fist grew bigger and bigger, as if it was about to swallow itself in the next moment. P. Only at this moment, the tiger in the vest was scared to pee. He felt death. As long as the fist that swept through the fire hit his chest and his bones were broken, he might even become a roast pig. Therefore, the shock this time even made him incontinent. I didn't see how the venerable vest had acted. He disappeared from the place and appeared in front of the vest tiger in an instant, facing Axel's iron fist, breaking the wind and blasting the fire dragon that had condensed into shape. Cyclone frowned slightly, his right hand suddenly protruded, grabbed the head of the fire dragon, and then squeezed it. With a bang, the fire dragon and the cyclone disappeared immediately, and the rolled sand and stones gradually fell to the ground. The venerable vest's left hand protruded at the same time, and quickly pressed it on the back of the vest tiger, and pulled it back slightly to immediately dissolve the thrust, allowing the vest tiger to stand firmly on the ground. Venerable vest glanced at the tiger in the vest, and he couldn't help but frown. Unexpectedly, his entire pants were wet, and he almost lost the face of the vest family. The entire challenge field was silent. They didn't underestimate Axel because the vest of the vest could easily resolve Axel's tricks. On the contrary, they were even more shocked. After all, it was an S-class hero with dozens of tons of strength in one hand. In contrast, the visual impact that Axel, a C-rank hero, brings to them, is simply an explosive effect. Good. Strong. Fist. The vest of the vest looked at Axel in the distance, and said in a deep voice. The whole challenge field was silent. Chapter 41, Weirdo Limiter. 41 Weird Limiter. Strong. Too strong. That punch was so fast that even many heroes didn't see what was going on, and found that the vest was flying upside down extremely fiercely. August 1, Chinese W less than or equal to W less than or equal to W equals. Greater than or equal to 8 is not equal to 1. Greater than or equal to Z less than or equal to W equals. Com. How did Axel do it? How strong is his boxing power? And what is that thing like a fire dragon? Incredible. This is the feeling of watching a hero. However, speaking from the mouth of an S-rank hero who is also a representative of the flesh boss vest, the weight is not the same. Venerable Vest's words fell, and almost 100 C-rank heroes in the entire challenge field breathed a cold breath. That's an S-rank hero, at the top of the pyramid of heroes of the Heroes Association, only one of the 16 players, and a representative of the melee faction. Obtaining the affirmation and guidance of such a hero will be of inestimable benefit to the future road of spiritual practice. What's more, the vest of the vest was talking about a very strong punch. This punch included the punch method just now, the punch strength of the punch just now, and the punch skills that were dealt with by the punch just now. Is Axel really that powerful? To be honest, the more than 100 C-rank heroes present were basically invisible, because their level did not reach that level. It was like looking up at a mountain, seeing only the outline. In detail, it is not clear, nor can I experience the kind of shock in the heart of Venerable Vest. After taking a deep look at Axel, the Vest was not at all irritated because his little brother was beaten, nor was he irritated because the stunt he taught himself was cracked by the opponent. Instead, he said very solemnly, "Don't be proud. Don't slack off, practice hard, you still have a long way to go, don't fall into the reputation of your mentor." Axel was taken aback and nodded heavily. The Vest also nodded slightly, and then took a look in the direction of Bang Gu on the stage. It turned out that Bang Gu was no longer there. "I didn't know when he left," smiled, and then turned and left. The Vests saw Vest Venerable. The participants left, and immediately followed one by one and left. The black hole of the Vest was ashamed, and he did not expect that the younger brother who had received the Vest's personal guidance and taught the Vest grappling skills would be defeated by Axel with 2 punches. "Isn't this a dream?" The black hole in the Vest patted his cheek, "and it still hurts. I originally wanted to fish, but unexpectedly, I caught a big shark." He sighed a long time. Now that the boat is done, he has to accept if he doesn't accept it. He can only take an awkward glance at his stunned brother, his crotch is soggy, and his face suddenly feels extremely hot, and he can even feel the surrounding area. With more than 100 eyes and ridicules like acupuncture, he gritted his teeth, stepped off the stage and walked to the side of his younger brother, pulling the vest of the tiger. At this time, there was still a blank in the vest of the tiger's brain, even he himself couldn't believe it. After more than a month of hard training, he was ruthlessly torn apart by the opponent. In 2 months, how did this Axel leap to this point? This is simply impossible. No, it is possible. The only possibility is that Axel has become a weird. Yes, only by becoming a weird person can your strength skyrocket overnight. Because, when human beings become weird, the limiter has also changed, becoming a weird limiter, like the lid of a bucket of water, which is forcibly increased, and this kind of strength skyrocketing, the replacement of the limiter was completed in an instant. In other words, perhaps, the first minute you were an ordinary person without the power to bind a chicken, the next minute you might be a weird person who smashed a boulder with 1 punch. Yes, there is only one explanation. The tiger in the vest came back from a daze. He shouted at Axel, "You! This power does not belong to you, you must have become a weirdo, I am sure." The challenge field, including the staff, is extremely quiet. At that time, Axel even watched him shook his head, and said in his heart, "This guy is still dead, and it's okay to teach this kind of people some lessons. Otherwise, this kind of unhealthy tendencies will have a good original intention. What is the decay of the Heroes Association of China? Otherwise, there will be no incidents of people opposing the Association of Heroes, let alone another organization with the same purpose. All of this, no, is it because the Association of Heroes is too decayed? Thinking of this, I didn't bother to argue with such a person. Anyway, the outcome was already divided, and the reward would be delivered to his card as soon as possible. He took a deep breath and took the tied hands and leggings on the ground and tied them again. Turned and left. "Don't let him run, he is a weirdo, he is a weirdo." The vest tiger was almost crazy, and he shouted frantically, almost ignoring the wetness of his body. At this moment, even the black hole in the vest is extremely embarrassing. If there is a crack on the ground, he wants to get in quickly. He gritted his teeth and hugged the tiger in the vest, no matter whether he strongly opposed it or not, he picked him up and ran outside. "Brother, what are you doing? He is a weird guy. Go get rid of him, get rid of him. Are you all fools, can't you see why he is so powerful in such a short time? Because he is a weirdo, let me go." The voice of the tiger in the vest gradually faded away, and the challenge field returned to calm at this time. Until this time, most of the heroes had not reacted, as in a dream, the rise of Axel was too fast for them to accept for a while. "Awesome!" The girl in the vest finally recovered and jumped up happily. The surrounding heroes looked dumbfounded. What's the situation? Are you not from the West? Why are you awesome? Did he get beaten up and start to get confused? The girl in the vest saw strange gazes around her, she couldn't help sticking out her tongue, and quickly ran away. The Vest Tiger is the most uncomfortable person in the Vest family. The character of this person makes her extremely disgusted. It can be said that today Axel taught the Vest Tiger and made him suffer, and she was also very happy. Yes, the arrogance of killing such people is a good thing. Looking at Axel's direction, the girl in the vest rushed up, completely ignoring the shocking effect of the explosive chest when she was running. Chapter 42. Urgent Notice from the Heroes Association. 42 Urgent Notice from the Heroes Association. In the challenge field. August 1 Chinese WW greater than or equal to W greater than or equal to is not equal to 81 ZW. Everyone, including the staff, withdrew their attention to the chest of the girl in the vest, and the originally extremely quiet challenge field became noisy as if it had exploded. Too shocking. Yes, it's really shocking, the waves are rough. Tanima, I'm talking about Axel's last punch. Strong is just one word. It's too powerful, that punch not only stopped the impact of the tiger in the vest, but also knocked him off with a punch. Is this powerful? It's incredible. Yes. In the heated discussion here, Axel has already received the transfer from the staff. The salary of the vest this month has entered Axel's pocket, which is not bad, with 800 coins. Congratulations! The girl in the vest caught up with Axel, tilted his head slightly from his side, and said to Axel with a smile. Axel looked at his smiling face, followed the wheat-colored neck down. Finally, he withdrew his gaze with difficulty, and then nodded, "It's okay, I defeated your vests. People, you." The girl in the vest waved her hand, "Don't confuse me with them." She akimbo her hips and clenched her fist, like a sturdy female man, "I didn't join the vest family just to be with them. The fish and the dragon are mixed, the good and the bad are mixed, especially the vests and tigers, they are even more like small gangsters. Alas, I don't know what the Venerable thinks, such people also let him join the Vest clan." Axel raised his eyebrows, "And the way the Vest of the Vest chooses his companions, isn't it the way the Heroes Association chooses? In fact, the method is very simple, that is to look at strength, but not at all on character. Just like a Metal Knight, this kind of person who is completely self-interested also ranks among the S-class heroes by virtue of strong strength, but the Hero Association completely ignores it. To put it simply, it is a hero who can solve the problem, just do it. Let's go, I invite you to dinner." Axel said very generously, and patted his hero card, indicating that a large sum of money was credited today. "Hey, yeah, you got his salary this month. I think I feel so distressed." The girl in the vest smirked. Suddenly, she winked and looked at Axel, "By the way, is this a date?" Axel opened his mouth, his face was dumbfounded, he deserved to be a female man, not at all like an ordinary girl. He nodded heavily with tears, and said in his heart, "Daddy, don't worry, your son is in another world, and he has become a girlfriend too. You lied to you." The girl in the vest laughed and ran out. "Then I will chase it. Come." Taking the Intercity Express, Axel and the girl in the vest returned to Z City. "Where did the armed clerk go? You didn't see him in your hero challenge today." The girl in the vest sat opposite Axel, holding a cup of milk tea, and asked while drinking. "He has gone to strengthen his own arms, and may not see him for a while." Axel replied. "Oh, that's a good thing." The girl in the vest said in surprise. "It costs money." The thought of money made Axel very painful. He just received a call from Saitama-kun and told him to go back. Depending on the situation, it seemed that it was something related to money. "Is it a loss? If it is, I will fight with you." Axel cursed secretly in his heart. Going back to my weekend sale market and looking at it from a distance, the front of the city was surrounded by a group of people who were unwilling to walk away, and my heart sank. The girl in the vest smiled. Your business in the city is pretty good, right? So many people. Axel smiled awkwardly, and said in his heart, this girl is still too young, is she like someone who came to sell things? Seeing Axel coming over, Saotama-kun rushed over. Don't let him run away. Catch him. Before he ran 2 steps, several people grabbed his clothes and hugged his thighs, making him unable to move at all. Axel, help! Saotama-kun wailed. What's the situation? The girl in the vest was blank. Brothers, if you have something to say. Axel wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. It seemed that the matter was a bit more serious than he thought. Say it nicely. Wei's snack food concessionaire walked out and took out a pile of receipts. When will you sign my purchase at the weekend sale? Axel took it and took a look. The payment of nearly 10,000 yuan was not settled with him. Weird, we bought your nearly 10,000 snacks, why it seems that the market has only sold a few thousand, but the goods are gone. He frowned and glanced at Saotama-kun. Saotama-kun deliberately raised his head to look at the sun. And me, my vegetables also have 15,000 yuan, when will I settle the bill? The vegetable consignor also squeezed over. 15,000. Axel was taken aback. Recently, he knew that he had only sold less than 10,000. This was purchased for 15,000 and sold for 10,000. The vegetables in the city have been vacant recently. What's the situation? Looking at Saotama-kun again, he seemed to have been pierced by the sun and was wiping his eyes. And my receipt? Mine. And mine. Every time Axel received a receipt, the muscles on his face jumped for 1 point. In the end, the muscles on his face were beating like waves, almost cramping. Saotama, I'm going to kill you. Axel's roar made the whole street tremble a bit. Okay. Things are finally figured out. Saotama-kun, a big asshole, helps Axel look at the store every day, while playing games and eating snacks while consuming. This level of foodie is the biggest source of shortfall. He ate at least 30,000 of the 10,000 coins he bought snacks, and he cooked the hot pot for the 15,000 coins for 70%. With tears, I pooled the money back in the store, plus my recent savings, and finally paid off the debt collectors today, and all the people finally left the city gate, and the city returned to its former tranquility. Let's say, do you apologize with death, or do you apologize with death? Axel angered at Saotama-kun. Saotama-kun wiped the saliva on his face. I'm starting to exercise recently, and when I'm in childbirth, it's expensive. A liar. Another face of saliva. Hey, you can fight more weirdos. Saotama-kun suggested very sincerely. Tragedy belongs to tragedy, and spit belongs to spit. However, things still have to be resolved. Although Saotama-kun is not kind, but what he said is not unreasonable, and it is basically the only way for Axel to survive now. Then it is counted as killing monsters to get rewards, raising heroes and getting more salary. At this moment, Axel and the girl in the vest received an emergency notification from the Heroes Association at the same time. This emergency notification is a very short alarm sound to remind the hero of some urgent matters. Axel and the girl in the vest looked at each other and quickly took out the hero phone. Chapter 43, Special Evolutionary Strikes. 43 Special Evolutionary Strikes. The hero mobile phone sent a text message to the C-rank hero in a group. The content is very simple. The Hero Association has recently found a stronghold in the House of Evolution, which is all composed of wolf-level monsters. According to the judgment of the association, this stronghold is the gathering place for the failed products of the evolving strangers. Although the strength is not very strong, it has brought extremely unstable factors to the local and nearby places. Therefore, the Heroes Association decided to send a sea-level the hero goes to destroy this stronghold. Bai Chinese text. W. W81ZW. Com. There is also an attachment in the text message with detailed information about the weirdos. There are 63 low-level wolf-level weirdos, 38 middle-level wolf-level weirdos, and 15 high-level wolf-level weirdos. Of course, this kind of weird information is for reference only. In terms of real strength, it is possible that the strength of low-level wolf-level weirdos is not inferior to that of intermediate-level weird. That's it. There are more than 100 weirdos. The girl in the vest was shocked by such a large number of weirdos. The number is large, but the strength is average. In comparison, the number of our C-rank heroes is close to 400. Axel shook his head and said, although the C-rank heroes are scattered all over the country, this time the heroes of the Association of Heroes. This means that all C-rank heroes gather near this stronghold, and then come to a big sweep. In this case, heroes will generally not be single-player actions, but team-based. The girl in the vest analyzed. Axel continued to look down at the content of the emergency notice. This time the stronghold raid battle, with C-level heroes as the attack unit, heroes above B-level are not allowed to participate. At the same time, C-rank heroes form small teams according to their own wishes. It is not recommended to go alone to avoid unnecessary crises. It can be seen from this article that the association hopes to give C-rank heroes some opportunities to exercise. After all, if an A-rank hero comes over, he can simply sweep the entire stronghold by himself, which has no meaning for the growth of the hero. It's like playing a game. After reaching level 99, then I went to level 10 to practice experience points. How much can I practice? Hehe. We have to do a good job this time. The girl in the vest said with a smile. Saitama-kun was sitting at the front desk with the tripod on the stool, and his little finger dug his nostrils. Be careful, don't get killed. Close your crow's mouth. In a short period of time, the relationship between the girl in the vest and Saitama-kun has also become very harmonious, both of whom are self-acquaintances. Hey! Saitama-kun flipped through the manga. It looks good, this Murata version is really beautiful, I really want to buy another set as a collection. Take a good look at your store, don't think about it. Axel dropped a grape over and smashed that Saitama-kun. As a result, Saitama grabbed the grape and put it in his mouth. Hey, good. Axel was taken aback. Saitama's athletic ability was very clear to him. What was the situation with just grabbing the grapes flying in the air with one hand? Vaguely, he felt a little unusual. Too late to think about it. Axel continued to look down. The attack time of the stronghold is scheduled at the end of this month, which is almost 25 days later. The Heroes Association gives the C-level heroes sufficient preparation time and assembly time, and also gives the C-level heroes the ability to carefully choose their suitable team. Opportunity. It seems that this time the Heroes Association attaches great importance to the attack and combat of the Evolution House stronghold, and wants to give this batch of C-rank heroes a lot of combat experience and strive to improve the heroes' actual combat level. Over 20 days. Axel murmured, and dialed the armed clerk's call. After a long time, the phone was connected over there. Sorry, I was debugging the armed forces just now and couldn't answer the phone. Oh, did they agree to arm you? Axel was pleasantly surprised, and the girl in the vest next to him was also happy. It just happens that the organization is testing a batch of new plug-in weapons, and I applied for a test place, and my friend passed it with the help of my friend. Therefore, I am now cooperating with the organization to do the test. The armed staff chief said with excitement, it can be seen. The strength of this armament was beyond his expectation. Axel's brows tightened. Didn't the mace head in the original work run out of the armor with the strength of the organization? However, according to the following plot, the organization actually let him steal it deliberately in order to let him test the strength of the armor. It can be seen from this that it is difficult for the organization to find someone to test, otherwise it will not deliberately make a fuss. How long does the armed test take? Did you see the emergency notification from the Heroes Association just now? Axel asked 2 questions in a row. The other heroes were not familiar with him. He was also to the Vest Girl and the armed staff. I'm a little familiar now, and I still hope to form a group with them. I see, the test will take less than 2 days, just in time. If you want to form a group, count me. The armed clerk said very excitedly, and he could hear his excited tone on the other end of the phone. Well, the girl in the vest will also participate here, and the team is temporarily set to be the 3 of us. No problem, call me at that time, keep in touch, and I will continue to test. Okay. Axel hung up the phone and smiled knowingly with the girl in the vest. What is the most important thing about grouping? That's a group of people who can give their backs. Axel and other C-rank heroes received the emergency notification at the same time. In the secret laboratory on the lower 8th floor of the Dark Evolution House, clone number 29 replaced the position of number 28 and is reporting to Dr. Kenos. As for the clone number 28, it is said that it was because of the preparation of the unicorn. The unicorn suddenly killed him madly. Received the notification from our internal response, the Heroes Association will dispatch C-rank heroes to raid our wolf-level weird experimental body in 25 days. Clone 29 finished speaking and sneered, these low-level experimental bodies, that's all, for our evolution house, it's just a existence. Someone wants to clean us up. I think that's what we want. A ray of light flashed on Kenos' round-rim glasses, and the screen in front of him showed a video of Axel playing against the Vest Tigers, and he slowed it down to 1/10 for a slow playback. His left wrist was bent, propped on his cheek, and he tilted his head and glanced at the number 29 clone in front of him. How many special evolutions are there now? 3 of them include mosquito girls, slugs, and frogmen. Among them, mosquito girls have the ability to increase their strength after sucking blood. In theory, if she can absorb an infinite amount of blood, her power will reach the level. The slug is being caught after beheaded, the clone will become a plurality of individuals. The more times he is chopped, the more his clones will be. In theory, he can reach an infinite number of individuals. After being provoked, the frogman will use the samurai sword to attack. He is promoted with the increase of anger. In theory, he is extremely angry, and his power can also reach the level. Clone number 29 closed its own folder. I have said it many times. Don't always emphasize those theoretical limits. What I want is their current strength. The current level of modulation allows the 3 of them to reach the level of tiger level after special evolution, and to deal with those sea-level heroes is to chop melons and vegetables. Clone 29 said with great certainty and confidence, tiger level weird, is basically used to deal with those B-level heroes. Isn't it a big waste to deal with these C-level heroes? Hey, yes, then, send them to wolf-level strongholds to meet those NEDPSP. What? The 29th clone was shocked. For him, it was simply an anti-aircraft cannon hitting mosquitoes. Moreover, it used such a precious special evolution. It was only used to protect a group of waste experiments, and to kill some heroes. Is the association's incompetent low-level C-rank hero worth using such a precious special evolution? His sweat flowed down, and he was stunned on the spot. Execute immediately. A ray of light flashed across Dr. Kenos' glasses, and finally his gaze fell on Axel on the screen, seeming to say to himself, this time, you will give what kind of surprise do I bring? With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he looked at another computer screen next to him, swiping like data, and a thought-provoking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 44. The opportunity to drink soup is gone. 44 No chance to drink soup. Wolf level weird stronghold. Bei Middle School? Wen Wang? W. WW. 8, 1Z, W. Com. This is simply a treasure. A wolf-level monster has an average reward of at least 20,000 coins, so when you count it, it is equivalent to saying that there is a reward of more than 20,000 coins waiting for Axel and the others. Axel, you must come home with a full load this time. I'm still in childbearing and need a lot of nutrition. We need a lot of bonus. Saitama-kun hugged Axel with his nose and tears. Thighs. Kicked Saitama-kun away. Axel was not so optimistic. First of all, the wolf-level monsters of the House of Evolution are not that simple. The last long-tongue monster can see that some of the words who have been rated as wolf-level monsters by the Heroes Association are not as simple as wolf-level monsters. There are also some weirdos that have the ability to evolve. Once they evolve in battle, their strength will skyrocket. Secondly, this time, it's a collective action of heroes. There are nearly 400 C-rank heroes. Even if there are some who don't want to come, they get a 20% discount. There are more than 300 heroes. Proportionally speaking, it is almost 3 heroes. 1 weirdo. This is simply grabbing. The girl in the vest also found this problem. Grab? Axel shook his head. Things are not that simple. I am afraid that we want to get bonuses. It is still more difficult. This time, there is no limit to the number of sea-level heroes. The most reliable way is to form as many as possible. Once such a team appears, the other teams may not even be able to drink the soup. Moreover, even if they encounter a weird person with the wrong assessment by the Heroes Association, they are the safest. You mean, this time is a team competition? The girl in the vest frowned. This seems to run counter to the purpose of the Heroes Association this time. Axel pondered that the Hero Association's idea was good and wanted to give the heroes a chance to exercise. However, they did not expect that such a huge piece of cake is in front, and many heroes put the so-called exercise on the one hand, and put this kind of cake contention in place. Therefore, the corruption of the Association of Heroes, as Bang Gu said, is not what the Association of Heroes wants to see. Many times their achievements are good, but many people have taken advantage of it. No matter what other people think, our own goal is one, and that is to work hard to improve our technical and tactical level. Axel said sternly. Brother Axel, what you said is so good, you are an idol I admire. Saitama-kun's eyes were filled with little stars again. The girl in the vest also opened her eyes wide and admired it extremely. Of course, we also have to try our best to hunt weird people and fight for more bonuses. Axel only came to the point at this time. Can I take back what I just said? Saitama-kun glanced at Axel with extreme contempt. I'm in the eye of the money drop. The girl in the vest sat down and said that she wanted to keep her distance from Axel. You two don't want to eat me tonight? Axel angered. Eat, why don't you eat, don't you? The girl in the vest turned to ask Saitama-kun, angry with Axel. Yeah, and I asked the guests to come today and go to a small restaurant on the street. This is polite, this is the most basic etiquette. Saitama-kun said sternly, and the girl in the vest nodded in agreement. Careful making friends. Axel was heartbroken. Although it is a heartache like cutting meat, but in front of beautiful women, those who should be invited must be invited. Forget it, this time the arrears owed by the city is about 40,000 yuan, plus the operating expenses, so it will be about 60,000 yuan. Basically equal to a tiger-level weird bonus, or the level of 2 wolf-level high-level monsters. Counting the team's share, and taking Axel accounted for 1/3, you need to kill 3 tiger-level weirdos or 6 wolf-level high-level weirdos. For such a mission, getting so many kills in a huge number of C-rank hero teams is simply a mission like heaven. Axel's top priority now is how to win a place in a strong team. After all, they are just a 3-person team. While thinking, the 3 of them walked to the street restaurant and sat down. The girl in the vest and Saitama-kun were also unceremonious, and ordered the dishes and gave them to Axel. Axel took the menu, then twitched the corners of his mouth, then gritted his teeth, called the waiter, swiped the bill on the bill with his hero card, and paid the money. The reason why it was so early to pay, I was afraid that these two foodies would continue to order food, and this cut off their thoughts. While they were eating and talking, the hero card came again with a reminder sound, but this time it was not that kind of alarm sound, but a reminder sound. Axel took out the hero card and watched the display on the LCD screen. What was displayed on it was very simple. In fact, it was a temporary group formation message for the raid on the home of evolution. Team name, Slingstorm Group. Team members, 189 big-backed men at level C, 201 fast boxers at level C, and 278 red noses at level C. So strong, they are all higher-ranking heroes among the C-rank heroes, and, as far as I know, the two heroes of the cross key and the morning suit suspenders also have a combination skill, Sling Storm. This combination is said to be infinitely powerful. Even B-level heroes don't dare to stand straight. The girl in the vest solemnly said, the composition of these heroes is still extremely scientific, with defense and offense, and the combination is extremely reasonable. Moreover, in such a short period of time, 8 heroes have gathered together. Axel frowned. This cross key and morning suit suspenders can be said to be the strength of C-rank heroes. At the same time, their fit skills suspender storm is really, as the vest girl said, at their level, they are extremely powerful. Soon, there was a shock from the hero card again, and the undocumented knights also formed a team with heroes such as Tyreman, and a total of 8 heroes. Hey, they move so fast, and the number of people is unexpectedly large. It seems that a team of more than 10 people will be the main team, and they are strong enough to almost push the weird people over. Seeing this situation, the girl is not optimistic. If they are all holding groups on such a large scale, those who don't hold groups should not even be able to drink the soup. Maybe the probability of seeing a weird person is lower. Workout? Don't mention it, I'm afraid it's just the past to see how other heroes besieged and killed weird people. Bonus? Say goodbye. Chapter 45, Tear off the camouflage. 45 Tear off the camouflage. Following the continuous ringing of hero cards, hero teams have been established one after another. Those with more people have reached more than 10 heroes, and there are 2 to 3 fewer heroes. Bay Middle School? WhenNet WW? W81ZW? Com. Compared with those people, Axel is not in a hurry. What he wants is not to eat a big pot of rice and then divide the rewards equally, but to really exercise and fight against powerful weirdos. Among the One-Punch Men, like the man who claims to be a god, is he not just in the constant hunting of heroes, he has improved his martial arts time and time again, but in the battle with Saitama-sensei, he has reached the peak. Became the strongest man closest to God. At this moment, Axel's hero cell phone rang, and it was actually from the Skunk Kid gas mask. Connected. Are you okay? Axel asked strangely. The girl in the vest is also weird. After the last battle with the long-tongued monster, the positions of several people have been very clear. What are they going to do with them? You should have seen the emergency notice from the Heroes Association just now. We have formed a new team, which is relatively strong. Now there are 6 people in total. There is no problem doing this task. Skunk Boy Gas Mask, the hero's phone said, I just looked at it. Among the C-rank heroes, there are no heroes in the team including you, the girl in the vest, and the armed clerk. I thought about it, and we have been happily working together. This time, even if I help you again, come on, all 3 of you will join our team. This time, I promise you will be rewarded. After listening to Axel, he finally understood the intention of the other party's call this time. To put it bluntly, among the C-level heroes, there are probably not many heroes without a group. The current team hopes that their group is as large as possible, and the hero's combat effectiveness is more powerful. Therefore, the remaining C-level heroes without a group are these teams. The scrambled goal. As for the 3 of Axel and others, there is absolutely no problem in terms of strength, not only a good meat shield in the front row, but also a strong attacker. You know, Axel's defeat of the Vest Tigers today has spread to the ears of the C-rank heroes, and the video of his battle has been praised by many people. Form a group. Axel said slowly. Yeah, I think there seems to be some misunderstanding between us, but it doesn't matter. I don't think about it. There is only one goal for everyone, to complete the task together, kill the weird, and distribute the rewards fairly. Alas, I'm still more nostalgic. How about it? Come on. The skunk kid gas mask has a good PR ability. Suddenly, Axel smiled and said, I'm sorry, I already have a group. A group? The skunk boy gas mask looked dumbfounded. Just now, just 2 minutes ago, he clearly saw that Axel's team application was empty. He quickly took out the hero card, and a line of information just flashed on it. The Obey military group was established. The members, Axel, the girl in the vest, and the chief of the armed staff. The skunk kid gas mask looked at him for a long while, and finally put down the hero card and silently hung up the hero phone. 8 Cemetery asked anxiously, how about it, are they willing to come? This time is different from the last time, it's a good opportunity for money. They refused, and Axel, the vest girl and the armed clerk formed a new team, which is just now. The skunk boy gas mask sighed. 8 Cemetery and some heroes nearby were stunned. After a long while, 8 Cemetery sneered, disdaining Axel's decision. It seems that they still hold grudges for what happened last time. However, they also formed a team of 3 people, and the strength can be said to be all the teams. The bottom of the list, I guess, this time they go to the home of the Evolution Stronghold. It is possible that even weirdos can't see it. Yes, this time is a group action. It can be said that the more heroes in the team, the more advantageous it will be. A team of 3 heroes like this, not only won't get any kill rewards, but I'm afraid it's even safer for yourself. It is difficult to guarantee. Humph, I wanted to give them a chance to drink soup, but they didn't want it. The team heroes of the 8 graveyard all sneered and said, urging the skunk kid gas mask to ask other heroes. Now time is money. It is the right way to bring the heroes who do not have a team over. The skunk kid's gas mask idea is completely different from them. To be honest, although he said that Axel was given a chance, he really knew how powerful Axel was. Such a hero in the team may be worth 3 or 4 C-rank heroes. To put it a bit ugly, he still wants to hold his thigh deep in his heart. Unfortunately, Axel did not give him this opportunity. Forget it, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. It seems that you don't understand. Then you will know how powerful people are. It is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. The skunk kid gas mask cursed secretly in his heart. After a sound, I checked the C-rank heroes who have not yet formed a group, and another call was made. Finally, they used 2 cups of milk tea to plug the mouths of the 2 foodies, and then rushed to the dojo of Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist with the girl in the vest. Recently, the first stage of his own Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist breaking the wind and howling, it can be considered a slight success, but recently I feel that there are some bottlenecks in this stage of my cultivation, and I need the guidance of Teacher Bangbu. On the other hand, given the raid and battle at the Evolution House stronghold this time, he also hopes to get some advice from Teacher Bangbu. Along the way, the hero phones of Axel and the girl in the vest rang one after another. They were all calls from various teams. I hope they disband the small team of 3 heroes on the spot. Those big teams that join them are kingly. Those who are lured by interest, and said the future is extremely beautiful, it seems that the more than 100 weird people are already in their bag. There are also emotional cards, like other C-rank heroes of the Vest clan, and they hope that the Vest girl will bring Axel back to form a group. There are even more threats to Axel and others. Once Axel and the other 2 refused to agree to join, they actually said that they were going to ambush Axel on the way to the home of Evolution, leaving them seriously injured. Participate in this hunt. In short, various ways to pull heroes to strengthen themselves, even using threats, intimidation, etc., cannot be said to be unnecessary. Oh, the decay of the association of heroes. Axel sighed while sitting in the car on the road to the dojo. Just for the reward of over $1 million, many heroes don't even want their own faces. The girl in the vest was disgusted by the calls just now. In the face of interest, have so many C-rank heroes removed their disguise? Chapter 46, The second product of Breaking Wind and Howl. 46. The second product of Breaking Wind and Howl. Complaints fall into complaints, but there is still a lot of integrity among the heroes. Bai Chinese Language and Culture Network. W greater than or equal to W equals W is not equal to less than or equal to 8 greater than or equal to 1 less than or equal to Z less than or equal to W greater than or equal to less than or equal to C less than or equal to O is not equal to M. The two soon arrived at the dojo. Wow, this is the dojo of a generation of masters of martial arts, Whirlwind Zhan Tai Chuan Bangbu. The girl in the vest was full of little stars. Hee hee. Axel sorted his clothes. Entering the dojo, all the seniors are practicing hard, and the voices of ha 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 one after another. Teacher Bomb, Axel cried respectfully. Oh, Axel. Bomb smiled rare, and turned his head to look at the girl in the vest behind Axel. This is Vest Girl, hero of the Heroes Association. Axel said, she and I are now in a team, and we will form a team to complete some monster hunting missions. Bomb nodded, very good heroine. Bangbu is a pun. On the one hand, he said that the girl in the vest is a good girl, on the other hand, he said that she is a strong and good hero. Axel smiled, of course he understood the meaning of the teacher's words, he scratched the back of his head, and laughed hee hee. This guy seems to be laughing awkwardly. The girl in the vest looked at Axel, a little confused, what exactly was she laughing? Moreover, the most important thing is that this kind of wretchedness seems to be aimed at oneself. Master, I recently felt a bottleneck in the first stage of cultivating Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist. Axel said truthfully. Bomb was not surprised. With Axel's current level of cultivation, it should indeed be the case. You come with me. Bangbu thought for a moment. The girl in the vest stays here for now. I'm sorry. It's okay. The girl in the vest smiled and didn't mind. Axel quickly followed Bangbu's pace and went to the training room to receive instructions. You call a vest girl. Next to him, the cultivating seniors gathered around one by one. Should we call her younger siblings? One said, stupefied. Well, younger sister, you seem to be a hero, don't you? The other continued. The girl in the vest suddenly flushed with shame, and hurriedly explained, I am not the younger brother or sister you are talking about. Not a younger sister? No, you and Axel are a couple. Axel is our little brother. Logically speaking, aren't you our younger brother and sister? Yeah. It's nothing wrong with this name. The girl in the vest has a feeling of wanting to leave quickly. In the training room, Bomb asked Axel to first display the iron fist that Axel was able to display at present. After watching Axel's show, Bombo touched his beard and showed a rare smile. Unexpectedly a very strange thought popped up in his heart. Back then, my brother had a hungry wolf as his proud disciple, but I always have a headache because I can't find a mantle. Now, I found it. You come with me. Bangbu took Axel to the place of the back mountain and rocks, and then did not speak. The same iron fist broke the wind and screamed. With a punch, the tornado condensed on the fist was actually separated from the body. Out, like a whirlwind drill bit, drilled a hole in the granite stone in front of you. Bangbu turned around and looked at Axel, do you understand? Axel gasped. Although Iron Fist breaking the wind and howl is the first stage, it is also divided into several grades in the first stage. And what I just displayed is the second grade. You have to think about it slowly and experience it carefully, and wait until you after the second stage is completed. I will tell you the cultivation method of the third stage. Bangbu smiled and stroked his beard. The third product. Axel gasped again. This whirlwind slashing iron fist was really profound and profound. I used to think that he had cultivated iron fist breaking wind howls so quickly. I was already very proud. After defeating a few weirdos and enemies, I even had some pride. Now it looks like how naive he is. Containing his pride, according to teacher Bangbu's instructions, he began to practice stubbornly. Time flies very quickly, and it's night after a flash. Since Mr. Baum was preparing to give Axel a special training, Baum asked Axel and the girl in the vest to stay and live in the dojo, while the other seniors usually returned to live in their own homes. The first product of breaking wind howl is actually to use fist strength to create a whirlwind, and this whirlwind emphasizes the suppression of a large range of pure power, like a circular aura to crush the opponent. Bang while correcting Axel's punching method, Bulletin continued to explain, and the second grade is based on the first grade. First use the oppressiveness of the circular aura to suppress the opponent's momentum and overwhelm the opponent. Then, change this circular aura into a cone-shaped aura on the side of an awl, and penetrate the opponent's defense. Bangbu demonstrated it again, this time reducing his punching skills to an extremely low level, allowing Axel to see the details in the whirlwind slashing iron fist. Axel tried hard to understand the essence of this, but the reason is very simple: when he uses it, the difficulty is not the same. Difficult. Too difficult. Axel kept punching and was constantly denied by Baum. Wrong, it's not that you throw out your boxing power in a large area, but at the beginning, a large area of force is suppressed, and then this force is quickly tightened, and finally gathered at one point to attack the opponent's defense. Wear it. Baum corrected Axel's fighting style again. However, the truth is very simple, but it is extremely difficult to cultivate. It is extremely difficult even to concentrate all the strength on one point from the beginning. Not to mention the large-scale use of force at the beginning, and then rapid contraction. Throwing his fists again and again, Axel kept hitting his fist against a stone, and the sweat slowly flowed down. Just cultivate slowly in this way. This is not a boxing technique that can be practiced in a short time. You need to slowly experience and carefully ponder. The so-called learning without thinking is useless, thinking without learning is worthless. You have to cultivate and reconcile. Combining thinking and thinking, I estimate that although you will not be able to learn the second product of the wind howl in a month, you can also learn some furs, which will be helpful to your strength improvement. From the point of view of Baum, it is impossible for Axel to learn the second grade of breaking the wind in a month. Work hard. Bangbu turned his back and left. Axel was on the mountain behind the dojo, facing a stone, and continued to practice the second grade of breaking wind and howl. Vest girl, are you from the Vest family? You and Axel are a perfect match. Bangbu turned to the dojo training hall, looked at the Vest girl waiting for Axel alone, and asked with a smile. Chapter 47. Sleeping on a quilt is fine. 47. Sleeping on a quilt is fine. The girl in the vest was taken aback, then her face flushed suddenly. Teacher Baum, why are you saying that? Bangbu was also stunned, and he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. What I said just now is not what you think. I mean, your boxing and Axel's boxing are actually a perfect match. Ah! The girl in the vest was happy at first. She and Axel were originally a team. If the duo's boxing is as Bangbu said, it would be great for them. Then she frowned again. Axel is a power type, and she is also a power type. Why is it a perfect match? Wouldn't it be Mr. Baum to make herself happy? Suddenly, she was puzzled. Bangbu smiled, knowing what the girl in the vest was wondering. The Vest clan is the representative of the flesh. Boss. What they pay attention to is to suppress opponents with absolute strength and kill them with powerful impact. However, most of the Vest clan powerhouses do not realize the true meaning of the Vest. Ah! Bangbu is worthy of being a master of martial arts. Although the Vest clan has nothing to do with him, he has already understood the power of this type of combat only by looking at the fighting style of the Vest. The truth. The girl in the vest had also heard the Venerable Vest's explanation of various tackles, and it seemed that it was not like what Bangbu said. Not bad. Bangbu suddenly made a simple action, like a Vest impact of the Vest family. When he started, he did use his body and strength as the point of impact, and quickly approached his opponent. Next, it seems to use this impact to directly overwhelm the opponent, but in fact it is not. After Bangbu's fist rushed out, he suddenly flipped his wrist and knocked down the head of a wooden man in front of him. Do you understand? Bangbu Ledan laughed. He had deliberately lowered his degree so that the girl in the vest could see clearly. The girl in the vest shook her head blankly. Wrist strength. Bangbu said very simple. Wrist strength. The girl in the vest took a deep breath. Yes, Venerable Vest had talked about wrist strength countless times, and Venerable Vest had always been proud of his terrifying wrist strength. After doing it for a long time, this wrist strength is not used to throw things, but in the course of the battle, as the last level to give the opponent a fatal blow. Wrong. It's so wrong. Once he was the same as Bangbu said, he was basically using the impact to knock down his opponent. So that's it. The girl in the vest suddenly realized that this martial arts is also a layer of window paper. The moment you poke open that layer of paper, you will see a broader world. My old man is hungry. Would you like to eat with me or wait for that kid to eat with me? Bangbu asked. At this time, the girl in the vest was already immersed in the martial arts principle that Bangbu said. She couldn't wait to put into training and feel the kind of martial arts that Bangbu said. Power-based impact. A grappling technique based on wrist strength. The result is the effect of 1+1 far 2. Impact, capture. The girl in the vest found that her wrist strength was too weak when she tried it for the first time, and she couldn't achieve that effect at all. Because the power-based charge has brought extremely fast speed, in a short period of time, if there is no matching strong wrist strength, it is impossible to achieve the expected effect. On the contrary, it will put a great load on one's own wrist. Hey, it seems that I need to strengthen my wrist strength. Fortunately, the Vest family has always emphasized wrist strength. I have also practiced wrist strength. It's not bad. The Vest girl secretly said in her heart. There were so many training equipments inside, and he quickly picked up the dumbbells for cultivating wrist strength, and started to practice one by one. In this way, one person is at the bottom of the mountain behind the dojo, and one is in the training hall inside the dojo. Both of them are very serious and very careful in their cultivation. From time to time, the degree of cultivation is extremely fast, like a storm. From time to time, the degree of cultivation becomes extremely slow, just a gesture, stop and think carefully. Until late at night, the two of them stopped their practice very tacitly, and walked to the dressing room at the same time. Hey! When the two people saw each other, they were taken aback. They followed closely, and they both smiled knowingly at the same time. Look at your sweat, it's all stuck together. The girl in the vest said with a smile. You are not the same. Axel said, the girl in the vest is a short girl, giving people a very capable feeling. I'll help you wash your hair. The girl in the vest said with a blush. In fact, boys are not particularly particular about washing their hair, and sometimes it feels messy after washing. Axel also touched his head inexplicably. To be honest, it is difficult for him to wash his hair thoroughly. Get wet. Dry cleaning. The atmosphere is a bit tense inexplicably. A man sat with a stiff body with an upright body. A man leaned back and slowly helped him scratch his head. From a distance, Baum took a glance, smiled slightly, and left a note on the table, then lowered the firepower of the hot pot a little bit, and left with his hands on his back. Let you be here to accompany me to practice, I feel a little wronged. Axel is not a compliment, but a sincere thanks. Actually, I have gained a lot today. Teacher Bangbu gave me guidance on my boxing skills and asked me to practice more wrist strength. The girl in the vest said truthfully. Oh, that's great. Take a good shower. The two came to the dining room, and found that the hot pot was still slowly spitting out white smoke, and there was a note. The girl in the vest picked it up and took a look. There was a wing on the west side, but there was only one with 2 quilts inside. You can sleep on 2 quilts or 1 quilt. The embarrassed girl in the vest suddenly flushed with shame. What's the situation? Axel looked over and took a look. It's nothing. The girl in the vest hurriedly put the note into her pocket, cursing secretly in her heart for being rude, uncovering the lid of the hot pot, and a scent of aroma came to her face suddenly. Wow, it smells so good, I'm almost hungry. Don't use your hands, a pair of chopsticks picked up a bowl, helped Axel make a bowl, and poured a spoonful of soup. Don't worry, it's hot. Hey, Axel withdrew his right hand. The most refreshing thing after the practice is to have a full meal. Oops, simply, let's have a king's meal at the teacher's house for a while. There's sleeping master. Hee hee. Hee hee. While eating, the two of them smiled embarrassedly, in a very tacit understanding. Chapter 48. There are other reasons? 48. Are there other reasons? Baum, who doesn't know the conspiracy of the 2 little ghosts, sleeps very peacefully. He is very gratified for the hard work of the 2 people today, and at the same time, he is happy that he has done a good thing to bring the 2 together. If he knew these 2 foodies are going to eat for nothing here, and they don't know that they will spit out dozens of tales of blood. 8. 1 Chinese. Net. www. w81zw. com. Therefore, it is better not to let Baum see what you have done sadly. In this case, both parties are satisfied. Time flies. A week later, Axel and the girl in the vest, under the cover of the name of cultivation, managed to mix food and drink in teacher Bangbu's house for a week. However, although Axel practiced very hard, his progress was extremely slow. This is completely different from the previous first grade of Breaking Wind Howl, which is a pure strength practice, so you just need to sullen your head and practice crazy. In addition to the cultivation of power, the second product is more of the cultivation of power control, gathering power at one point. Too difficult. Axel couldn't help but sigh. Compared with Axel's slow progress, the improvement of the vest girl can be said to be a god, and with the guidance of teacher Bangbu nearby, the wrist strength has been greatly improved. Within a week, things about the raid on the Evolution House stronghold also changed greatly. The number of C-rank heroes in the group has reached 200 people. The largest team is still Sling Storm, and the number has been horrible 19. It can be said that they are the most powerful in the team. After all, their combined stunt Sling Storm is famous. Many people came to hug their thighs in their name. The second is the team of undocumented knights, with a total of 14 people. After all, he is also the first C-rank hero. With his name there, many people naturally take refuge. Next is the 8 Cemetery and their team. There are 10 people in total. It has to be said that this increase in number is related to the mouth of the skunk boy gas mask that can describe straws as gold bars. The public relations ability dare to say that there is no one in the second. Dare to say first. There are also more than 20 teams scattered in the back, all with single-digit numbers. Compared with the first 3 leading teams, the difference in strength is not even a star and a half. Axel's team is basically nobody cares about, unless they take the initiative to invite, otherwise no one will be so stupid to join a team of only 3 people at this time. If this situation goes on, the battle of this stronghold raid is simply the weak and the strong. It will be divided by the previous large teams, and the other teams can only drink a little soup. The girl in the vest shook her head and said. Then she turned to look at Axel. Then, what shall we do? Axel took a closer look at the recent announcement of the Heroes Association. Now there are new rules for some heroes who change teams at will. That is to say, if a hero chooses a team, then he can only change the team once. Opportunity. To put it bluntly, if you choose a boss, you only have one chance to change jobs. With this provision, the Heroes Association is also quite helpless. In order to win more heroes, some teams actually opened some extremely rich conditions to win them. As a result, some heroes will be on this team today and will go to another team tomorrow, resulting in extremely bad competition. This regulation was created to limit this situation. The Heroes Association is still in the process of continuous improvement. Axel retracted his gaze, and once again joined forces with the Vest Girl to start today's practice. In the basement of the Dark House of Evolution, Clone 29 continues to report recent research results and the hero's affairs to Dr. Kenos. If I hadn't run fast today, I would have almost followed in the footsteps of No 28. Clone number 29 said with lingering fear, this unicorn can't control his emotions at all. Is it really necessary for us to study him? Go on. Dr. Kenos said categorically, how about those special evolutions? I have arranged for them to evolve in a special way. The mosquito girl has started to animal blood in the forest. The knife man got the bad news of his father's death. Now he has already chopped it after seeing someone, and the slug has been chopped down by me. More than $100. Very well, this is an excellent gift for him, isn't it? A weird smile appeared on the corner of Dr. Kenos' mouth. Clone 29 was extremely shocked, because he had never seen Kenos having such a keen interest in a person. Even the unicorn they had studied for several years did not receive such treatment. Moreover, Dr. Kenos even used the recently extremely precious special evolution to test Axel. Is that Axel really that important? Clone 29 felt a little distressed in his heart. You must know that once the mosquito girl, the knife man, and the slug start their special evolution, they cannot degenerate back, so he must remodify 3 experimental subjects were studied. It can be said that Dr. Kenos has spent a very high price. Don't understand. Isn't it just a NEDPSP? Time flies. In a flash, another half-month passed. Good news came from the head of the armed clerk. The organization had promised him that the test was completed, and he could leave the organization with the device. He said that he wanted to reunite with Axel. The Vest Girl is also getting good news. Her wrist strength has made great progress in this short period of more than 20 days. She has been able to use the vest to grapple smoothly, and her strong wrist strength can even more than 200 throw heavy dumbbells into the sky. The tragedy was Axel. His second-grade cultivation of Wind Howl was extremely slow, and he still couldn't do what Teacher Bangbu said, concentrate his strength to a point and completely penetrate his opponent. However, it is not completely ineffective. Compared with the previous control of pure power, he is still able to condense the power a little bit, making the penetrating power of the power stronger. 20 days passed. The total number of C-rank heroes in the group has reached 300 people, but the composition of the team has almost undergone earth-shaking changes. Small, except for this 3-person group in Axel, only a few people have disappeared. And the rest are those large teams. The brunt is still the Sling Storm, their number has reached a terrifying 47 people, accounting for 15%. The second team is the Skunk Kid Gas Mask team. His eloquence is indeed great. The number of people has reached 40, which is close behind. Behind is the team of Undocumented Knights, with 37 members. These 3 teams alone accounted for 4% of the total number of people, which makes people have to slap their tongues. At this moment, the Skunk Kid Gas Mask phone rang again, and Axel frowned again. Is he so persistent, or is there another reason? Chapter 49, Amazing Dial. 49 Amazing Dial. Hello. Bei Chinese Language Network? W greater than or equal to W equals W is not equal to dot less than or equal to 8 greater than or equal to 1 less than or equal to Z less than or equal to W greater than or equal to dot less than or equal to C less than or equal to O is not equal to M. Axel was still very polite. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? I have to say that the eloquence of the skunk kid gas mask is really good. Let's talk about the bad news first. I like to put the good news behind, bitter first and sweet later. Axel smiled. It seems that the other party has got some information. Well, the bad news is that according to the news we got, the weirdo is also in a group. The skunk kid gas mask said seriously. Axel frowned. It seems that these large hero teams have sent some heroes to the Evolution House stronghold to conduct investigations. This seems to have received a lot of useful news now, knowing that the enemy is not dead, and these teams are not fuel efficient. Lights. It's just that the skunk kid gas mask is so kind to tell himself this precious information. Weird people hold together. The meaning is actually similar to the hero group. Then, in this case, the weirdo is not an experienced baby, and even for some small hero groups, the danger may increase greatly. The number of weird groups has basically reached the level of 15. The strangest thing is that the number of weird people in this stronghold is still increasing. According to our estimation, there are 15 weird people composed of wolf level middle level and wolf level high level. There will be more than 3 groups, which is extremely dangerous. Even our team with more than 40 people has to be cautious, not to mention those teams with very small numbers. If they encounter them, they may even run away. There is no chance. The skunk boy gas mask said in a deep voice. Axel nodded. He agreed with the skunk kid gas mask's point of view. The stronghold of Dr. Kenos was naturally not easy to capture. The Heroes Association probably doesn't know the true strength of the House of Evolution. If armed apes and beastmasters are dispatched, it will not be difficult to destroy the entire C-rank heroes. However, Dr. Kenos apparently did not do this. This is also a very strange point for Axel. He could not help but secretly said, "It is 5 years ago in the normal timeline. I am afraid that the armed orangutans, the beastmaster, etc. It hasn't been fully modulated, and it hasn't evolved to a tiger level high level. In addition, this is just an ordinary stronghold, and it can only send some wolf-level weirdos to receive it. This is indeed a very bad news. For a small team of heroes, it is simply a bolt from the blue." Then, what's the good news? Axel asked. The good news is that our team still has not given up on you, the girl in the vest, and the head of the armed staff. We have reserved a place for you. How about that? Isn't that interesting? This is what I asked the head of the team to get, but don't let me down with my kindness. The skunk kid gas mask laughed and said, furthermore, in response to the problem of the large number of teams this time, the Heroes Association also has new rules for the kill rewards for the weirdos. In other words, if the weirdo is killed by multiple heroes, then the kill reward will be increased. For example, if 2 people kill the weirdo, then the reward will be 1.02 times. And our group is about 40 people, this is equivalent to 1.4 times. You don't have to worry about too few rewards from too many people. The skunk kid gas mask has always been worried about the inability to recruit Axel. He thinks that Axel may be due to too many participants and not much bonus. Thank you for your kindness, and I wish you a full reward this time. Axel was still very grateful. After all, the other party gave himself a very crucial message. Then what do you mean? The skunk boy gas mask was very anxious. This time the stronghold raid mission was not optimistic, and the fighting power of the weirdo after the group was soaring. Originally, the Heroes Association thought that the mission this time would be a wilderness hunt, but now it is not known who will die. Therefore, he hopes to recruit some powerful heroes, and Axel is undoubtedly the best choice. Sorry, we are still a 3-person group. The skunk boy gas mask opened his mouth wide on the other end of the phone, and his Adam's apple moved several times for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. He didn't expect that with such sincerity today, the other party still didn't want to form a group with him. Isn't this Axel afraid of death? Do you understand the horror of dozens of weirdos in groups? Young. It's too young. It's arrogant, and I don't know how dangerous it is. Then you go to die. This is what you asked for. Deserve it. The skunk kid gas mask hung up the phone with great anger. This is an elm head at all. It is not worth angering him, but why is he so angry? What? The skunk kid gas mask suddenly held his hero phone and roared to the sky. It was so annoying. The heroes in the team turned their heads to look at the gas masks of the skunk boy who were suddenly mad. All of them looked awkward. Didn't this boy smile just now? Why suddenly it was like his bank card was maxed out. The skunk kid gas mask hung up, and Axel frowned. The situation now looks even more unoptimistic. The heroes will hug tighter, and the weirdos will hug the same. After all, everyone. I don't want to be the other party's experience baby, and there is a Dr. Kenos hidden in the dark. I don't know what level of weird he will release this time. There are many crises. Axel said solemnly. It seems that the difficulty of the task has increased again, isn't it? The girl in the vest after training took a shower and was wiping her wet head with a towel. However, the time should be almost up. I will pick up the armed staff chief. Taking advantage of these few days, we will also practice cooperation with each other. Yet. Axel nodded, and the girl in the vest tidied up and went out. Axel took a deep breath, opened his limiter interface, and suddenly displayed his own data. The initial level of his limiter still stayed in front of the wolf level mid-level, indicating that he is now at a wolf level mid-level without explosive skills and abilities. In terms of the power dial, Axel was a little surprised, and he actually hit the level above the wolf level mid-level, and it was already about a quarter of the way between the mid-level and the high level. Compared with the strength of the dial, it is a bit behind, and it has not yet reached the intermediate level of the wolf, indicating that his degree has dragged back. This degree should be a comprehensive evaluation of the degree of movement of the body and the degree of punches. Axel is still very confident about his punches, and then his eyes are on the skill dial. This improvement is the largest. Actually, from the very beginning, it was less than 1/3 of the low-level position, and now I actually rushed through the low level, and is about to reach the wolf level intermediate. This has to be said to be an unexpected surprise. An affirmation. His eyes moved, falling on the next few data, his brows couldn't help but raised. Chapter 50, Man with an Axe. 50 Man carrying an axe. Reaction dial. The data I saw before is a very embarrassing data. August 1. Chinese WW. W. 81ZW.com. It was completely different now, and it also had an extremely astonishing improvement, and it had reached the low-level wolf level. Axel knew that the reaction dial and the skill dial were completely different from the power dial and the power dial. He was sure that many heroes might have good power, but the reaction and skill were 0. To put it simply, these two dials are relatively advanced, and relatively few people can achieve success. His eyes moved again, falling on the ability that he cared about most, blasting. In the beginning, it was the level of the wolf level elementary level, but now it has surpassed the wolf level intermediate level, and it is about to reach the level of the wolf level high level. Hi! Axel even took a breath of cold air to himself. He couldn't expect that he practiced boxing for a period of time, and even his blasting ability had improved so much. It's just a pity that my second grade of Iron Fist breaking wind and howl is just a little eyebrow. Axel frowned. If he can practice successfully before the stronghold raid, then his strength will increase again. A big chunk. However, there is not much time left now, it is very urgent. At this moment, Bangbu's voice suddenly rang. Blind practice is not necessarily the most suitable, it seems to be very hard, but that layer of window paper may never let you find the easiest to pierce. Location. Proper combination of work and rest, take a breath of fresh air, or do some other things, and then come back, maybe you can find a new big six. Axel quickly turned around and bowed respectfully. Disciple understands, teacher, I will also go out this time. Go ahead. I contacted the girl in the vest with the hero's mobile phone, but found that the other party had already drove out to pick it up. It is said that the armed clerk would get motion sickness in a long-distance car. Axel wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and died of fainting. Did a generation of heroes also be suffocated to death by motion sickness? Forget it, go for a walk around that stronghold alone, it's a kind of reconnaissance before the raid. As for the investigation of individual heroes' behavior, the Heroes Association does not oppose it, but they strictly warn against going without permission, because it is too dangerous. At the same time, the Heroes Association stipulates that no organization or team is allowed to attack the stronghold before the entire sea-level hero team has attacked. If a stranger is spotted during the investigation, then the Hero Association's recommendation is that heroes should retreat first. Axel sorted out his equipment and moved out to the stronghold. With his confidence in his own abilities today, when a wolf-level monster is present, not to mention a battle, it is still possible to retreat safely. The wolf-level monster stronghold of the House of Evolution is located in a forest next to City Z. However, the Heroes Association knows the specific location of its stronghold and has placed this location on the map so that the heroes can watch it at any time. To put it simply, this stronghold is an abandoned European-style castle. The House of Evolution will leave those experimental subjects that have failed to evolve here and let them fend for themselves. Therefore, although it is said to be a stronghold, it is actually just a garbage dump for the House of Evolution. The Heroes Association is willing to clean it, and they are happy to relax. Through satellite aerial photography of this castle, the Heroes Association has obtained some basic data, but since it is in the jungle, it is not particularly accurate. Therefore, Axel decided to go in person. In order to ensure sufficient physical strength, Axel decided to take a trip to the intercity transportation. Stopping in this jungle, Axel took a closer look at the map, then dived into the jungle, and slowly rushed towards the abandoned castle. He walked relatively slowly, and his iron fists pinched tightly. The forest is very quiet. Occasionally a bird flew up, occasionally a small animal emerged from the grass, glanced at Axel, and then ran into the distance without looking back. Whack! I didn't see any of them. Could it be that the weirdos are all gathered in that castle and won't come out at all? Axel secretly asked. According to the news of the weird people in this stronghold, they probably didn't know that they were about to be encircled by the Heroes Association. Facts have proved that Axel's speculation is very likely to be correct. Until he came to the outside of the castle, there was no strange person. I found a huge tree as a shelter and stared at the castle. I saw that this is actually a building group composed of ancient European castles. Each castle has a square appearance, with more than 3 sides on each side. With a width of 100 meters, the area is almost 100,000 square meters. There are walls more than 10 meters high on the periphery, and watchtower-like spires on the 4 corners. As for what the interior looks like, it is impossible to know. Looking down, he landed on the outside of one of the castles. The front was a gate that was 10 meters high, covered with extremely heavy iron sheets, and there was a moat that was more than 20 meters wide outside the wall. Outside is a bridge across the river, but at this time it has been hoisted by chains and suspended in mid-air. There are 5 such castles, forming an extremely large castle community. It's easy to defend and difficult to attack, but it also forms a trend of echoing each other. If these weirdos are more united, this time the Heroes Association's encirclement and suppression will probably pay a very heavy price. Axel frowned. If these castles are a unit, let the weirdos form a team. In this case, there will be at least 5 weirdo groups. Counting 2 weirdos in each weirdo group, this is basically the vast majority of weirdos. Taking a deep breath, Axel turned to the outside of the second castle, which was basically the same as the first castle, and the moat was also connected together, as did the third and subsequent castles. This moat is a bit weird. Axel walked along the moat all the way down. After the river bypassed all the castles, he actually returned to the center of these castles, and in the center of the castle complex. It is an inner 6 lakes. In the center of this lake is a peninsula connecting 6 places. On the peninsula, there is a conical spire. The lake water evaporates in a misty manner, making this area immersed. If it is not for excellent eyesight, it is impossible to see this spire, and I thought it was a lake with relatively high water vapor. I was about to sneak over to find out what happened. Suddenly, Axel realized that not far from him, there was an axe carried upside down, wearing a grey-white cloak. The button was not fastened but was left open. Wearing a black vest, an old-fashioned leather belt around his waist, a man with a short thick hair. At this time, his gaze was also looking at Axel. Chapter 51, Imminent. 51 Imminent. What kind of pupils are that? 8. 1 Chinese network? W greater than or equal to W equals W greater than or equal to. Greater than or equal to 8 less than or equal to 1 less than or equal to ZW. Greater than or equal to C is not equal to OM. Blood red pupils. The white to transparent pupils made the blood red pupils appear as bright as a lone star in the sky. Once stared at by these red pupils, it was like being coveted by the hungry wolf, which made people feel a chill from the soles of the feet. Experimental body. The man with the axe held upside down condensed his eyes, and suddenly, holding the long axe handle in both hands, he rushed towards Axel. Oh! What Axel didn't expect was that the opponent didn't say anything, so he rushed forward, his brows gathered slightly, and the moment the opponent rushed to his side, he suddenly moved to the side, and at the same time, he fisted fiercely smashed on the side of the axe. A muffled sound of boom came from the axe weighing tens of caddies. The head of the axe couldn't help but tilt to one side. With the force of inertia, the man's body he also lost his balance and fell to the side. After Axel succeeded in his blow, he did not continue pursuing, but looked at the man quietly. The man staggered, balanced his body, then plunged the huge axe into the ground, looked back at Axel for a long time, and then squeezed a word from his teeth, "What a heavy punch! You are not the first to praise me like this." Axel rubbed his nose. "You obviously got the opportunity just now, why don't you continue to pursue it?" the man frowned and asked. "It's my honor to be able to fight you. How could I take advantage of the danger? Even if I want to fight, I have to fight you upright." Experiment 66 of the House of Evolution, Lord Zombie. Axel turned around. Facing the man head-on, he said very solemnly. From his expression, it can be seen that he is not joking. "With pleasure?" If a person utters such a word in the first confrontation and still takes advantage of the other side, it is obvious that it is pretending to be coercion. However, there is no such sign on Axel's face. He is serious and truly feels honored. That's right. The zombie man who was 5 years ago on the normal timeline is not very powerful yet. He still needs to be fatally wounded constantly, and constantly improve himself with his terrifying recovery ability. However, all of this does not prevent Axel from admitting such a strong man worth admiring. Obviously, the zombie man was very surprised why Axel knew him so well. He carried the axe on his shoulder. It can be seen that you are not a weird person, let alone an experimental subject of the House of Evolution. When he first saw Axel, he thought that Axel was the experimental subject in this stronghold, and he happened to meet him and wanted to kill it directly. "Are you a hero of the Association of Heroes?" the zombie man asked. He is not a hero yet, but a free walker's avenger. "Yes, 196th sea level, Axel." "Axel, I remember your name." The zombie man turned around with an axe and walked slowly towards the jungle. Soon, his figure disappeared in the darkness, far away. His voice came suddenly, "I advise you not to go to that spire, we'll die." "Why?" Axel hurriedly pursued and asked in a low voice. This is near the stronghold, and he didn't want to swagger like that. "In that spire, there are opponents that your sea-level heroes can never defeat, they are my prey." After the zombie man said, there was no sound anymore, he went away, and didn't know where to go. "Where?" Axel looked at the direction where the zombie man disappeared, then looked back at the 5 castle complexes and the pinnacle island surrounded by him, lost in thought. Zombie male. Experiment 66 of the House of Evolution escaped from the House of Evolution 5 years ago. He has 2 abilities. One is the indescribable ability to recover. For example, he was beaten to a halt by the man who claimed to be a god, and his body was shattered, leaving only his head and part of his torso. After more than 10 minutes, the body was reorganized. The other is a strong evolutionary ability. Every time he is fatally injured, he has a certain degree of ability improvement. In theory, he is simply an infinitely evolving monster. To what extent, even to reach the level, it may not be known. It can be said that he is a highly unknown S-class hero. Of course, this is his future. However, after escaping from the House of Evolution, he began his own revenge plan, looking for the base of the House of Evolution, preparing to destroy Dr. Kenos' ambitions. And this wolf-level weird stronghold is the first target he intends to hunt down. After his investigation, in these 5 castles, there are weird groups composed of wolf-level and above experimental body weirds. However, in that spire, 2 days ago, 3 tiger-level weirs were stationed. The strength is simply not the same as those weird groups, but for him, the stronger the opponent, the better. "We'll die." Axel stared at the spire that flickered in the mist. An opponent that even the C-rank hero group can't defeat. Although many heroes in the C-rank hero group are weaker, they are led by some powerful heroes, and their strength after being formed into the group cannot be underestimated. However, in the mouth of the zombie man, there is no hope to win opponent. There are indeed a lot of weird people who can completely abuse the C-rank hero group. According to the information of the Heroes Association and the Skunk Boys gas mask, it is nothing more than a group of wolf-level monsters. Then, something more powerful than the group of wolf-level monsters, what is there in this spire? Axel stared at the spire, took a deep breath, and retreated from this stronghold. Pro-Yuan fish, as retreat webs. Now Axel even more needs to let his breaking wind howl break through the 2nd grade, and it is imminent. Back at the dojo, the armed clerk has been picked up by the girl in the vest. It seems that the armed clerk is in good spirits. He is wearing a black armor and guarding himself almost to the teeth, only showing 2 eyes and 1 nostril. The mouth, and even these places, can be manually closed when necessary. This set is an absolute defensive armor. It does not require merits but no demerits. It can guarantee its absolute safety. At the same time, it can be used as a dam to intercept all attacks by opponents. The armed staff chief closed his own. To fall, Hay smiled triumphantly. It's really an absolute defense. Axel thought of the black armor with the mace head. The design concept seemed similar to this set, except that the material of the armor could not be seen from the appearance. But looking at the armed clerk so confident, I believe that facing the wolf-level weirdo, there is still a battle. Now the armed clerk and the girl in the vest have made great progress, and only their 2nd product is left. Imminent. Chapter 52, 3-person sightseeing group. 52 3-person sightseeing group. Near the time of the raid, the personnel of each team have basically been finalized. A total of 322 C-rank heroes participated in this raid. They were divided into 12 teams. The strongest team Slingstorm has reached 52 heroes of horror, which is well deserved. The strongest and least numbered team is still the Axel team, or there are only 3 people. At this time, they still insist on 3 people. There is only one voice in everyone's heart, that is, the soy sauce in the past. Bai Chinese? Web W? 81Z, W.com. Isn't this? Not to mention a team of 3 of them, even those teams with only 20 people feel that this time may be going back empty-handed, let alone this kind of single-digit team. Don't say that even a weird person hasn't seen it at that time, and the entire raid battle is over. It will be the biggest joke since the establishment of the entire Heroes Association. Okay. The wind is not stopping outside, but Axel is still concentrating on the second grade of the breaking wind and howling. How to concentrate this power on one point is very simple, but it is almost as if the road of Shu is hard to go to the sky. The armed clerk is practicing some tacit understanding in combat with the vest girl. For example, the armed clerk blocked a part of the attack for the vest girl, and then the vest girl launches a surprise attack. To put it bluntly, it is a coordinated operation to further improve the relationship between the two. Tacit understanding. During this period of time, the wrist strength of the girl in the vest has been greatly improved, which has also improved her strength to a very high level. This is how strength is, and it is often a layer of window paper. When you cross that line, your strength will be in another realm. However, in every realm, there is a layer of window paper. The key depends on whether you can continue to pierce quickly. On the day of the raid, the major teams gathered in the outer forest of the Evolution House stronghold. This time, the Heroes Association also dispatched helicopters to monitor the raid on the entire stronghold. Once unexpected conditions occur, there will be take emergency measures. This is the so-called emergency plan. Vest girl, are you really in a team of 3? It makes no difference if you die like this. Although there are only 19 people in the team of the Vest family, they are also recognized as a powerful team. They are very surprised that the Vest girl does not. Teaming up with them instead formed a 3-person team. Yes, even if it is not to die, but you can kill a weirdo? No, you should not be able to get a weirdo. Although the Vest Tiger was beaten up by Axel last time, he has recently recovered his anger. But there was a trace of awe in the eyes that looked at Axel. No, it should be said that it was fear. The girl in the vest shook her head. She believed Axel, but she still rejected the kindness of the Vest family, and also thanked the companions of the Vest family. Stupid. After the battle is over, it looks like you are going home empty-handed. The skunk boy gas mask looked at Axel's eyes rather intriguingly. He has always pointed his teeth, but he just met Axel. It was just that he met his opponent and it was completely ineffective, which made him feel a little frustrated and very disappointed. Hey, just wait to see him admire our gaze. 8 Cemetery pushed his weapon very confidently. With so many heroes blocking him in front, he only needs to rest assured and fire boldly, without worrying at all. Suddenly appear by your side like a long-tongued monster, catching yourself by surprise. On the other side, people in morning suit suspenders, cross keys, and others were also whispering to each other. For Axel's wry smile, it was simply Elm Head. Soon, a word spread among the heroes, a 3-person tour group. The meaning is simple: Axel and the 3 of them are here for sightseeing and are funny. Well, no matter how you laugh. The armed clerk armed himself in this black iron bucket. No one saw his expression. Axel's face was sinking, and his second grade of wind howler still seemed to have a feeling of looking at flowers in the fog. It seemed that I was almost able to touch it, but when I stretched my hand over, it was a mist. These large-scale hero groups are strong. Even if they are a wolf-level high-level weird, they will be like paper in front of their joint attacks, so they have absolute confidence. Generally speaking, they have the front row of meat shields, the middle connection, and the back row with attackers. They are all scientifically organized according to their own characteristics. Of course, there are also alternatives, just like the vests. Almost everyone is the attacking hand is a group of people swarming up, punching the master to death indiscriminately. In contrast to the ridicule of these heroes, the staff of the Heroes Association shuttled very busy, picking up the phone and communicating with the helicopter. Everything is normal, the weird people in the stronghold are still as usual, and they are extremely in the stronghold. There was good news from the helicopter, and I don't know why. These weird people are basically rice worms or eaten all day long and wait to die in the sun. It's no wonder that Dr. Kenos calls this place a garbage dump for weirdos. It's simply a group of guys who can't support the wall. However, none of this affects the threat of these weird people, because their strength lies there. The staff came to the front of all the teams and once again explained the precautions. Please note that this time you need to face the cruel weird people. Please take the protection of your own safety as your priority, and you must not greet you. Hurry up, I can't wait. A hero shouted anxiously. The words of these staff members are like boxers listening to the referee's explanation of the rules, and they have long been tired. Yes, hurry up. Urged. Quickly, quickly, I want to get the bonus. Impatient. They are all wolf-level weirdos. What is there to be afraid of, that can be life-threatening? I don't believe it. Confident. Quick, quick. Anxious. When the staff saw this situation, they were rather helpless. The map is included in your hero cards. There are 5 castles and 1 spire. Please open your hero cards and wear them on your chest at the same time. Make sure that the hero card is extremely stable. Because we will use the camera on the hero card to confirm whether the weirdo was killed by you. This is very important. This matter has been notified earlier, because it is a more important way to determine the attribution of the kill, so the staff will remind it for the second time. Next, all the teams follow the staff into the forest. We have arranged the route. We only need to follow the staff to the stronghold before they can start the attack. This is also for the sake of fairness, so as to avoid some large teams on the road. Just bully other small teams and cause unfair situations. Generally speaking, the ideas of the Heroes Association are good, but unfortunately, sometimes things go against their wishes. It can be said that this is the first such large-scale raid by the Heroes Association. Many heroes' heartbeats are boom boom boom, and some staff members are also sweating. Tension. Chapter 53, save till the end. 53 remain for the last. The Association of Heroes has made extremely sufficient preparations, and went to the periphery of the stronghold very smoothly all the way. Many heroes have seen this castle group for the first time. 8. 1. Chinese network. W greater than or equal to W is not equal to W. Greater than or equal to 8 equals 1 less than or equal to Z equals W. Com. What a big castle. These weirdos are so rich. When the heroes whispered, the staff over there announced that the raid had officially begun. The Sling Storm team took the lead, led by Morning Suspenders and Cross Keys, and rushed towards the nearest castle, and the concealed door was instantly opened. What's the situation? In the castle, the weird people who lived a small life comfortably looked dazed, they didn't know what happened. Hey, what's the situation? That's death. The Morning Suspenders and the Cross Keys sneered, and the Sling Storm instantly chopped the neck of the strange man in front of him. The hero card on the chest also quickly recorded this time. Fighting. Rush in, don't leave one. It seemed that things went smoothly unexpectedly, and the Morning Suspenders and the Cross Keys were also more confident. Someone raided. Fight back. The weird people in the castle screamed and rushed out of the rooms, facing the Sling Storm that had already hugged, and fell into the wind for a while. However, this was their home court after all, and their familiarity with the terrain quickly allowed them to find a chance to breathe. Sunday was also reported as a group, forming a confrontation with the Sling Storm team. Things seem to be not as simple as imagined. The Cross Key said very solemnly. The weird people here are unexpectedly powerful. It is no exaggeration to say that every weird person is at least the wolf level intermediate level, and even many are. Wolf level high level, and the number is more than 20. Although the initial raid killed 2, but the strength is still not to be underestimated. Continue to maintain the formation. There is no other team in this castle. We can slowly eat our opponents bit by bit. The morning suit suspenders grinned, the stronger the enemy, the more bonuses we get. Isn't it? Just be careful. This is indeed the case. After Sling Storm chose a castle for the first time, other more powerful teams also chose the castle and rushed in, and soon a scene of separatism was formed. The team of Skunk Kid Gas Masks occupied a castle alone, and the team of Undocumented Knights occupied a castle alone. The 5 castles were divided into 3 by the 3 strongest teams, and the remaining 2 were in dispute. The situation of grabbing. The 2 castles are occupied by 6 teams including the Vests. Compared with the situation of 1 team and 1 castle, their situation is much worse, because the weirdos are all huddled together, and they are all small teams with ghosts. No one wanted to be the first to rush up, and suddenly became stiff on the spot, and no small team was willing to take the lead. In addition to these teams that stormed the castle, 6 teams including the Abuhu team chose the central spire. This minaret is conical, with a height of more than 30 meters. The bottom has 4 doors in 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and at the top, there is a huge rooftop around the spire, with an area of dozens of square meters. There was mist above, I don't know what was there. Hurry up! Don't be robbed! Compared to the castle, this spire is much smaller. Even if there are weird people, there are probably not many. Therefore, the team that rushed in was even more impatient, afraid that they would not even be able to drink a mouthful of soup. Let's speed up too. Seeing this, the girl in the vest also urged, where is this a surprise attack? This is simply to grab. Don't worry, this spire is not easy. Axel said in a deep voice, watching the teams rushing into the north gate in a swarm, frowning, and choosing Zymen, we will go in through the west gate. Seeing that Axel was so solemn, the girl in the vest and the armed clerk had no objection, and nodded to follow. Just when they selected Simon to enter, the 2 figures entered Axel's eyes. Zombie male. He finally came to, and, the target was directed at the spire, facing the weird people in the castle. He didn't bother at all. He glanced at Axel and said, "You are still here. This is the duty of being a hero." Axel said, "The zombie man at this time is not a hero yet, but an avenger to the House of Evolution." Hero. The zombie man chewed the word, then turned around and entered the south gate. A word from a distance floated over, "Don't die." Axel shrugged. "Do you know him?" The girl in the vest thought that person was a bit weird, and the pupils were very special, with a striking light. "Just met." "This is the truth, but not the truth. He just reminded you, don't die." Could it be that the weird people in this steeple are much stronger than those in the castle? The armed clerk's voice was extremely low and solemn. According to the constantly updated information in the hero card of the Heroes Association, the castle is already wolf level mid-level and wolf level high-level weirdos. Can it be said that this spire is a tiger level weird? Don't look at the tiger level weirdo, it's just 1 level higher than the wolf level high level, but its strength is another realm, and it's not the same thing at all. Do not die. This sentence was like a brand on the hearts of the 3. Be careful. Axel reminded, preparing to enter the west gate. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Hey!" The 3 of them were taken aback, turned their heads and looked back, and saw a man standing behind them. When he appeared, the 3 of them didn't know at all. This man is really too fat. He can't even see his legs. A small vest can't cover his belly and winking eyes. Holding a handkerchief in both hands, he keeps wiping sweat. Short head. Upturned nostrils. A big scary mouth. The girl in the vest swallowed dryly. "Excuse me, you are a human, a weirdo." "Of course it is a human," the visitor said firmly, "since you chose this door to enter, then I will go to the east gate. He turned around and walked towards the east gate at the bottom of the steeple. Go, oh, I just ate a weird man, why is it hungry, so hungry, so hungry. The girl in the vest was instantly petrified. True or false, the fat guy said he had eaten a weirdo. Unexpectedly, he is here too. Axel looked at the fat man's back and took a deep breath. This fat man can almost be said to be one of the most mysterious powerhouses among the One-Punch Men. He once claimed, "Should I not save my hidden ability until the end, if I die in this place, the world cannot be saved. Possess the moves that can save the world." Unexpectedly, 2 future S-rank heroes came at once. The weird people in this spire are absolutely strong. Chapter 54, Special Evolution, the of the House of Evolution. 54 Special Evolutionary Body, the of the House of Evolution. Let's go, let's meet the weird people in this steeple for a while. Axel took a deep breath and said decisively. Bai Chinese W equals WW. Equals 81 is not equal to Z is not equal to W equals. Greater than or equal to C greater than or equal to O is not equal to M. Yes, Captain. The armed clerk was also full of fighting spirit, and his new armor also buzzed. Yes, Captain. The girl in the vest smiled and followed behind the armed clerk. To be honest, every hero has a heart to fight the strong. After entering the interior of the minaret, there is a wide hall, and at the end of the hall is a spiral staircase. There is a row of bookcases in the hall with some paper books. Axel came over and took down a book casually and opened it. Evolution? What's the situation? Axel frowned, and the theory of evolution actually came here, but the signature on it was not Darwin, but Kenos. Look at the other books. They are all about evolution. There is only one author, Kenos. This is probably a small base of Kenos in the past. Axel put the book back in its place. This Kenos has his own unique insights on evolution, right or wrong, it's too much to conclude. Early, let's go. Time was pressing, and Axel did not stay here, but continued up the spiral staircase. Soon, the second floor appeared, which was also a hall, but it was smaller than the first floor. Weirdo. The girl in the vest took a deep breath, and finally the weirdo appeared. There are a total of 3 weird people in the second floor hall, a praying mantis, a crab, and a mouse, all of which are a combination of humans and animals. This is also the concept of Dr. Kenos evolution. Obviously, these 3 weird people didn't expect anyone to come to this place, sit at the table, and turn their heads to look at Axel and others. Axel saw that these 3 guys were still holding poker in their hands, and they looked like they were playing fighting landlords, which was really satisfying. However, he could feel that the strength of these 3 weirdos was very weak, and even the mantis he had encountered before was not as good as that. Isn't that the weird person in this spire is very powerful? Axel was puzzled. Facing the weird person without any hesitation, he directly rushed over. It's a human. The praying mantis is a little surprised. Their place is very quiet, basically there are no traces of humans. Hey, come here and die. The crab waved 2 large tongs and snapped it a few times. Kill him and continue playing cards. The mouse glanced at his 2 companions very thiefly, and inadvertently took the king who had already been played on the table back to his own cards and put them back on the table. Go ahead, get rid of Axel quickly. The 3 of them moved fast, and Axel moved faster. He who reached the intermediate level of the wolf level rushed up like a gust of wind, and the girl in the vest immediately fluttered. So fast! The girl in the vest gave a secret compliment, and even the armed clerk next to him was taken aback. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of 1 or 2 months, Axel had made such great progress. It's just 1 day. Obviously, those 3 weird people were still thinking about playing cards. I didn't expect that he hadn't stood up yet. Axel had already rushed in front of him. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Axel in horror. The young man in front of him had a pair of fiery red fists smashed from far and near, like the big hands of the overwhelming Buddha, wanting to bury their enchanting evildoers. Ah! The mouse instinctively used a pair of tiny paws to block his head in horror. Boom! Axel's fist slammed into the mouse's little head. This rat man with a weight of more than 100 caddies was like a football with a big foot flying around meters high, and then fluttered directly from the window of the spire. The horrible howling stopped abruptly in the air. The girl in the vest and the armed staff chief looked at Axel's back in horror. Although this weird man is not very strong, he is also of a wolf low level, and he was hit by Axel in seconds. Moreover, they could see that Axel was just an ordinary boxing strong. In the hearts of the two people, Bei Erkai gave a secret cry. Next! Axel roared, and the fist of his left hand slammed into the head of the praying mantis with lightning speed. This head, which was smaller than that of a rat man, was directly under such a heavy punch. The neck was broken, and the mantis stared with a pair of eyes and watched in disbelief as Axel also followed the rat man flying out of the window. For an instant. Killed two wolf low level weirdos. Well, you are the only one left. Axel took a deep breath, still very satisfied with his strength. The crabman who was arranging a rampant collision, waved a pair of huge pliers, trying to clamp Axel into a bun. Seeing this scene, he suddenly stopped on the spot like a sudden break. Why, do you want to do the final struggle? Axel was not eager to kill the crabman. He had a lot of doubts in his heart and wanted to ask clearly. Aggressive, like a wild crabman, suddenly he knelt on the ground with a gudong, a pair of iron clamps propped on the ground. Hero, forgive me, I have 70 mothers, waiting to feed the baby, don't kill me, I say everything. The muscles on Axel's face twitched. These guys are all Kenos experimental subjects, and there are no relatives at all. This lie was made up, and it really made him embarrassed. Let me ask you, what weird people are in this spire? Axel asked. This has always been the doubt in his heart. Usually we are the wolf level and low level weirdos. We don't usually do anything. That's why we play cards. The crabman kept shaking his pliers. We don't do any harm at all. People, really, harmless. It's not harmful. What did you guys rush over just now to look like we were smashed? The girl in the vest sneered. The crabman immediately knelt down on the ground trembling. It's all a misunderstanding, hero, forgive me. Misunderstanding, it's just that we can't beat us now. If we have been beaten, we are already the flesh of your mouth at this time. The girl in the vest slammed the crabman's head with a punch, making him dizzy. Go on. Oh, the crabman shook his head. However, 3 weirdos have come recently, all of which are above the tiger level. By the way, they have a special name for the House of Evolution. What name? Axel's heart was tight, and his hunch was right. Special evolutionary body. After the crabman said, there seemed to be some worship in his eyes, as if he was very longing for the special evolutionary body, and there was some fear, as if he was extremely afraid of the strength of the special evolutionary body. Special evolutionary forms are extremely noble existences in the House of Evolution, possessing extremely strong strength, and can be modulated by Dr. Kenos, which is not comparable to ordinary experimental subjects. It can be said that these special evolutionary monsters are in the evolutionary process. The home is in the experiment. Then, his gaze fell on the 3 Axel. Don't think you can kill the 2 of them in a second, but you can't be the opponents of the special evolution. You will die if you go up. You will die. Very miserable. I am sure. I am very sure. I have never been so sure. Chapter 55. Heroes falling from the spire. 55. The hero who fell from the steeple. Are you finished? The girl in the vest looked coldly at the crabman in front of her. For her, weird people are enemies and human enemies. Bai Chinese language website? www.audiobookseries.com WW 81 Z W Com. The crabman was startled. He saw the cold light in the eyes of the girl in the vest. His instinctive reaction to survival made him take a few steps back, but because of fear of death, his legs began to tremble, and his voice was even more serious. Trembling extremely, what are you going to do? What are you doing? The girl in the vest sneered. Is it necessary to say to a weird person? Of course I killed you. She approached step by step. Although the crabman was very scared, in order to survive, he had to defend himself. Although I am a weird, but I am only an experimental subject of the House of Evolution. Since I became a weird, I have never left the House of Evolution. I have never personally harmed anyone. Weird, blame you for being a weird person. The girl in the vest yelled and jumped up several meters, vest grappling. No. In the horrified eyes of the crabman, the girl in the vest pierced the crabman's chest and abdomen with her wrists like iron tongs, and the yellow crab yellow was scattered all over the place. It was obviously impossible to die. Die again. Axel stared at all this in a daze. He had an urge to stop the girl in the vest at the time, but he did not move his steps after moving his legs a few times. Maybe the crabman is lying. No, what if he didn't lie? What if a weird person who has never harmed anyone and wants to play poker and live in the sun all day? Should we kill such a weird person? Well, the zombie man is also a weird man in essence, isn't it? Let's take a look at the definition of a weirdo by the leader of the weirdo group. A weirdo is a person who abandons himself and completely separates from the existence of the human world. From this point of view, weird people and humans have no essential boundaries. If the zombie man goes astray, perhaps he has become an out-and-out weird. On the contrary, from the perspective of the Heroes Association, he is a hero and a great hero who saves mankind. From the perspective of Dr. Kenna's definition of weird people, it will be more explicit and direct, just like a formula. The first kind of humans mutate into weirdos, mutated weirdos caused by bad habits or some kind of pressure, or caused by genetic mutations and other reasons. Doing certain things too extreme or obsessed with even the body changes from a monster into a human. The second technology introduction, the armored gorillas and Azura unicorns of Evolution House belong to this list. The third type of non-human biological variation, the variation of other species other than human caused by environmental pollution or other reasons. The fourth special kind of intelligent creatures, underground people, sea people, etc. To put it bluntly, all intelligent life forms other than humans can be regarded as weird people, that is, they are all placed on the opposite side of human beings as their own enemies. Is it an enemy? Is it to be destroyed? In other words, if you don't stand on the same side with yourself, you will be eliminated. Even if he doesn't do any harm. Axel's heart was ups and downs, and he always found it strange when he was looking at a puncher, because when Saitama-sensei faced Azura and other bosses, he never showed any mercy. But, of course, when faced with the monster of Hungry Wolf, he kept his hand, and always thought that Hungry Wolf was just a person wearing a COSP-1AY costume. In Saitama teacher's heart, even if the Hungry Wolves are humanized, he still thinks that the Hungry Wolves are humans. Axel took a deep breath. Axel. Team leader. The girl in the vest and the armed clerk saw Axel in a daze, and asked strangely. Oh, nothing. Axel's thoughts finally flew back to his body. What he has to consider now is not the problem of weirdos and humans. What he has to face now is the special evolution on this spire. The existence of body is also known as the at the top of the pyramid of the House of Evolution. Let's go. The girl in the vest looked dignified, and the weird person behind might not be the 1-second lying type. Axel nodded, and just turned around, ready to continue to move up the spiral staircase. At this moment, there was a miserable howl outside the window on the second floor of the spire. What? The horrible howl that cut through the sky suddenly made Axel and the others feel tight. The things that were originally worried seemed to have been staged in advance. They rushed to the outside of the window and looked out the window. The sound of the horrible howl coming from a C-rank hero. Axel can't be named, it should be around 100. He obviously fell from the spire, and there is still a smell in the air. Was beaten down? No, it should have been beaten by a weirdo. Axel gasped, and the girl in the vest involuntarily grasped Axel's cloak tightly. She knew the hero who fell just now, the thick-hooded butler, the C-level 66 heroes, and the C-level hero Zhong is also a somewhat powerful hero, but it is clear that he suffered a horrible defeat. I don't know if it will be life-threatening if he falls so high. Axel was rather calm, and immediately contacted the dispatcher of the Heroes Association on the scene with the hero phone. In an emergency, there is a hero falling on the spire, it may be a powerful weirdo. Repeat again, there is a hero falling on the spire, may be the work of a powerful weirdo. Obviously, the opposite side was taken aback. So far, the raid battles of the entire Evolution House are under control, and the injuries of the heroes are within controllable range. However, the steeple is more than 20 meters high, an average hero falling, coupled with his own injuries, may be life-threatening. This is not what the Association of Heroes wants to see. They expect this to be an experience rather than a death. The dispatcher immediately passed the information to the helicopter at the scene, and the helicopter flew in the direction of the spire. They needed to see the battlefield more intuitively in order to dispatch heroes and manpower. Just when Axel hung up the phone, another hero fell from the sky with a howling. C-level 89 hero Red Scarf Fighters. The girl in the vest exclaimed. But when she exclaimed, Axel, who reacted extremely quickly, rushed out and grabbed the red scarf on the neck of the Red Scarf Fighter. The armed clerk was taken aback, but he immediately reacted, ran behind Axel, and used his strong arms to pull the Red Scarf Fighter up. Although he avoided the fall of the Red Scarf Fighter, his situation was not optimistic. His chest and abdomen were cut open by something, and the blood raged. "Stop the bleeding," Axel said in a deep voice. They had brought a lot of medicines since they came out, in case of emergency, and decisively bandaged the Red Scarf Fighters to stop the bleeding. Looking at the Red Scarf Fighter who has passed out, but is no longer life-threatening, the girl in the vest can't help but clenched her hand. The weird man above looks really like what the crabman said, very strong. Chapter 56, Emergency Evacuation Notice. 56 Emergency Evacuation Notice. At this point, the helicopter has reached the top of the spire, and has the most intuitive understanding of the battle above the spire. In just a moment, all the C-rank heroes' hero cards sent a message. All C-rank heroes who are going to the steeple will cancel the current raid order. All C-rank heroes who are already in the steeple, all evacuate. This message was passed down and appeared on all the hero cards at the same time. The major teams fighting in the castle were extremely suspicious. What made the Heroes Association make such a decision? There is an answer, that is, the strength of the weird people in the spire is far beyond the range that the C-rank hero can contend, so the Heroes Association will make such a decision. 8. 1 Chinese WW W I 8 1 Z W com. So, here is the problem. In this spire, what is there that the knowledgeable Heroes Association will actually issue such a strong order? News? No, to be precise, it should be an order. This tone is also the first time many heroes have seen it since joining the Heroes Association. The weird people in this castle have reached the level of wolf level, high level. Could it be that the weird people in the spire are tiger level? The Morning Suspenders frowned and analyzed during the interval of the battle. It's not finished here. No matter what it is, our first task is to solve the present. The Cross Key said solemnly. Although they are working step by step, the enemy is indeed very powerful. Meat on the plate. If this is resolved and our team's strength is still sufficient, I would like to see if the weird man on the steeple is 3-headed and 6-armed. The morning suit suspenders were full of war. Hey, It's okay. The cross key nodded. After all, they still have the upper hand, and the casualties are also under control. The other teams have the same problem. They don't need to remind from the Heroes Association. Each team can't walk away and work hard to eliminate the weird people in front of them. After the weirdo, don't mind going to the minaret. After this order, the three Axel looked at each other, and they didn't expect the matter to be so serious. What should we do? Shall we go up or retreat? At this time, the girl in the vest obeyed the captain Axel. The chief of the armed staff also set his sights on Axel. Axel groaned. At this time, the three of them killed three weird people, basically at the low level of the wolf level. It can be said that the harvest this time is the lowest. However, this is not the key. The key is that the three of them have prepared for a whole month in order to be able to show their skills. However, it seems that they have to retreat before they have started to warm up. Martial arts. Wu is fundamental. The way is the way forward. If you retreat in fear when you encounter an enemy, it will have a huge impact on your Dao heart. Many people may be very powerful, but his Tao is not strong enough, which makes him unable to fully use his combat power, just like the virtual bamboo in the 8 parts of the dragon. But some people are just the opposite. His Tao allows him to wield 120% of his combat power. This example also comes from the Babu of Tianlong, and his name is Qiao Feng. The fearless are invincible. Axel took a deep breath, squeezed his red gloves, and looked at his two partners dignifiedly. The next decision is not as the captain, but as a sea level, as the hero says. I, Axel, are ready to go to the top of the spire for a while to meet the so-called special evolution. You can decide whether to go or leave. This decision may be life-threatening, but I have decided. The girl in the vest and the armed clerk were taken aback. I'll follow you, said the girl in the vest, gritted her teeth. She grabbed Axel's cloak as if she was afraid that Axel would run away alone. Hey, it seems that I won't be able to keep up. The armed clerk touched his steel skull and said honestly. Axel's eyes lit up, and he did not choose the wrong partner. Go, Team Abewu, come here for a while on this so-called special evolutionary body. Axel said word by word, taking the lead and rushing up the spiral staircase. The two girls in the vest followed closely behind. As for the Red Scarf fighters, they have sent a request for medical care to the Heroes Association, and the helicopter will immediately dispatch relevant medical personnel to rescue them. When the spiral staircase reaches the 3rd floor, it is actually empty, there are no weird people, and there are no bookcases or the like. Attention please! All sea-level hero cards sent an emergency message again, and the urgency of this emergency message has reached S level. Please note that there are still signs of activity of 3 C-rank heroes detected in the spire. Since the Heroes Association has positioning for hero cards and also has basic detection of the hero's vital signs, based on the detection results just now, a few have been removed. In addition to the 10 C-rank heroes who have lost their ability to act, there are actually 3 C-rank heroes rushing towards the top from the bottom of the spire. Are they going to die? Please evacuate these 3 C-rank heroes from the steeple as soon as possible. At the same time, we have contacted the B-rank hero team Fuxia group, and they will arrive at the rescue in 15 minutes. Once again urgently reminded, please these 3 C-rank heroes evacuate the spire as soon as possible. At the same time, we have contacted the B-level hero team Fuxia group, and they will be there in 15 minutes. The team still struggling in the castle was taken aback. Who was so stupid? The dozens of C-rank heroes who rushed to the spire were already wiped out, so they still rushed upwards? Isn't this just lighting up a lamp and in the toilet, seeking death? Axel did not stop, but speeded up his pace, because, from this emergency notice from the Heroes Association, it can be known that the C-rank heroes have been completely destroyed. So, what about zombie men and pig gods? Rush! Soon, the top of the minaret appeared in front of Axel. The top of the minaret also had 4 exits. From the exits, you saw a circular platform around the top of the minaret, exactly 1 ring. On this platform, the C-rank heroes who rushed up the first to lie down in all directions, there are bloody, large area wounds, and corroded bodies. It can be said that it is horrible. Looking at the scene on the platform again, the Axel trio couldn't help being stunned on the spot. Chapter 57, Mosquito Girl. 57 Mosquito Girl. On the platform, to be precise, excluding the 3 Axel, there are still 5 living organisms that can move. Bei Chinese website W equals W is not equal to W is not equal to equals 81ZW. Com. The zombie man is also covered in blood, but he is still standing there, holding a broken knife in his hand, and his cloak is also in tatters. A gust of wind blows over and leaks everywhere. Opposite him is a frogman, a frogward who looks like a frog but holds a knife in his hand. However, at this moment, his nostrils were sprayed with extremely strong smoke, and his whole body became fiery red, like the peak of his anger. The frogman looked at the zombie man in front of him in disbelief, and roared angrily, You Experiment 66, a traitor from the House of Evolution, you can actually stand up." "Yes," said the zombie man faintly. At the same time, he carried the long knife that he didn't know where he got from on his shoulder. A terrifying wound on his chest was slowly healing. "Up to now so far, I have suffered a total of about 8 fatal injuries. Damn! You immortal monster, monster!" The frogman roared up to the sky angrily. The knife in his hand seemed to be cut and rolled up, but the zombie man in front of him still did not fall. On the other side, there are white slugs all over the ground. It is estimated that there are hundreds of them. These slugs can spray extremely corrosive liquid. Many heroes are injured by this kind of corrosion. This is comparable. The knife wound is even more terrifying. It's just that hundreds of slugs are facing the pig god. It's white and fat, it looks delicious. The pig god grabbed a slug, and the slug sprayed a group of transparent liquid on the pig god's body without saying a word. With a sound, although the pig god's vest was corroded, his body was not harmed at all. He stuffed the white and fat slug into the huge mouth, and kept pushing with both hands, pushing the entire slug away. "Throw it into your own stomach, ah!" In less than 2 seconds, the slug had stuffed the pig god's teeth. He patted his belly, "I'm so hungry, okay, there are so many." Immediately afterwards, he grabbed another one. The girl in the vest was disgusted, but I have to say that the pig god's battle was almost one-sided. A large number of slug clones had entered his stomach. He kept saying that he was hungry and kept holding his hands. From the slug's mouth, the venom of cell slug's attack on the pig was like a bath, and the battle became a one-sided situation. The gaze fell directly in front. There were more than a dozen heroes lying on the ground, all of them bursting with blood, and their injuries were extremely serious. At the end of the platform, on the parapet, was crouching for 3 meters. Tall weirdo mosquito girl. Gorgeous body, enchanting posture, scythe-like claws, powerful legs, huge forewings, and the delicate face of the angel, a pair of wonderful eyes linger, no one can take a look. Will be attracted by the face of the angel and the figure of the devil, but at this moment, she has raised her claws, sweets the blood on it. The blood of human heroes is much more delicious than the blood of those animals, ahaha. The mosquito girl laughed sickly. When she looked at the 3 Axel with wonderful eyes, she revealed the pair. The blood is extremely fanatical light. The girl in the vest suddenly felt tight, and her instinctive sense of crisis made her skin tighten, causing her breathing to become rush. Axel broke down a step forward and blocked the front side of the girl in the vest. Of course he understood the fighting power of the mosquito girl. He knew that this was not a good opponent, even if it was the mosquito girl experimental body 5 years ago. Hey, good, there is another one who is not afraid of death. The mosquito girl looked at Axel very greedily. There must be delicious blood in this strong body? Ahaha! The whole platform reverberated with the sickly and arrogant laughter of the mosquito girl, as if the blood of the 3 axle was already on the plate in front of her. What's the situation? Why are there people there? The staff on the helicopter in the sky exclaimed. According to the response of the hero card, they are the 3 C-rank heroes of the audiobook team. The other 2 people have no identity display and are not heroes. Another staff member gritted his teeth. Why haven't they evacuated yet? Instead they rushed to the platform. What are they doing in a daze? Tell them to retreat. No, it's an escape. The first staff member used the hero card to transmit information, and sent an extremely high-level emergency notice to the audiobook team. At the same time, it was displayed in the entire C-rank hero. In order to be eye-catching, a skull sign was made to remind you. The Axel 3 were naturally unmoved. They came this time to fight the mosquito girl. The other C-rank heroes saw this situation, and they were immediately stunned. Isn't this the tourist group? He didn't listen to the warnings of the Heroes Association and wanted to fight a monster above the tiger level? Are you crazy? How can that be? To get there, a large 50-man group such as Sling Storm, in the eyes of the Heroes Association, is impossible to challenge the Spire. However, these 3 low-level C-rank heroes are actually going to challenge the Spire? Isn't this going to die? The ignorant are fearless. 8 Cemetery sneered. The team of the Vest clan looked at each other. Is the Vest girl crazy, or was it brainwashed by that Axel? Possibly. Tell her to retreat. When the Vest tiger heard Axel's name, he had a headache. However, after this information was released, other C-rank heroes came to remind me that they were all mud cows entering the sea and did not receive any response from the audiobook team. Crazy. Expanded. The ignorant is fearless. This is the current evaluation of the C-rank heroes and the Heroes Association of the 3 members of the Abe Takeshi team. This makes the Heroes Association anxious that they are already ants on the hot pot. They have sent emergency warnings several times in a row, but there is still no response. Could it be that the hero card had a problem? The staff simply picked up a loudspeaker and made the helicopter as low as possible. The 3 C-rank heroes on the Spire, and the 2 unknown people, seeing that the weird person on him is not something you can deal with. The B-level hero group Blowing Snow group is already on the way, and it only takes a few minutes to arrive. Please retreat as soon as possible. Retreat as soon as possible. As soon as his words fell, the mosquito girl did not know when he appeared by his side, and the pair of hands that looked like a sickle of death suddenly slashed at the staff member. It's chirping, it's noisy, get out of here. Chapter 58, Tragic Battle. 58 Fierce Battle. The attention of the helicopter pilot was very concentrated. Obviously, he was also an experienced and veteran. The moment the mosquito girl rushed into the sky, she began to raise her height. When the mosquito girl's front paws passed by, he shouted. The staff of the staff was able to escape, and several strands of their heads were cut off by their front paws, and they were blown to unknown places by the strong wind. Bai? Chinese network? W? 81ZW. Com. Crunch. A sour voice sounded. The extremely sharp tip of the front paw was scratched on the steel shell of the helicopter, and the extremely hard shell was suddenly scratched. The shell made of alloy suddenly turned outwards, and the wind was swept into the cabin of the helicopter. Suddenly blow up a lot of work materials. Quickly, quickly, quickly pull up. The staff was frightened and their faces turned pale. The helicopter will be pulled to the limit, let out a difficult roar, and fly straight towards the sky. Hey, look! The mosquito girl's mind was not placed on the helicopter, but flapped her wings, dived, and landed on the parapet wall next to the platform again, a pair of fronts harder than steel. The claws beat each other, and those sick eyes looked at Axel and others. Seeing this situation, you still won't run away. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Suddenly, Her pupils suddenly widened. The stronger the opponent, the more delicious the blood. Come on, offer your blood, today, let me have enough to eat. After that, her extremely strong legs kicked on the parapet wall, and the concrete parapet wall was suddenly exploded. The whole body rushed towards the girl in the vest like a cannonball. From her eyesight, the girl should be the one with the weakest defensive ability. First pick up the soft pinch. The mosquito girl was so fast. When the girl in the vest just reacted, the mosquito girl over there rushed in front of her. So fast. Axel was startled. Under the condition of pedaling with both legs, the mosquito girl was able to achieve a higher level of wolf level even without flying. It is no wonder that the heroes have fallen one by one. This degree is too fast, and it is simply not something that ordinary C-rank heroes can contend. He gritted his teeth, made a fist with his right hand, and blasted the fist from the side of the mosquito girl. He could only hope that his fist could knock off the opponent before the mosquito girl's front paws attacked the vest girl. The attention of the armed clerk was also very concentrated. He took the first step to block in front of the girl in the vest. A pair of fists crossed into a cross and blocked his chest. Crunch! Another extremely sour voice sounded, and the mosquito girl's front paw slashed on the armored arm of the armed clerk. The black armor was a product of the organization, not comparable to ordinary alloys, but, the powerful impact combined with the extremely sharp front paws, still ruthlessly tore open the armor arm. Yet, there was a muffled hum from the armor of the armed clerk. Obviously, the front paw not only slashed his armor arm, but also pierced his arm muscles. At the same time, Axel's fist on the side hit the mosquito girl's body heavily. The mosquito girl only felt the impact of a force like the tide rushing toward her head and face, and she suddenly overturned her body over 200 jin, and flew upside down in the air. With a bang, it slammed heavily on the wall of the spire, smashing the concrete brick wall into a big hole. A large pile of bricks collapsed, and the mosquito girl was buried in it. It's too late, it's just a moment of time. The girl in the vest was attacked, the chief of the armed staff was injured, Axel attacked heavily, and the mosquito girl crashed into the outer wall. The staff on the helicopter suddenly looked dumbfounded. These three guys are amazing. Wait, isn't this Axel the same C-level 196 hero who defeated the Vest Tigers a few days ago? I didn't see it with my own eyes. I really didn't know that he had such a strength. What a heavy fist. That armed clerk is also very strong, and his armor can actually hold the mosquito girl's attack. You know, which of the heroes just now was not cut with skin and flesh, and even some of the heroes' arms were directly cut off. The staff said with lingering fear that the scene was too bloody. In this way, we still underestimate the Abu team. Since they chose to stay, they seem to be very confident. Another staff member looked at the positioning of the Fukuyuki team again. The time for the Fukuyuki team to arrive is about 4.5 minutes later. They only need to withstand these few minutes. I think they should be able to do it. Hold it up, it only takes a few minutes. The helicopter did not leave, still hovering over the minaret, closely monitoring the battle of the Abewu team on the minaret. Armed clerk, are you okay? The girl in the vest exclaimed. She was quite self-blame. If she didn't react too slowly and didn't avoid it, the armed clerk wouldn't need to be a human shield in front of her. It's okay. The head of the armed clerk almost gritted his teeth and said, obviously, the pain in his arm had already reached his bones. Vest girl, stop bleeding and heal him. Axel said in a deep voice. Heal? No need, because you are going to die soon. A cold snort came from the pile of rocks, and the mosquito girl kicked off the brick that was pressing on her, her face gloomy, and walked from the big hole in the wall. After coming out, there was a little dust on her body, although it was not very embarrassed, but it also made her face dull. Quick, I'll stop her first. Axel took a step forward and blocked the front. The strength of this mosquito girl was beyond his expectation. Even though he didn't use the profound meaning to make a punch just now. However, the strength of that hundreds of caddies smashed up, and the mosquito girl had nothing to do. Okay. The girl in the vest knew. She quickly took out the medical kit, and the armed clerk also took off the armor on both hands and arms. Hiss! The girl in the vest gasped in a cold air on the arms of the armed clerk. The muscles had turned upside down, and the white bones were clearly visible. It is conceivable that if it weren't for this pair of alloy armor arms, the armed staff chief at this time would no longer have his hands. Gritting his teeth, "You bear it. After all, pour disinfectant alcohol on the wound, clean it first, and then start to stop the bleeding. Hey! When I don't exist." This time, the mosquito girl was really angry. She didn't expect that these seemingly weak guys could actually make her feel ashamed. The extremely strong and powerful legs kicked on the ground, and suddenly, the terrifying degree exploded again, and in an instant it reached the level of the wolf-level high-level peak. At this moment, the mosquito girl disappeared from everyone's eyes instantly like a gust of wind. It's too fast. Axel's heart tightened. His eyesight couldn't catch the trace of the opponent at all times, but he saw the trace of the opponent's afterimage. Not good. The staff on the helicopter also exclaimed. Too fast. No, this time is too fast, I'm afraid I can't avoid it. Amidst the exclamation of the staff, the mosquito girl has appeared beside Axel, and the flashing front paws are thrusting into Axel's chest. Chapter 59. Delaying time? 59 Delaying time? Axel. The girl in the vest who was doing disinfection and hemostasis was actually watching Axel's battle closely. Seeing this, she was already completely scared. 8. 1 Chinese. Network W less than or equal to WW equals. Less than or equal to 81 ZW. Axel is not the same as the armed clerk. He does not have armor. This claw pierced his chest, it was a chill. Captain! The armed clerk cried out sadly. It seems that they still underestimated the opponent's strength and shouldn't have come to this spire at all. It's too late to say, then fast. In the picture reflected by everyone's pupils, Axel moved his body forward with embarrassment, avoiding the deadly key of the front paw thrust, but his back was unreservedly exposed to the front paws of the mosquito girl. Hiss! The cloak on his back was torn open mercilessly, and blood rushed out as soon as the flesh was opened, and the cloak and clothes were dyed red, which was shocking. Ah! Axel snorted and took a step forward, ignoring the pain from behind, but quickly turned around to face the next attack from the mosquito girl. Ha ha ha! However, the mosquito girl succeeded in a blow. Instead of winning the chase, she was very patient and quickly opened the distance again, using the degree advantage brought by her legs. In Axel's body she flew around, and soon, her figure formed an afterimage by Axel's side. No dodge. It's really too fast. I'm afraid that the speed of the blow just now has touched the edge of the tiger level. The staff on the helicopter said worriedly. The mosquito girl's speed was too fast, I'm afraid. The Buo team couldn't drag the Fuxia group to come. You better run away, don't hold on. He picked up the loudspeaker, adjusted the power of the sound reinforcement to the limit, and shouted at Axel and the others. Yeah, shouldn't you insist? Seeing that Axel had been injured in the first confrontation, the girl in the vest retreated in her heart. Perhaps this enemy is not something they can deal with. Moreover, Axel's strength lies in the head-to-head confrontation. Facing such a dependent enemy in guerrilla warfare, he is not an opponent at all, because he can't even catch his opponent's shadow, and he will be killed by the mosquito girl. The reason is very simple. Even if there is the power to kill a tiger, it is useless if you can't even touch the tiger's hair. Vest girl, go and help. If you are back to back, you won't be attacked like this. The chief of the armed clerk gritted his teeth and said, the injuries to the bones are naturally painful to the bones. Good. The girl in the vest nodded. Don't come here, first take care of the injury of the armed staff chief. Axel sternly said. If the injury of the armed staff chief is not dealt with properly, and come to help Axel face the mosquito girl, it will only let Axel face the mosquito girl. Neither thing can be done. The most important thing now is that Axel delays the time first, and then the vest girl and the armed clerk regain their combat effectiveness. But the girl in the vest hesitated for the first time. She was worried that Axel would be in danger. "I'm the captain, listen to me," Axel yelled. "Good." The girl in the vest gritted her teeth and quickly speeded up the hemostatic work of the armed clerk. "Very brave, hee hee." The mosquito girl's voice suddenly sounded deep in Axel's ear. "Unfortunately, in the face of strength, you have no way, ahaha." Unscrupulous laughter sounded. Axel didn't even look at his back, and slammed his elbow backwards, but hit a void. The mosquito girl had already appeared in another place by taking advantage of her speed. If this goes on, it will be played by this mosquito girl to death. The staff on the helicopter clasped their hands tightly. This is not a battle at all, it is simply a cat and mouse game. Ahaha. The mosquito girl looked at Axel in front of her, and raised her hand. There was still blood behind Axel on it. She licked the sweet blood on it. Suddenly, a strange morbid light burst into the pupils immediately. What a sweet blood! The next moment, she reappeared on Axel's right side, her hands lifted and her claws fell, and she was suddenly again. Ha! Axel wanted to attack, and the opponent ran to another place. Come again! Again! Every attack of the mosquito girl would bring up a flower, and Axel's fist went to the ground, and the mosquito girl's degree advantage played between the palms of her arms. Quick, quick! I want to make a dressing as soon as possible, and help Axel as soon as possible. The girl in the vest began to tremble with her hands, and she saw from the corner of her eye that Axel was at this moment. It's like a blood man, and it's just less than a minute. Leave me alone, go and help him. The armed clerk couldn't move his hands at all at this time, otherwise, he would definitely push the vest girl away. The girl in the vest clenched her teeth and insisted on bandaging the arms of the armed clerk. At this time, Axel's condition was even worse. The blood stained every inch of his clothes, and the arrogant, sick, and contented laughter of the mosquito girl echoed on the entire platform. "I'll stop the bleeding." The girl in the vest and the armed clerk approached Axel, and the three were back to deal with the other's divine movement. "There is no time, and the mosquito girl will not give me a chance to stop the bleeding," Axel said in a deep voice. The arms of the chief of staff were temporarily abolished, and he could only make a meat shield in front of him. "I can still hold it. Now, the three of us will gather and deal with it." In the distance, the mosquito girl looked at the three people coldly, without much disturbance. "Haha, it turns out that you resisted my attack alone in order to delay the gathering of three people." The mosquito girl licked the uncooled blood on her paws. "But, are the three of you really useful? Is it useful? I will know after trying," Axel said calmly. On the helicopter, the staff has been contacting the Fukuyuki team, but so far, it still takes at least 3.5 minutes for the other party. Hold on. The palms of the staff were sweaty. "I'm afraid, they can't hold on." Another staff member sighed. The strength of this mosquito girl shouldn't be dealt with by a C-rank hero at all. The gap is so big that it can't even delay time. It's too late to say, then fast. The figure of the mosquito girl suddenly disappeared from the place, and suddenly appeared from Axel's side, and the girl in the vest beside him pinched her hands like iron tongs to each other, and shouted, "Don't underestimate us." However, before her hands were in front of the other party, the figure of the mosquito girl disappeared again. The strange voice appeared again, and immediately afterwards, an open wound was left on the chest of the armed clerk. Play between the palms. Chapter 60, Broken. Wind. Howl. 6 break. Wind. Howl. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, no, like a staggering old man, walking slowly. Bai Chinese? W greater than or equal to W greater than or equal to W equals less than or equal to 81 ZW. The staff on the comm helicopter almost watched the second hand beating slowly one after another, and the anxiety in his heart was like an ant on a hot pot, extremely anxious. Armed the chief of staff. The girl in the vest exclaimed. Don't worry about me, I can hold on, you keep your position. The armed staff chief almost gritted his teeth and shouted. However, Axel and the girl in the vest could hear that he was enduring the pain to say it. Needless to say, the armor on his chest could not effectively resist the opponent's offensive. What to do? What to do? The opponent's speed is too fast to attack the opponent at all. And the Fuxia group still needs 3 minutes to come, and the 3 of them can't resist the opponent's attack in the next 3 minutes. The 3 of them will die. Fujitsu team, haven't they arrived yet? The staff yelled in the communicator. Time is too tight. I am afraid that when the Fujitsu team arrives, it will be a corpse in the same place. Ahaha. The mosquito girl suddenly formed a figure, standing not far away looking at the 3 people coldly. At this time, the Abuhu trio was all covered in blood, and the situation was terrible. I have played now. Enough, the next blow, I will send you a ride to the west. Be careful. Axel said in a deep voice. The blood dripped down his forehead. His eyes looked at the mosquito girl calmly through the gap on that end. It seemed that it was not a disadvantage at this time. The calm in it is scary. The girl in the vest is extremely anxious. How can I fight this? Suddenly, she glanced at Axel from the corner of her eye, and her pupils dilated. Although Axel was bloodied at this time, the calmness in her eyes was like holding a winning ticket, making her crazy. The beating heart also calmed down. Trust me. Axel said in a very low voice, like that extremely determined battlefield commander. At any time, even if he is trapped in a heavy siege, even if he is covered in blood, he can calmly command and be extremely correct. Judgment. Trust me. Such a sentence was like a reassurance, calming down the mood of the girl in the vest and the head of the armed clerk in an instant. The mosquito girl did not see the frustration in the 3 people, nor the fear of death in the eyes of the other person. On the contrary, what she saw was a kind of firmness, a perseverance, and an unswerving feeling of comrade in arms. She is angry. Isn't everything now in your own hands? Why are you not afraid? Yes, because you are not dead yet. Let you taste the pain of death, and you will understand what that fear is. Kill. This word flashed in the mosquito girl's heart, and the next moment, like a wisp of blue smoke, appeared next to the girl in the vest. Boom! The girl in the vest was completely grappling. The next moment, the mosquito girl appeared next to the armed clerk again. Crash! It's a pity that what was hit was an afterimage, and the opponent's speed was too fast. At the next moment, the mosquito girl appeared in front of Axel. That's right, the mosquito girl did not choose to appear next to him this time, but in front of the opponent. What she needs is to defeat the opponent's confidence head-on, and forcibly shred the opponent from the most confident side of the opponent. Your group, in front of my strength, how ridiculous! The tip of the mosquito girl's claws, like a steel thorn, pierced Axel's chest fiercely. Axel! Captain! The girl in the vest and the armed clerk exclaimed at the same time. This time it was not as simple as slashing the muscles. This time it was a strong penetration. They saw that the sharp nails of the claws had gone from Axi. ER's back is worn out. Hey, the duck has died of hard-mouthed truth, now you understand it, in the face of strength, any persistence is futile. The mosquito girl laughed sickly, now, it's not dead in front of me, ha. Suddenly, the mosquito girl's laughter stopped abruptly, because her claw that pierced Axel's left chest was severely grasped by Axel's right hand. This guy is not dead. When the mosquito girl saw Axel's gaze penetrating through her bangs, Her heart suddenly tightened, as if she was severely grasped by a god's hand. Whirlwind slashing iron fist. With a roar, a whirlwind abruptly rose from Axel's feet, and the dust on the ground was madly whipped up. An invisible force made his shattered cloak roar in the wind. The power contained in this whirlwind, even the mosquito girl, suddenly changed color. No, run away. The mosquito girl's speed is fast, but it doesn't mean that her body is also very strong. On the contrary, although she can be said to be a tiger-level weird, her body is not as strong as some wolf-level intermediates. The weirdo. However, her left paw was already severely gripped by Axel, and she couldn't move at all. Iron fist, break. Wind. Howl. With a roar, Axel's left fist suddenly blasted out, and a whistling like a violent wind blowing through a valley blasted on the platform of the spire, stunned people's ears. It hurts. The whirlwind on that fist condensed and formed visible to the naked eye, and turned into a huge fist shining with white dazzling light, and hit the mosquito girl's abdomen fiercely. With a muffled sound of bang, the mosquito girl flew out directly, her left claw broke directly, and the huge body that was 3 meters high turned upside down in the air and smashed onto the spire, and then fell directly on the platform. On. Wow! Axel spit out a mouthful of blood and pressed the claws that were still piercing his chest. The blood had already stained his entire chest. Axel! Captain! At this time, the girl in the vest panicked and was at a loss. I'm fine. Axel's face was pale, his eyes fell on the body of the mosquito girl in the distance, and suddenly he broke the claws exposed outside his chest, but did not pull out the claws. He did this to prevent his wounds from being unable to stop the bleeding. He knew that the battle was not over. The girl in the vest quickly took out the hemostatic medicine and sprinkled it madly on Axel's wound. Because the claws were still in the wound, the blood was condensed by the powder, but was quickly washed away by the blood coming out. Open! What to do, what to do? The girl in the vest said anxiously. Don't panic. This bit of blood is okay, Axel said, don't take it lightly, she is not dead yet. On the helicopter, the staff was stunned. The unexpected result was that Axel and the mosquito girl suffered both. Shouldn't this be a one-sided plot? This Axel is so hidden. On the surface, she has been abused by the mosquito girl all the time, just to wait for the critical moment, to catch the mosquito girl, make her useless, and finally injure the opponent with her fist. However, this method can work once, but what about the second time? Although the mosquito girl was injured, she was not dead. Over there, the mosquito girl has slowly stood up, and there is a group of tiny mosquitoes slowly approaching her, and the blood absorbed by itself is injected into the body of the mosquito girl.